What is going on, gamers? How y'all doing? We're streaming Dust. Not more furry madness for all you furries out there. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm sorry. Anyway, how y'all doing? Holy frick! I haven't streamed in longer than I intended to, so I'm sorry about that. I've been so whack lately. But yeah, we're gonna jump right into this. Give me 1 second here. Oh, yeah, Taz is in the true barnyard, so we'll join him there. Howdy, partner.
I can't do this alone. Wait, can't do this alone.
I saw you had rhythm, and I was like, "What the frick is this gonna be?" Dude, nice. wait, we gotta go at least one verse. I can't do this alone.
Do this alone.
Even though I'm
Even though I'm strong. Can't do this with them. Someone's free, but who's read to victory. Let's see what we can do together, me and you. Can't be afraid to try. Kiss your fears goodbye. No looking back. You and I were on the attack.
Taz is beautiful. If that was on Spotify, I would be Spotify Premium just for that.
Such a different feeling.
Oh my gosh, you're still going up, dude! Don't hurt yourself, holy frick!
We can do. You're next to me and I'm next to you. Put me on to the battle's won.
Why is he echoing?
Into each other we put our trust. Standing united.
After the fight!
The fight is all alone. We will never
she's doing the whole freaking thing.
The two of us.
I admire it.
We see today. I'm
terrified.
Before I say goodbye to you. One more. Okay, I'll stop.
Guys, I'm just impressed. I'm honestly impressed. Holy frick. That was amazing, dude. Don't worry, I didn't forget. Give me a second. No, not Dust. We're gonna stream OBS because that worked really well last time.
Yeah.
Somehow. There we go. Let me know if that's if it doesn't work or whatever. Anyway.
No, I will not let you know.
Alright. It's an act of rebellion. I see how it be. Somehow my controller, like the cable for it, is like, I don't even know how to explain this. It's like wrapped around something in a way that doesn't even seem freaking possible, and then it like somehow comes back over here, and it's like,
oh,
I'm terrified that if I like move it, I'm gonna like pull down an entire like shelf worth of stuff. But
oh, okay,
it's not breakable stuff, so it'll just make a loud noise. But anyway,
you're a loud noise during the stream. That's why.
Exactly. Yeah. If you hear the sound of a million, like screams or something, that's what that is. Let me plug this back in. Okay. So Windows has this thing.
Oh yeah, sorry. Wait, Nico. Sorry.
Oh, frick! The official. I love it. It's me, the next president of the United States. Kanye. Yeah. I have to say.
Running for president.
I saw that. Did you see who he's running under? He's running under the birthday party.
Yeah, birthday party.
I can't. I just. All right. Sure. Not judging.
What is this title?
2020 is a year.
It is.
So, can I write about something real fast? Freaking, it's 2020, right? And we don't have like the most basic things imaginable. Okay, so like on the 360, right? If you plug in a controller and it like lights up with like the wrong light, so it says like player 3 or whatever, and you don't want it to be that, you can just hold down the guide button, if I remember correctly, and there's a thing that says like change player, and then you just say I want to be player 1, and it goes okay, and it's fixed. Not on Windows. You can't do that. There's no option for that anywhere. If you look it up, people just say try rebooting and plug in the right order. So if your controller ends up being a map to player 2, you're screwed. Well, mine's mapped to player 2. So here's what we're gonna do. I have another controller. We're gonna plug that in, and there's a glitch you can do that I've learned about.
3.
Yeah, you make it
player 3.
Legit. Yeah, you make it player 3, and then you unplug the second one, plug that in, and if you do it all right, you have to like unplug them and replug them very fast. But if I remember correctly, if you do it right, it gets confused and it actually maps it to player 1.
Nice.
I swear it works, but you have to be like accurate with it. Oh gosh, it's not working now though.
Supersonic speed. Okay.
Supersonic style. All right. Okay, so now it says that this is player 3 and the other one's player 2. But there's a way, I swear, to make it actually work. Okay, frick. I hate this. There can't just be like a button in settings that says set player ID. No, that's too hard. We can't do that.
Yeah, no, that's very hard.
Why can that not
Just like
freaking...
Never mind.
Is that... Oh, I know what you meant though. I know what you meant though. You were talking about your resin figures.
My rock.
Yeah.
My pet rock.
Oh, there you go. All right.
Yeah, my pet rock.
What's his name? Installing for time as I try to fix this crap.
What's his name? Oh no, I put a Professor Oak. I don't know my pet's name. I don't know his name.
I don't freaking know either.
Well, of course you wouldn't know, you freaking nerd.
Oh, it's true. I am a nerd. I hear if you hold the home button when you plug it in. Oh, Rocky's a freaking brilliant name.
Yeah.
Just add a Y at the end, but it's actually a name. Frick.
Rocky from Tom's and Friends.
Gosh, this is awful. Some games allow input from any controller 1 through 4. Yeah, some do. Dust does not. Well, that's the mouse. I don't want to play with the mouse and keyboard though, to be honest. I'm not gonna be good. Hey Plush, how you doing? Hey chat, help.
Oh.
Is there any way how else can I fix this? The trick I usually use isn't working. Frick. I actually don't know what to do about this. I'm like swapping controllers and crap, and it's just not letting me make it player 1. So I know there's another... Okay, so one way I did it before was... I'm dead serious. You can plug in controllers and you can keep doing it, and eventually what happens is Windows like assigns one of them to be player 4, and then when you plug in the first one again, it becomes player 1, because that's the next after 4.
Nice.
And then that works. And it's so dumb, but that's a way you can fix it.
But you don't have 4
Probably need
controllers,
to restart. Yeah. No, well, I think I might actually, but I don't have 4 open USB ports on the front of my PC, because one of them is used for the mic right now. And one's used for
the mic, we don't need to
for
hear
headphones. Probably need to
we
restart
don't need
your
to
PC.
hear. We don't need to hear anything.
Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah.
I know that that's like the way that people say to fix it, just restart, but like, that's freaking stupid though. Like, not you guys, obviously. Like, what I mean is like just the fact that we live.
All of you are stupid.
No. Well, okay, Taz might think so. I don't. But just the fact that we live in freaking, 2020 and we still don't have a way to just, do that without restarting. Maybe you can open control panel and then go to the... Yeah, I've heard that's a solution too, actually. Like freaking uninstall the controller driver and then reinstall it. Sometimes that fixes it. Oh, it's so dumb. Alright, let me try that. Screw me. Why not? What do I have to lose? Yeah, dude. You can do it in Windows 9. Oh, yeah, probably. Oh, to finish uninstalling a driver, you need to restart. No. You freaking... Well, I didn't need to restart, but it still is player 2. Okay. Am I really gonna have to restart my freaking stream just because of this? That's so dumb, man. Okay. Alright, chat. Well, I'm gonna restart. Sorry.
Well,
sorry about this.
I'll prepare a new song for when Robbie comes back.
I'm gonna wait a little bit before I do that, just to give a second for it to catch up with the stream delay and everything, and then I'm gonna do that. So, you're sorry. No, you're good. Thanks everyone for being patient with me here. Sorry about this. I'll be right back.
It is Windows. Oh, frick, where?
Howdy, we should be back. Give me 1 second here. Everything's loading up. I restarted that as fast as I freaking could. Sorry about that. Give me 1 second here. Hi. Hi, sorry about that. I did that as fast as I freaking could. Hey everyone, Chrome is still loading. Okay, there it is. Oh my gosh. No, not that, not that. Don't go playing some copyrighted anime music right now. We don't need that. All right. Oh, we got that. That sounds cool. No. No, what the frick? It's the Game Girl song from Monster. What are you doing? I didn't ask for this. Where did I ask? No. Where did I ask? Oh frick! I think I had some of us muted for a second. Well, let's fix it. Sorry about that. Taz just played the Game Girl song from Homestuck over over Discord, just to.
Play it again.
No.
There.
He did it. Oh gosh, I'm terrified. Oh good, now it's
yeah.
playing audio. This is a technical mess. This is like my life. It's a freaking mess. Anyway, how y'all doing? Thank you all for putting up with me with this this crap. Taz, I love how you went from despising that song to like playing it all the time. You had a full like conversion. That's amazing.
Like I just like 360. Wait, that's the word, right? Yeah, 360.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know. Okay.
360 no scope. All right,
Shut up.
Steam is loading, and once it's up, I'll get that stuff. Sorry about that, everyone. Well, how y'all doing? That music, ah. Exactly. It'll play in our nightmares, but in the best way.
Yeah, sure.
Part 3, let's go, guys! It's part 3. Oh my gosh, that was quick. Wow, Rad's streaming very frequently. I can't even keep up with how frequently he's streaming. Wow. All right, well, here we go. Oh, wait, frick, Infinite's here?
Yeah.
Right, the game's loading. There we go.
Wait. Where the frick is my freaking folders on my phone? Hang on, wait, okay.
There we go. And this time the controller actually works.
Poggers.
So that's neat. Can actually play a game. Run, Rad. I would if I could. Forco, I would if I could. Let me pull up the chat. Alright, hey everyone. How y'all doing? Sorry about this technical nightmare. Everything's going good now, so hopefully from now on,
Hey, sorry. Hey, guys, it's Infinite. He's right here. Wait, there, that's Infinite.
Whoa, oh, frick, it spawned me right next to someone attacking me.
Oh.
Yeah, dude, it's literally, that was freaking Infinite right there. That guy?
Yeah.
Was freaking Infinite.
The stupid beast, yeah.
Oh my gosh, he's back already. Can't believe it, dude. I love this. Just listening to that while I'm like doing this. Exactly, that's what it feels like inside. It's like an edgelord just being like, ugh. He's like going outside dressed up like this. He's like, I'm the coolest, listening to this music. Yeah. And he's imagining that Fidget's there, but Fidget's not actually there. This is actually just his parents' backyard.
Oh.
Anyway. I don't remember where we left off, but I'll figure it out. Guys, he's back! Hey! Guys, it's back. Back is back. Nice dash dance, thank you.
Back again.
How you all doing, gamers? Wait, are you freaking... Oh, I thought you were singing the backpack song from Dora.
No.
I was like, alrighty. I was like, that's where we're going.
I was singing the Eminem song.
Left. Oh, hey.
I like Eminem.
Cool. Wait, where's Eminem at? I didn't see.
No, I said Eminem, the singer, the rapper.
Ah, gotcha. Oh, I remember this cutscene last time.
General
Yeah,
Oh,
because
yeah.
I went here and then I was... Yeah, so I'll just get this because we saw this last time.
Yeah.
I'm the map. Yeah. Oh, gosh, that song has bad connotations now, doesn't it? Oh gosh.
That's typically crying. That sounded like laughing.
It did actually. Oh my gosh, can you imagine if someone canceled you because you were crying, but it sounded too much like laughter? Like that was the reason. It's like, how dare he? It sounded like he was enjoying it, even though he wasn't. That would be a good reason for something. Guys, is crying. See, there we go. Remember the Eminem Racing game? I didn't until you said that, and now I can't forget it. You've done this to me.
Oh, I think
Oh, we're gonna find love? Bro!
Oh.
Finally!
Whoa.
It's about freaking time! I needed this in my life. Oh yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We can ship it. Okay.
I'm gonna go get some cake. I'll be right back.
What?
I can't hear you if you're speaking.
Oh, you can't?
I'm gonna beat you up when I come back. I don't know if you're
Oh.
I'm gonna beat you up when I come back. Okay, I can't hear you.
Okay. Literally the only part I can hear out of this is I can't hear you, I'm gonna beat you up. And I assume you can't hear me now. What the frick? Let me go check out why that is in a second.
always.
Nope. Just asked me to show her the way.
Except now, okay. So we can't hear what I'm saying now, but so I could say anything. Gosh, I could say whatever I really think. But I always do that. Freck! Why do I have to be honest? Stinks.
She's a speedy little bugger.
What was I doing? Look, what is he doing? Look at the animation! He's like,
Augustin, if you're not going to go back to Aurora, you'd better wait here.
he's not doing it now, but
I wait around better than anyone. Good luck.
his auto animation's freaking weird. Alright, let me see what's going on with Tess. Hi. No, Discord says it's picking me up, so it must be on Taz's end. Okay, well I think he'll get it soon. I'm not sure. But it doesn't look like it's anything I'm doing, so probably Discord. This is just a stream technical difficulties. Anyway. Remember Doritos Crash Course? I don't, actually. That one I'm surprised about. Oh, I just ducked him. Okay, so we're looking for someone for him. Path to Mountains is being blocked by a strange barrier. Find and speak with the Baron Canyon. Yeah, is that the current quest? Okay, what was the one that... Yeah, I have a lot of quests. Jeez. Denham lies in ruin. Is this the one? Yeah, this is the one I just got from him. He asks me to deliver a blueprint to the blacksmith and archer's pass in his steed. Hi. He was getting food, you frick. Oh, I couldn't hear that. Okay, hi. Literally all that I made out of what Taz said was, I can't hear you, I'm gonna beat you up. That's all I got. Anyway. So I gotta I gotta deliver the blueprint to the blacksmith in Archer's Pass in his city. That pass seems to be incredibly dangerous to the light. Okay, so just freaking go. Do I have the blueprint in my inventory? I wonder. I have the freaking laundry still, apparently. Alright. One of these blueprints, I assume, is what he's stuck. Maybe? I don't know. I assume he gave me the blueprint and I have to deliver it. Either that or I have to find the blueprint too, but I don't think he would be like, you know. Anyway, Blue Car, I love those emojis. Beautiful. Do you call them cowmojis if they're like at what point do they become cowmojis? That's just when they're like the cool ones, right? I don't even know how else to describe them other than that. You know, the ones that look almost more like faces, they almost look more like you know, freaking, like a person doing a pose or something. I love those. Sorry, I'm forgetting how to play this. I'll pick it up again soon. The feeling of sniffing Dorito dust. Yeah, dude, I like getting high on Doritos. Personally. Sometimes I smoke some Cool Ranch. Occasionally. Frick am I doing? Okay, right, so B used as fidget and X is like attack and then Y is this attack, which is like freaking ridiculously OP, but you gotta be careful because you have a meter. Alright. Everything's good, everything's Gucci. We're up to speed. There we go, that's yeah, that definitely looks like one of those emojis. I don't know at what point it counts as one though, right? Because, like, I don't think anyone would just count the, like, colon and then a parenthesis, you know, just the generic smiley face. I don't think anyone would count that as a emoji, right? That's just like a text emoji. But, I guess, I don't know. So what level do we say, oh, it's a emoji now? It's basically just if it looks cool enough, right? Oh, jeez. I'm on fire. Right. How do I extinguish? Okay. Well, that was bad. Give me a second here. This is the only thing I have left to eat? Oh. It says it looks much better than it tastes, and it looks pretty terrible. That's my kind of food. Oh, and that didn't even, like, do much at all. I have 2 health. Well, alright. Yeah, I could die. I could die about now. Yeah, that seems pretty lit. Let's die, dude. What the frick? I wanted that. Why did you take that away from me? Bro, stop it. Just let me perish. Bro. Oh wait, I probably shouldn't be punching that. Or should I? It looks like they're coming out regardless, so I think I should. Because it looks like breaking that will release them, but... It did, it definitely did. Oh, frick. But was it better to do that or not? Because, yeah, it released a bunch of them, but, like, now they're all gone. Versus if I wouldn't have done that, they would have just spawned forever. So I think that was actually better in the long run.
What if Sonic
Hi.
met the Joker?
Okay, from which Joker? From Persona or from Batman?
Sure.
I'll ask that every time you say that.
No, wait, no, I mean the card Joker, you know, from
right.
What's it called?
Wait, what?
Look, no, okay, so like the card, I don't know, like card game.
Oh, yeah, like Solitaire or like.
Yeah.
Yeah, just I mean, it's just like a. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to call it either. It's just like in card decks, like. It's in like a lot of different games. Solitaire is one of them. Oh jeez. Oh, I have another chicken up there. Oops, I didn't even freaking notice. Okay. Good. The new Joker. Yeah, use Cheat Engine to have a limited meter. That's the only legit way to do it. Cow emoji? Oh no, it's like K. I assume you're joking, but it's like KAO and then emoji-I. It's like a Japanese style of like. You've seen them. Everyone's seen them, but I don't know if people know what they're called. I'll look one up just to show you real fast, just to make sure everyone knows what I'm talking about. Well, it autofilled it with Windows 10, and that's not actually what I meant to do. But this will give you. I'm just gonna take a random screenshot of Google Images. This will give you an idea of what I'm talking about. This crap, right? These kind of emojis, the ones that are like full-on faces.
Oh.
Right?
Oh yeah.
I like those a lot, but. Yeah, I dig these, but I gotta say, at what point do they become Kamoji? Right? Because here's the thing, that it's pretty obvious that's Kamoji. When you see those, it's like, okay, that's obvious. That's its own separate thing. But like, here's some more of them. Hang on. Like, notice on the bottom left there's just a smiley face, with like a dash for the nose. So like, does the normal smiley face also count as Kamoji, or is it only like the more complicated ones? Because apparently Windows seems to think that one counts too. I don't freaking know. Is that like a controversy? Does anybody... Are there people who argue like, no, that is not Calmoji. Hashtag, not my Calmoji. Or does nobody... I mean, I highly doubt anybody on planet Earth cares. But maybe, I don't know, dude. I don't know. You have $16, what do you get? Food is pretty good. Legit though, I don't know. Seeing summer sale's still going on, right? So there's probably some cool stuff you could get there.
Oh, I did India yesterday.
Oh, did it? Never mind.
Yeah.
I genuinely, like, have not been paying attention to that at all this year. I should have been, but life's just been whack, you know?
I spent a lot of money on that.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I seriously have, like, okay, like yesterday, Wasif randomly bought me 2 other games as well. Oh no, I mean not yesterday. It was a few days ago, I think. I didn't notice it until till today because I didn't have Steam open. I was just like freaking working on stuff and like nothing else. But yeah, there's some really good stuff on there. Like, you know, in the summer sale, it's ridiculous how much stuff like. Sorry, I'm really sidetracked here. But anyway, where I was going with that was just I have a lot of stuff I need to stream still. Like, holy frick. I think I'm just gonna try to finish Dust, and then play something, and you know, continue Explorers of Sky, while and then like when Dust is done, I'm gonna like do something else while I keep doing Explorers of Sky, right? I don't know what the something else will be.
Oh.
What? Sorry.
I was gonna say this game should only take like a few more streams.
Right. Compared to Explorers of Sky, which apparently is like really long.
Yeah.
So. So I'm gonna do it like that. But yeah, I don't know what to do next, cause like, I'm to the point where I want to like, obviously I want to like make people like happy, and I want to like, you know, play the games that people got me, especially of course, cause like that's why they did it, you know, and I'm very appreciative of it. But I'm to the point now where so many people were so nice and got me things where I'm like, I don't know what to do, because I feel like no matter what I stream, I'm gonna like make some people happy, make some people upset. You know what I mean? So it's like I know Wasif, he's waited a while for Geometry Dash, so I want to stream that for him. And I know yeah, I know Taz, you mentioned Ori being really great.
Oh yeah.
And Death, I believe, bought me that.
Yeah, he did.
So I want to play that for both of you. And you know, it's like with every game, I'm like, I don't know what to do next.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm saying is just if chat, I mean, if there's anything in particular, you know, you want to see, let me know, I guess. There's really a lot of stuff. I'm trying to remember what the like what the things are. Okay, there's Breath of the Wild. There's Ori in the Blind Forest. Geometry Dash. There's Stick Fight. There's oh, there's more I'm forgetting. Frick. My memory is awful too, so it doesn't help. I guess basically just what style of game do you like the most? Do you like it like to watch anyway? Do you like RPG stuff or like platformer stuff or you know what? Because that'll help me. These enemies really are not that like that tough. Ooh.
Ah, you should have said hard. Ah, never mind.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute. I should have said hot, or you should have said hot.
No.
It took me a minute to figure it out.
Hard.
Oh. Taz, I'm calling your parents. What the frick?
That got me off guard.
I don't, Forko, yeah, well, just in general, I can't do that actually, because don't know their number, and also, because I have crippling, freaking phone, like, social anxiety. I don't think this is just me. I think this is actually a fairly common thing, but holy frick, dude. What? Sorry. You cut out for a second.
What you mean?
Oh,
I
yeah.
get what you mean.
It's ridiculous. So, like, okay. So, like, today, actually, my parents' like wedding anniversary is actually coming up soon, and okay, wait, hold up for what?
No, it's like killed them.
Oh, wow, okay, and my dad wanted to like get something for my mom, you know, to celebrate that, but he's been, you know, having you know, like issues like with because, you know, because of the like stroke, he's had issues with like reading and such because of that. Everything else is intact, but that's been like a thing that's been difficult. So he's like needed help with that, because like how do you get something online if you can't like type out the, you know, numbers on a credit card or whatever? And also, my mom's been managing the like stuff like that for him, so she would like see if he buys anything, because she would like notice it on the log, because the credit cards like they like log stuff when you buy it, right? So he was asking if I could help him like get something. Oh, whoops, I'm dead. He was asking if I could help him like get something like just through like my like PayPal or whatever instead. And I was like, sure, of course I can do it. He's like, I'm like, what do you have in mind? And he's like, well, he mentioned it's a really sweet idea, but it's like something that's virtually impossible to get right now, especially. They don't really sell it online. And especially not during this freaking pandemic. So because it's like a specific type of like coffee that he knows she likes. And anyway, so sorry, I'm like having trouble focusing on this. Frick. Okay.
Wow, you're dead.
Yeah, I'm really bad. I'll get better. It's just been a little bit since I played
Wow,
this
you
last.
better get better.
Okay, fine. You're not my dad. Sheesh. Anyway, where I'm going with this is just so.
Oh, call your parents instead. Sorry.
Holy frick. The thing is, you actually would though.
No, actually,
I know.
that's where.
I know. I'm just kidding. But yeah, but like anyway, so it was really sweet. But like,
This far together?
he didn't
You're
like
surprised?
think about this until today, and it's coming up pretty soon. And this is a really difficult thing to get, especially on such short notice. So like he just comes in and into my room, and he's like, "Shh, don't be too loud. She might be able to hear you." And I'm like, "Huh?" And he's like, "I've got the person on the phone. They can help. They have the coffee, but like I don't want her to hear it because it's a surprise." And I'm like, "Okay, what do you need me?" He's like, "Can you tell her?" I'm like, "Tell her what?" And he like hands me the phone. And I'm like, and I'm like, I seriously have like freaking, I'm terrified of like phone calls. I mean, it's really a problem. It's like the one thing that I think I actually have like anxiety on. Like it's very serious. I'm freaking scared to do them, man. Like, so this was not comfortable for me at all, to say the least. But I'm like, hello, and I'm like trying to whisper to him like, what is the context of this? What did you say to this? Who is this lady? What did you say to? What am I supposed to say? And I had to like figure it out. He didn't know. He couldn't think of because of like the He couldn't think of the right words to ask what he was trying to ask, which was, do you sell the coffee online, and if so, where's the website? And so he wanted me to ask that, but he didn't like give me any preface to explain that. So anyway, so I kind of fumbled my way through that conversation, and I found out that they did not sell it online. And anyway, afterwards I essentially went into the freaking fetal position, and that was fun to get myself out of that mode. But anyway. Seriously, dude, phone calls are awful. I hate them. If you're, I just don't know why. It's something about it. It's just so, like, I feel like I never know what I'm supposed to say, and I can't, like, collect my thoughts. And, like, I also feel like I'm being judged by the person. Even though I'm not. I'm sure they could care freaking less. You know what I mean? Like, the only thing that's gonna make them judge me is if I think too much that they're judging me. And then I'll sound like an idiot, and that'll make them judge me, maybe. But, you know, like, if I just don't think it, it won't even happen, you know? So, like, it's one of those things where it's, like, really dumb, but... Whoops. Try to order from Papa John's. You'll be happy.
Oh.
Yeah, dude. Wait, why Papa John's?
Man, I want to
don't
know.
Me too. Oh, that's another fun thing that happened today.
Wait, sorry, what? You go.
No, you go first. What were you saying? Sorry.
Okay, I was gonna say, when I was on my way back here, my mom asked what I wanted to eat, and then, you know what, I can get Papa John's, so one sec.
Oh yeah? And then what happened?
Yeah.
Sorry.
But,
You got
okay,
some?
I said I will ask her if we can get some.
Oh, nice. And then
So
they should be like, no. And we'll be like,
Oh.
and I'll be sad for
Well, I
you.
mean...
It's okay,
Well,
the
he just
day
had
of reckoning will come, or whatever he said.
Oh.
Sorry, I just find that hilarious.
No, it's funny.
It's a good meme. The day of reckoning, that's why exactly. Coffee, you say, how sweet would it be to go to the ends of there to get a tower? Yeah, oh, it's actually very nice. Like, legit, it's actually, like, there's more to it than what I said, too. Like, it's not just, like, she likes it, it's like a special memory that they have. And it's like, it's actually genuinely very sweet. But yeah, it's very last minute, and it was very difficult for me in that situation. But yeah. Oh yeah. So sorry, the pizza thing. So Mio like made this pizza today, and for some reason, right? This is like a brand that we always get from like the store. And it never has, like, we always just cook it a certain way, and it's always great. Nothing ever goes wrong. For some reason this time, we did everything exactly the same way. But, like, the crust was still, like, doughy. It wasn't, like, you know, it wasn't like properly cooked. It was like not, it was like too soft or whatever. And she's like, okay, well that's weird. I'll just put it back in for a little bit longer. So she puts it back in the oven for a little bit. And, she puts it in for another like 5-10 minutes. The cheese looks totally done. Everything looks great. Still freaking doughy, the crust. It's not great. She's like, okay, well maybe we can just eat it and it'll be fine. It's still just, like, it's like, not good. Like it really is not like, you know, how you expect pizza to taste. So she's like, okay. We freaking put it back in again. She's like, no, I really want to fix this. She puts it in for another like 5-10 minutes. The cheese at this point is like, looking more almost like it's burnt, like she's scared she's gonna burn the dang thing, right? Comes out, it's still freaking doughy. We gave up at that point. We just ate it how it was. But like, I don't know what the frick happened. This pizza is uncookable. Like, you can't... It's actually the most powerful substance in this universe, I think. So I'm kind of afraid of its power. I got a skill gem. I'm gonna put that there. I think if anything does, like... I think after all the stuff that's happened in 2020, I think if anything does, like, actually kill us, it'll be that pizza. I'm just saying. Because apparently, freaking cooking it 3 times in the oven is not enough to actually cook it. So what is? What is? You got a lemon pizza? I don't know what that means. I feel like that's an obscure reference to something. Or maybe it's not obscure and I'm just an idiot. Last minute is the best minute. Yeah, that's true. I agree. You know what they say. The more... No. It's the thought that counts. And that actually is true. Let's get some stuff. I need food. Jeez.
What makes you...
Wait, I wasn't paying attention.
Not resume flowing of that.
Yes, what...
As must
Yeah, dude.
A powerful creature who was misled by her...
and for
Yeah, dude.
this
Did Tesla say he was getting pizza or something? Because I might have misheard him again. Because I can't hear him now. Hot chocolate? What do we got? Hot chocolate. Dude. Would I go on the Polar Express? No, I wouldn't. Think about it. Freaking train shows up in your yard. This guy you don't know is like, lol, you want to go to the Polar Express, kid? Yeah, get on my train, kid. You go on the Polar Express. No, I wouldn't do that. It's either, like, okay, like, either this is real and this guy is potentially insane and crazy and, like, he's, like, summoning dark magic to make this train to show up on my yard. Or it's not real and I'm hallucinating and this is actually just, like, an Uber. Right? I'm getting into some guy's Uber at 3 in the morning. And who knows where I'm going. Either way, not a good thing. I'm going back to freaking bed. Screw that. Mixer more like Badixer. I want to say I agree, but come on. Bixer's dying, you know? It's not very nice. Would you make fun of somebody if they were bleeding out? No. You wouldn't, would you? How freaking... I am offended. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, of course. Sorry. I think that joke went too far. Papa John's Day of Reckonings will cook the pizza. Exactly. That's the only thing that's going to fix it. I think that's what Papa John was talking about the whole time. He wasn't crazy. He was just trying to warn us about that one. Is this 60 attack? Holy frick. The one I currently have is 2 attack. We're going to go up to 60. Are you freaking... Okay. Yeah, dude. That seems like that can't even be real. Maybe this guy's a scammer. Jeez.
your transaction.
Alright, yeah, dude. Which tab is it? I'm sorry. That's it. Goodness! Look at that! Attack went from 153 to freaking 211. Goodness! Alright, that's pretty good. That's pretty freaking lit, as they said on TikTok. Oh yeah, freaking TikTok is like, apparently people are questioning whether or not it's Chinese spyware. I don't know enough about it, honestly, to... All I know is that Mule was very saddened by this because she loved ironically scrolling through TikTok.
We met outside Aurora, remember? Old Cora, they call me.
I wouldn't actually be surprised if it was spyware, to be honest with you.
The old Cora.
But I do think... I'm not sure what I think about it.
Now. What are you doing all the way out
I think people are too concerned about the clipboard thing and not concerned enough about the other things it was apparently doing.
Since I was young. There's not a creature here.
Supposedly on the Android version of the app. Take this with a grain of salt because I heard this from like a YouTube video I saw, I think from Muda actually, so he's very level-headed and chill and awesome, so it's probably, you know, I'm not questioning the authenticity of what he said, but keep in mind I saw this just once in a video from some of the gamers like several days ago, so I've probably, you know, forgotten some of the details because my memory is terrible, so keep that in mind. But if I remember correctly, what he said was essentially there was a security researcher who looked into it, and they found that on the Android version of the app, they had some code in there that was literally, it was set up such that they could basically send a signal to the app, right, to someone's phone, where it would if the app received that signal, it would download an APK from a given location and then run it.
What is it you need?
Like without the user knowing, or without any consent on the user's behalf. And the security researcher just said in response to that, there is no legitimate reason why they would need to put that in the app. And, yeah. I can't think of a single legit reason for that. What legit feature would you program something like that in for? I mean, really.
Neither am I, Fidget.
That's... You only do that if you want to take control of someone's phone. You know what I mean? Or you want to have insurance or something, you know, just in case. But it's like, I don't know about that. So that one really scared me. The others I don't care about as much. The one people are harping on the most is like, did you know that it takes stuff from your clipboard when you type into, and it's like, yes, it does apparently, and that's terrifying. But like, there are multiple, to be fair, there are different reasons for why it might be doing that. Wait, can I not climb this yet? I think I can climb that later, but not yet or something. Anyway, or maybe not actually, because I don't know. Anyway, please find. Yeah, she gave me a new quest. People are harping on that one the most, and like, yeah, that one's definitely scary as well. That's like obviously shouldn't be happening, but to be fair, it's not just TikTok that's doing that. There's several apps that are doing that, even ones that are not from China, and I can think of a few really weird, obscure, legit reasons for why that might actually be happening. Now, keep in mind, the only reason people know that it's apparently accessing the clipboard is because in iOS 14, they added a feature that tells you if an app tries to access the clipboard. So it's telling people that TikTok's accessing the clipboard every time they type in a few keys or whatever, which is weird and creepy and made people start questioning the whole thing. But, like, I can think of a few reasons why it might do that. Like, it might just be, you know, freaking checking to see if you're trying to, like, I don't know, whatever. I mean, I don't know what the reason would be, and it's probably is not legit. But what I'm saying is, like, when you're typing text, you actually might want to paste the text, right? So I don't know, maybe it's freaking prefetching some data to try to make it faster, I don't know, some weird stupid crap, right? I can think there might be some weird reason why it's trying to do something that's actually not, you know, maybe not necessarily as bad as people are making it out to be with that one, but it's just coming off as really creepy to people, right? So that one is still creepy to me, but that one's not as creepy. The one that's really creepy is the other stuff that no one's talking about. It's the stuff like that, like executing a payload. Why the frick do you need to do that? There's no reason to do that unless you're actually trying to attack someone. And the other one I heard was, oh frick, what was it? Apparently they try... if I remember correctly, they like have been extremely cautious about encrypting, like basically making it as complicated as possible for people to reverse engineer the app on all platforms. They've made it like stupidly hard to figure out exactly what the app is doing. And again, why would you do that unless you have something to hide? Like, it's not just security. That's not like, oh, we want to make sure people don't hack our app. No. Because like, This is an app that talks to a server. You know what I'm saying? All that this app is doing, it's kind of like a glorified web browser, right? It's just basically sending requests to the TikTok servers to ask for things. So like, hang on, 4 keepers from the abandoned mansions in each corner of the soaring meadows. Is that where I'm at now? Yeah, so go to the corners and you get to find the people or something. Okay. So like, what was I saying? Doggone. Oh yeah, it basically is just a glorified, you know, web browser. Like it's just a thing that's like sending requests to a server and sending data to a server and receiving data from a server and all that. So like, if your server is not capable, like you shouldn't have to protect the app all that much, because the thing that you need to be concerned about isn't the app security, it's the server security. You get what I'm saying? It's like the YouTube app doesn't need to be that crazy secure. What does need to be secure is the YouTube API, and you know that the app is using to communicate with YouTube, right? Because no one's gonna be able to like hack YouTube accounts and stuff, really. Well, that's not true. I should rephrase this. The real hacks and security vulnerabilities that are gonna show up on YouTube aren't gonna be because of a bug in the app. You get what I'm saying? So it's like the same kind of thing with TikTok. It's like you shouldn't need to be that concerned about the security. You only do that with the client-side stuff if you have something to hide on the client side. And you shouldn't hide anything on the client side because it's always possible for someone to figure it out. So, like, you only do that if you, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, they're trying, it's shady. It's like they're trying to hide something. They want to make it as difficult as possible for people to figure out what data they're collecting and what they're doing. Because they can't stop people from figuring it out entirely. It's not possible for them to do that since it is client-side. Well, there is some client-side stuff going on, so there's always a way that people can figure out at least a little bit what that's doing. Wait, this is one of the things she said I should talk to, right? Is that right? But I can't attack him. He just teleports away. Do I just need to get out of here? Maybe I just need to get the frick out of here. I don't think so. I think I was supposed to. Well, I'll come back in a bit. What if that was how all games were? Yes, it is I, Lord, whatever. Donut Man. I'm here to, you know, ensure that all donuts are double the price, and nobody will stop me from my capitalistic scheme. And then it's like, excuse me, I'll be right back. He's just like, oh, okay. Doesn't freaking work like that, dude. Hey, wanna be dev? How you doing? NSA Geedra versus China TikTok, who would win? Exactly! No, it's hilarious though, because that's literally what's happening. People are using Geedra to reverse engineer TikTok. So it's like, To be real though, here's what would actually win. Like, it would be Geedra, but it would I'm not saying that's because the NSA is better than. I'm not necessarily saying that. What I'm saying is, it would win because reverse engineers are always gonna be the ones who figure stuff out in the end. You know what I mean? Like, you genuinely can't hide some of this stuff. Like, I don't know. If you're doing anything client side, you can't hide it. You can't protect it. Like, there's always gonna be a way that somebody can figure it out. Server side's a little different. Sometimes you can actually hide that crap. But even there, it's not easy. Here's one of those bombs. Oh, I gotta bring, yeah. Alright, come on. Oh. Okay, so they get blown up by this wind, and then they don't, they're not where I need them to be anymore. So, let me wait for them to blow up. Do I have to blow them, like, I have to push them there before they get blown into the wind? How do I do that? Basically just Mr. Expensive? Exactly. Oh, rip cheap vehicles. I'm positive that was freaking DLG. It has to have been DLG. We, like, exposed him, so he was like, time to leave. Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't been reading the YouTube chat. Hold up. Let me. I'll tab over to that so I can scroll up a bit, because I haven't read it for a long time now. Oh, you guys are recommending games for number 7. If you had money and if the sale was going to buy it for you, that's wholesome. Phone call more like don't call. Oh, I agree. Oh, that was a while ago. I'm so sorry. You're getting Burger King instead. Nice, dude. Not a good time by the weights. Oh, now you're good. Okay, that's what's going on. Oh, Moodahar. Yeah, he's cool. He's super chill. I like him a lot. Well, I just made that sound like I talk to him all the time. I wish, but no, I don't. I just watch his videos, but he seems like a very chill guy. Release an update that entirely changes all the formats and make it required. So that's the thing though. So you literally cannot like prevent someone from figuring it out, because someone will eventually, like, even if you make a required update, people who know how to reverse engineer also know how to get the old version, right? And they know how to back up their files so they can, you know, once you've released the old version, someone will have downloaded it and will have a copy of it on their server somewhere, or their PC or whatever, right? So you can't prevent someone from sharing an old version of TikTok or whatever on the internet. Like, it's gonna happen. If once you release it, client side, and people can download it, people will, right? But you can, all that you can do, right, is just make it really freaking difficult to, like, understand it, right? So purposely make everything as confusing as possible and, like, encrypted if you can, and try to make it all, like, a mess and, like, a nightmare to understand what's going on. Like what Sonic Team did, I'm just kidding, but, like, legit, that's all that you can do. Just make it as hard as possible, because then it will not stop people. If someone wants to do it, they still will. They still absolutely can. But it will make it difficult, and so a lot of people will actually give up. Because they just can't be bothered to do it, is the thing, right? That's what you have to do. You just have to, like, make it such a nightmare that people decide it's not worth it. That doesn't usually happen, though. People usually still think it is worth it. I mean, freaking people cared enough to, like, you know, get rid of De Novo and Sonic Forces. And that's not a game that people really thought highly of, but people did it anyway, you know what I mean? So, like, people are gonna do that regardless of what if they actually like your thing or not, really. But anyway, what I'm getting at is, so that's all that you can do. You just make it a little harder. TikTok is absolutely doing that. They are trying their freaking hardest to make understanding what the app does as difficult as humanly possible. Supposedly, if I understand correctly, with each new update, they drastically change the structure of like the app and a lot of core internal things that don't need to be changed at all, specifically for the purpose of confusing reverse engineers. At least that's what I was hearing people claim. So again, it's like weird crap. It's like, okay, but why would you need to do that if you were legit, though? Because, like, seriously. Okay, hang on. Let me get back to that save point, because I'm cheap. There we go, and this is free. Don't gotta waste my chicken. My chimpkin. Imagine TikTok having De Novo, that'd be hilarious. I mean, from what I understand, it basically does. Like, they freaking protected the crap out of it. Because they want to make it as difficult as possible for people to learn what it's doing. I heard conspiracy theories that this was someone that really concerned me too. I don't know if this is true. I haven't seen any proof of this one. So keep this in mind. This one probably actually isn't true, but I've heard conspiracy theories that what it does is, okay, so hear me out. The theory is that it's actually not even a video sharing app. And I know that sounds ridiculous, and it probably is. But the theory is that it was always literally just supposed to be Chinese spyware, essentially. It was just supposed to be data collection. And the video sharing part of it is just like a hoax, right? It's just a disguise so that people don't figure out what it's doing. And I want to say that's stupid, but actually, I don't think that's actually what's going on. But I don't think that's a crazy conspiracy theory. I can kind of see why people believe that. Because, like, think about that. Okay, what are some permissions that you would need to spy on people? Because, like, the way that modern apps work is you have, like, a sandbox where, like, on Windows or whatever, apps can just kind of do whatever. But on, like, iOS and Android and, like, modern OSs, the way it works is apps have, like, permissions where basically you can't just, an app can't just be like, I want to turn on your camera, and it can't just start recording you, right? It has to ask the OS for permission to use your camera, and then you have to allow it, right? And once you do, that app has permanent, or let's revoke it, I guess. But you know, like basically permanent access to your camera, right? And it's like that with every permission. You have that for like the camera, for the mic, for like running in the background, using your location data, all that stuff. So TikTok, right, because it's a video sharing app, requires camera access because, yeah, you need the camera to film videos, right? It requires mic access because you also need that for videos. It requires background access because, oh, it has notifications that it has to show you in the background and all this good stuff. It requires location access because, oh, you might want to tag... I don't know if it requires it, actually, but you know what I'm saying. It like, can get all these things. You might want to tag this stuff with, you know, location metadata or whatever. Do I need to...
Please.
Okay, so I think I got Was that one of the guys she was talking about? No, it wasn't at all. 4 keepsakes from the abandoned mansions in each corner. Oh, I didn't even complete that. Oh, okay. Well, while I'm up here, can I go up here into the, I guess not. I think I need to get something where I can climb first before I can do that. I assume I'll get that when I go down here? Maybe not, but that's what it seems like to me. So okay, we'll actually do this correctly this time. And then we'll come back. Anyway, it requires all those permissions, right? So, you know what else you could use those permissions for? Right? I mean, think about it. It's like, that does seem a bit shady. So I don't know. But I kind of feel like this is another example of people freaking out at something that isn't necessarily true. I'm not denying that TikTok is doing shady stuff. For all I know, everything that people have said about them could be true, and I wouldn't even be that surprised, honestly. Because yeah, they are doing some stuff that outright is shady, and like, what are they doing, right? It's weird. However, I do think some people are taking it too far. I do think there's a level where some people are saying like, it's Chinese spyware and it's designed literally just. It's like, I don't know about that. I think it actually is a video service, like it claims to be. I think it being run in China doesn't necessarily mean that it's operated by the Chinese government and that they're trying to run this massive data collection scam. Because it seems like, I don't know, maybe. But that's where it gets into conspiracy theory stuff, and I don't know. But anyway, okay, one more thing. It just reminds me of that freaking Cooking Mama thing. Do you remember that? Cooking Mama for the Switch. I don't remember what it was called, but there was a Cooking Mama game for the Switch that was released, and some people noticed that it was like it made the Switch kind of warm when it ran. Apparently, some people's Switches were getting kind of hot when they like ran the game. And then here's the fun part. Ready? They freaking pulled the game from the store like I think under 24 hours after it came out. So when that happened, everyone freaked out, and then someone noticed this like this piece of information from this like announcement or whatever from the company that made this, that was talking about how they had this new like blockchain-based technology where they wanted to, it was like blockchain-based DRM, where the idea was it was supposed to do like what de novo and stuff does, except it was supposed to be a lot better than de novo. Actually, I actually think it's a good idea what they were trying to do. The idea was it was going to basically use the blockchain to where it could actually basically have proof and verify that you bought the game and that you are who you say you are, no matter what device you're on and all that stuff. And you wouldn't be able to fake it because of the way the whole thing worked. So the idea, from what I understand, if I understand correctly, the entire point of it was that you could have DRM, but still allow used games, still allow people to like transfer games to someone else, and like borrow games and all that stuff. And oh, I see what I have to do. Sorry, I screwed it up though. Let's wait for this to blow up. You could transfer games to someone else, so like you could give it to someone else, and that would be a thing that would be allowed. And you could sell them and all that, right? And you would, I believe, you would also be able to use them, play them offline for at least I don't think you'd have to log on for. You'd have to connect to the internet for like 30 days at a time or whatever, right? So you could play it offline for a while anyway. So all of that like is a lot. You know, it's still not like I don't like DRM. I don't. You know, ideally I'd like it to not be there at all. But like if you're gonna frick, I screwed up again. If you're gonna put DRM in, that sounds like a way better way of doing it than like de novo and stuff, right? So I think it actually was a good idea that they came up with, but they didn't end up implementing it. It was just an idea they had, and they discussed it publicly a while ago. So someone found that and put it together with all the other bits of information and went, guys, oh my gosh, guys, Cooking Mama is mining Bitcoin. Oh my goodness. It wasn't. Of course it wasn't. But people thought it was mining Bitcoin. And that became a thing. That was like someone said that it was on Discord, and then someone screenshotted that, and then the screenshot was posted to Twitter by someone else, and then that screenshot on Twitter went viral. And it's like, okay, we're getting this information from a random screenshot from a random guy on Discord posted to Twitter by another random guy, and we're all gonna believe this? Really? It was freaking thousands of people, tens of thousands of people who totally just believe that without even considering it. YouTubers made videos on it. I mean, holy frick. People wrote articles on it, like quote-unquote credible sources. It was like, everywhere you went, it was like a fact that Cooking Mama was mining Bitcoin. It wasn't. Sorry, that was probably louder than I intended that to be a little loud, but not that loud. Sorry. It freaking wasn't mining Bitcoin. Blockchain doesn't even necessarily mean Bitcoin. Blockchain is a technology that like Bitcoin uses, but like that's not what they were talking about at all. They weren't even talking about cryptocurrency. It was really dumb. So yeah, someone reverse engineered it. It was made in Unity, so it was written in C#. So like I've said this a million times, but C# is open source whether you want it to be or not. It's so easy to decompile that it's basically open source. So someone decompiled the whole game, and they took a look at it, and they determined that yeah, there's absolutely no Bitcoin mining code or anything even remotely like that in Cooking Mama on the Switch. It was just a rumor, and nobody heard that one. But yeah, so don't trust everything just because you heard it online, or even just because you heard it from several credible news sources, apparently, because the freaking news lies every day, like about everything. I'm dead serious, dude. It's really bad. It's ridiculous. It's just anything that sounds interesting enough to get a click, the news will say, just regardless of whether it's true, and people believe it. Anyway, so TikTok, I don't know what to believe. But I do think there's definitely some shady stuff going on with it, but I also think that people are jumping the gun a bit, and it's not actually as bad as people think it is. You're ashamed you believed it? Oh, no, hang on, now actually don't be about, because I didn't mention this, but, yeah, I'm not better than anyone else on this. I totally believed it too. Like, when I first heard it, I was like, what? But I was like, wow, that's crazy, lol. And I believed it. Because here's the thing that made it so, like, people believed it. It wasn't just the word of mouth and the fact that all these credible sources were saying it. That was all very good reason, to believe it. Like, freaking, if you get, like, these actual news publications telling you that it's real, like, yeah, that sounds like a pretty credible reason to believe it's real. But beyond that, even going beyond that, it just made sense because they pulled it from the store. Right? They pulled it from the eShop, and it like very quickly, and it was like, why the frick did they pull it from the eShop unless there was something scammy going on? Like that sounded like, they got exposed because they were doing Bitcoin mining, right? But turns out that was unrelated. They did actually pull it from the shop, that was true, but the reason they did it was because of a legal issue. They apparently thought that they had secured the rights to the Cooking Mama IP, like the company that made this game, thought that they had secured the rights to Cooking Mama IP so that they could make this new game, but apparently they had not done the legal, like all the work properly, because I guess they were a small indie studio, they didn't know what the frick they were doing. And they did not technically actually have the rights yet to publish the game. So what they were so having the game on the eShop was actually freaking illegal. They couldn't do that, and they were about to be in very serious trouble if they didn't pull it fast. So they pulled it fast as soon as they realized that, and that's why it was pulled. But it was completely unrelated. They weren't doing any Bitcoin mining or anything like that. But yeah, it sure sounds like they were doing Bitcoin mining when you don't know that, and when you hear all these people telling you it was Bitcoin mining and you see it pulled, right? So yeah, I believed it too. But then I looked into it and I was like, wait a minute. This is a thing. Wait, can I not attack this? Oh, frick.
You're not supposed to. You're just supposed to run away, I think.
That sounds about right. Also, hi. Welcome back.
Hi. No, I'm not back. I'm front.
Oh, okay. I mean, I can see it. Oh, jeez.
What does that mean?
I don't know what it means, but it makes sense.
Okay, sure.
I mean, it does make sense if you just think about it. You know, you gotta read between the lines, dude. Wait, I'm hitting the wrong thing.
Well, stop hitting the wrong thing, you nerd.
Okay, fine. Sorry, I keep freaking... For some reason, I've gone brain dead, and I keep thinking that the eat food button is not LB, but back. Even though that makes no sense. Oh, okay. Hey, Blob. Instead, it was only an unlicensed, illegal to sell Cooking Mama game because Punt Digital doesn't own Cooking Mama, but chose to sell on their own anyways after not being agreement with the IP owner, which is why I got taken down. Right, exactly. Which is like, honestly, equally ridiculous, if not more ridiculous than what people said was happening. But it's like, isn't it? All I'm getting at here is, I have seen this ridiculous trend lately especially this year, my gosh, of people just like believing everything. And I totally understand why. Okay, well, let me rephrase that too. It's not just people believing everything. It's people, okay, just basically the trend is that misinformation's spreading, right? It's like, I can't believe how many like credible news sources will tell things that are just flat out lies. Sometimes even knowingly. Like, I swear, there's no way that some of these you know, like, companies don't freaking know what they're doing. I recall a few years ago, I think it was the, oh gosh, Washington Post or Wall Street Journal or something like that. They reported that this kid was hacking into the Pentagon.
What?
Like, or something along those lines. And I remember seeing the article as it came out and going like, what? And being like, what the frick? And it was like all over the internet that day. It was like a big thing. And I was like, this was only a few years ago. It wasn't that recent long. And I was like, oh geez, what's going on? And like I read it and they were saying that they like spotted this guy who was like trying to get in outside and all this crazy stuff. Then they made an update to the article, quietly put at the bottom in a footnote several hours later that said, turns out it was actually just a guy using Linux outside of the Pentagon on a laptop. He was just on a lunch break or whatever, and he was just using Linux and he was typing commands into a terminal that were totally harmless. And somebody saw it and was like, what is that? I don't recognize that. That isn't Windows. They must be hacking into the Pentagon, and reported it as news. And like, okay, they did correct that, to be fair, right? They did,
but
like,
at the bottom.
Yeah, but exactly, it took them several hours, and they put it as like a little footnote at the bottom of the article. Oh, good, I can climb, thank goodness. And it was like, oh, so you know how many people there must have been who went away from that article before the update came out, or didn't see the update later, and just totally believed that someone hacked the Pentagon that day, and told their friends about it, and then they told their friends about it, and you know, whatever, like, it's like, holy frick, dude. Like, it really is not a conspiracy thing at all to say that you genuinely can't really trust any news that you read. Like, no matter who it's from. Even if it's from, like, it doesn't matter if it's from, like, a reputable news source or from, like, some guy on Twitter or what. You have to question it always. And it's really sad that that's the case, but it's freaking ridiculous. Type string to command prompt, hacker, exactly! But that's actually what happened. This guy, I believe they, like, treated him like he was actually hacking the Pentagon, and he had to, like, explain, this is called bash. I'm just using freaking Linux. It's an operating system. You should probably be aware of this, considering that you are employees of the Pentagon. But apparently not. I guess the media, you know, I mean, I don't blame them for not knowing what Linux is, but like, holy frick. It was really, really good stuff. It's a certified Bob Duncan moment. Exactly, dude. I freaking love that meme.
Yeah.
I want to.
I don't know why it's just amazing.
Yeah, it's so good. It doesn't. I think it's just because it doesn't make any sense, but it does. Those are the best memes. Jeez. The internet never ever lies. Oh, exactly. You just told a lie on the internet. What the frick? Wait, hold up. A blob sets with the alien memes? Oh, yee. It means another. That's not what happened. The owner of the IP needed to take down the digital listing, and the developer began. Okay, sorry, I guess I didn't word it correctly, but yeah, it's basically that. It was that they had some legal troubles with Cookie Mama. The developer behind the game just chose not to listen to the IP owner anymore. Oh wait, what? Oh wait, so it wasn't like just that they screwed up some legal thing. Okay, so that part I just actually assumed because I genuinely thought that they were doing this they were trying to do this legitimately. But okay, so what you're saying is apparently what actually happened is the owner of the actual, like, the developer behind the Cookie Mama game for the Switch just ignored the IP owner.
Oh.
Just went, nah, we're gonna release it anyway. And they announced it for the PS4. What the frick?
Oh my god.
That's like Christian Whitehead making Mania going, no, Azuka, if you can't agree with that, what I'm doing, I'm leaving. I'm taking Sonic Mania with me and selling it on my own. Yeah, you can't freaking do that. Whoa, if that's real, that's freaking crazy. I believe you, but that's really whack. Wow, the freaking audacity of someone to do that. Like,
yeah,
they really thought they'd get away with that? I mean, what? Well, they went pretty far with that though, because
yeah, they did for like a long while.
Didn't they like they had it at the Direct and everything, the Nintendo Directs? So wait, so did Nintendo like believe that they had the rights too? I mean, I don't blame them because like yeah, you would freaking assume if a company came up to you and said we're gonna make it a Cooking Mama game that they had the rights. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that they weren't just doing it. You'd be like, oh yeah, sure, of course. I mean, it's not Nintendo's fault to advertise it. They didn't know. But wow, that's pretty whack. Red assumes the nice in people. Turns out they aren't nice. Well, it's maybe I think it's more so just that I assume that people aren't insane.
Yeah.
Like that's not just a matter of like being nice. That's a matter of like you're gonna get sued. Like you're going to get sued. You think you're gonna get away with it? What do you? Yeah, it was Office Create. They made the previous games. Right. Yeah, so I did notice that it was made by Planetworks, and they had never. Sorry, Planet Digital. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said Planetworks. They had. I was not familiar with them, but then again, I'll be real with you. I wasn't familiar with like Office Create either. Like, I didn't know who made the freaking Cooking Mama games. I only played Cooking Mama on the DS and like the original one, and Mule had Babysitting Mama for the Wii, which was kind of fun as well. It's still the only freaking Wii game that comes with a freaking baby plush that you can put the Wiimote into. Yep, that's right. Because why would any game do that? It's revolutionary. But yeah, but those were fun. So I assume those are both made by Office Create. One Up developed the game. Oh yeah, that was the other thing. It was unclear who the developer of this Cooking Mama game on the Switch was. Wasn't it? Like for a while, people weren't sure who the frick was even developed it, because no one was taking responsibility for the. When people thought it was a Bitcoin mining thing, no one was coming out and saying, you know, hi, we're the developers of this game. We're not Bitcoin mining, you know, whatever. No one, like, they should have done like a PR statement, right? But nobody was doing that, so everyone was like, so that made people believe that they actually were just Bitcoin mining, but it wasn't that. It was just, it was actually probably worse. It was a freaking legal thing. Jeez. If you read Planet Digital and the IP owner's statements, it's actually what happened. Wait, so they made statements explaining that. What the frick did they say in their statement? Hi, we broke the law knowingly. Thank you for supporting us. Like what? Did they get away with it? Like they must be, you know, heavily fined or in jail or something, right? Cooking Mama can make it to stores. I can collect money for my Sonic fan game then. Oh gosh, I saw that too. Was it Sonic 2020 that was doing that?
Elysian.
Exactly, I agree. There's no. I scanned your statement just then for inaccuracies and such, and there were none.
Oh, okay.
So you're good. Anyway, I think literally everyone here knows this because, like.
Oh, I don't.
Okay, I assume that like. Pretty much all of us are Sonic fans, and we see the same news pretty much.
I'm not.
Okay,
I'm
well,
not.
yeah, Taz probably hates Sonic, but that's okay. So, Sonic 2020 was this like fan game.
Oh yeah, they're monetizing that.
Yeah, exactly. Freaking all I know about it is that they apparently have like a Patreon or whatever that's very blatantly for the fan game and not for anything else.
Yeah.
And people were talking about that because they're like, that's not cool, dude. And yeah, it's not. You can't do that. It's not legal. You don't own Sonic. Like, Sega's been very nice to let us mod games and make fan games and all this great stuff. Like, Nintendo doesn't let us do that, right, at all. They hate people who do that with a passion. So the fact that Sega lets us do that is awesome. So, you know, you don't want to, like, get on their bad side. But, yeah, here we are. So, yeah, stuff like that definitely bothers me as well. I just hope they, I don't necessarily want them to, like, you know, go to jail or anything like that. I just want those developers to, you know, realize what they're
Stop
doing is
it.
probably not good and
Yeah.
stop. Yeah. Exactly.
Stop it. Get some help.
Just stop it. I freaking love that commercial. Stop it. Get some help. Come down to McDonald's. No, it was Sonic. Was it Sonic 2020? You think maybe the fighting? Oh, are you thinking of that game that was collecting
Having to
the?
both. Having to both.
Oh, it did. Oh, never mind.
Wait, no. Wait. Okay, so the Sonic Smackdown and then the Sonic 2020.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I heard about Sonic Smackdown as well. I forgot that it was doing that though. You know, like, this is the weird thing. Like, 2020 is like, there's so much news, you know, real or not, that comes out so fast that it's to the point where I genuinely forget some things that happened just a few days ago because I'm like, oh, yeah, that happened. It's like, oh, was Sonic 2020, you know, illegally collecting money? Oh, I forgot. I was too busy distracted by the murder hornets. And the
Oh yeah.
the brightest comet in 20 years or whatever being spotted.
What happened to the murder hornets? Are they still alive?
I don't know. They're probably still there, just in very small quantities. I mean, honestly, they're not something to be afraid of in their current state, like, at all. There's only a few of them, and they're only in gosh, was it Washington D.C.? I don't remember at all where it was at. I have absolutely no recollection of which state it was in, but it was in some state. Oh my gosh, and there are people who made it a political thing where they were like, because apparently they're Asian hornets, so there are people who were claiming like,
oh my god,
that it was another thing from China, and it's like,
oh my
gosh,
god.
I don't even want to begin with that. I just don't even.
Why are people so stupid?
Well, it's
Why are people like this?
It's just like, why do we have to make everything political? Like, okay, these are hornets. Can we focus on the fact that they're hornets and that we need to get rid of them? Not. Does it matter where they came from?
No, it doesn't.
I like. I don't know. It's whack. Oh, okay, one more thing, and I'll shut up about the whole news thing. Freaking Twitter has become like the bane of my existence. Holy frick, dude.
Understandably so.
Thank you, but like, it's really ridiculous. Like, I noticed something about Twitter that's like crazy. Alright, like I think I first made it to my Twitter account in 20... Oh gosh, I don't remember when. I think 13.
I'll check for you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it does. Oh yeah, it says. Either 13 or 14, I think. I think it was actually 13. It wasn't long after I made my YouTube
13,
account.
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it was 2013.
So, Twitter was, I mean, still relatively new then. Like, really, it didn't become crazy popular until, I would actually say, 2016. When people started using it for politics. For a long time, I don't remember when it, I don't remember when this first was, but you know that Twitter actually didn't turn a profit for most of its existence.
Oh.
Like, it was actually losing money most of its lifetime. They were trying, like, a lot of startups do that with like online services. At first, they actually don't make any money at all, and in fact, they freaking bleed money. But the idea is they get all these investors on board and they sell them on, and they're like, trust us, we're gonna make money someday. And they go, all right, and they like funnel a bunch of money into it, and then hopefully someday they figure out a way to actually make money and then pay their investors back and everything, right? And that's what a lot of online services have done for years and years. Amazon did that too, for example. The difference is, well, yeah, so Twitter was another one of those companies, and they were trying to figure out how to make a profit for years and years and years. And they kept trying all these different things, and it was all helping, but it wasn't quite enough. They were still losing money every year. And then, I don't remember which year it was that they first turned a profit, but for a long time they didn't, and they made some changes, and they finally made some money. And since then they've been profitable. But anyway, something that I have absolutely noticed about Twitter is, and I don't want to get into a whole thing about this. I'm not discussing any like one side or another here. I'm just saying, just in general, with Twitter, right? For a long time, it was just like a generic social media like platform. It was like a place to talk to, you know, mainly like it was memes.
Yeah.
You open up Twitter for some spicy memes and good jokes from people, and you know, it was also like YouTubers pretty much like went there. It was like people who it was almost like, you know, like the next version of Facebook, because Facebook has became like Boomerville, right? This was like the Gen Z or millennial or whatever, like Facebook in a way, without all the crap that people don't like about Facebook. So that's Twitter's appeal, right? That's why I always have liked Twitter. That's why a lot of people have liked it. It was just like a simpler, quicker social network without all the crap. Well, that has freaking changed. Like, let me tell you, I can't even tell you exactly specifically what it was. It's like a lot of things that have changed. But Twitter used to be a place where you could just say, it was just, you opened it up and there were good memes and you had a laugh and you saw some cool art and you were like, that's cool, and it was just stuff like that. Now, there's still an element of that left, right, obviously, but it's a lot less so. You really can't go on your timeline for too long without finding somebody complaining about something. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be something related to politics, it could be something related to the, like whatever, pandemic or whatever, it could be something related to Sonic fan games, or Cooking Mama. It doesn't matter what it is. Someone's always upset about something, and I'm not saying that they're invalid for being upset about that something. Most of the time these things are definitely things that are totally valid to be upset about, and should be complained about even. But it's like, all I'm getting at is, Twitter's becoming a freaking ridiculously negative place. It's like I can't open up the app without feeling depressed. I'm dead. Like it genuinely is. Like, it's gotten to the point where I noticed it was actually like unhealthy for me to be on there. Because I'd like open it up, and I'd just be on there for like 10 minutes, and I would just see all this stuff about like what's going on in the world, and it's just nothing but people complaining about all these things that are bad, yes, and should be talked about. But it was like, there was that's all that Twitter is. There's no balance. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's like increasingly become more and more like, why am I on here? What's the point of this? Why do I need to like constantly involve myself in like thinking about, man, things sure stink right now. Like, that. How is that good for anybody's mental states? You know what I mean? Anyway, it's just really driven me nuts. And it's weird because if you go to other social networks, it's not like that. Like, yeah, they talk about things that are going on in the world frequently, but they do so in a way it's like different somehow. I don't know how to explain it. It's like not as freaking depressing. I don't know, man. It's weird. But it's really, Twitter's been bothering the crap out of me lately. You love Cooking Mama, except for Cookstar. Oh, that was the name of the new one. Yeah, I couldn't even freaking remember it. It's Sonic 2020. Wait, Mike. Oh, you guys. Sorry, I'm reading old messages. Hey, name a restaurant. I'm trying. I'm bad at reading. Name a restaurant and a video game character or else. Okay.
Sonic.
Good.
Sonic.
I'm actually very shocked that I didn't think about that. I was genuinely just going to ask, do you mean a restaurant and a video game character, like a word that means both? Or do you mean two separate things? I assume you meant both. Okay, good joke. Bro. That's clever. Yeah, Taz, that was really smart.
Hey.
Like, holy frick. I wouldn't have thought about that. How frick. Yeah, I don't know. It's... I don't want to get all conspiracy theories about it, but I swear, I swear, there was a time where Twitter changed. And I think what happened, here's my... I genuinely do have a theory on this. It was around 2016. And I think what happened was... Yeah, I think you know what I'm going to say, but...
Yeah.
There was a presidential election, and here's the thing. It wasn't even necessarily... It wasn't just that one user got added to the platform, okay? It was that this was kind of the first time that a president was able to directly communicate to people through the internet. Like, no filters, no anything. Like, even when, like, Obama was president, he had a Twitter account, but it was run by, like, his campaign team, right? This was different. This was, like, you could literally just @ the president. And that was not a thing that had ever happened in history before, so that was very unique. So you had all these news sources talking about Twitter. They all of a sudden, like, no one was talking about Twitter before. It was just, I mean, people were, of course, it was like a platform people knew about, but it wasn't like, it didn't quite have the same ridiculous mainstream appeal as it does. Like today, it's like you turn on the television, you go to any news station, and within 10 minutes you'll hear, so and so tweeted today the following, and it's like, that's news. Like, I'm serious though. Like, That's just normal now. People don't even think about that when they hear that. It's like, yeah, the news talks about tweets, of course, because that's news too. But it wasn't, even in 2015, that wasn't the case. It wasn't like that. Like, that was, the internet was like a separate thing from real news, you know what I mean? Now it's real news. And I'm not saying that's not how it should be. What I'm saying is that changed. So there's no way that didn't have an impact on Twitter's users and on their like profit, right? Because more people are talking about Twitter. Holy frick, right? That must have been something that you know, helped them financially. So I assume Twitter saw this and they got dollar signs in their eyes and they went, holy frick! We could freaking, you know, if we just like, you know, pay attention to this like aspect that we've created here and basically encourage people to be like more political on this platform, then we can like take advantage of something amazing and like we can finally make a profit, whatever. And that's what they did. So like every change they've made since then has been in benefit of that idea. So like for example, the character limit. They upped the character limit from 140 to 280. And they said the reason they did so was to help discussion. What are they talking about? Right? Because if this is a website to share memes and things like that, you don't need more than 140 characters. What kind of discussion are they talking about here? They're talking about political discussion, right? That's what they meant. They want it to be easier for you to discuss your views on the world. So we gave you a slightly bigger character limit, right? They added threads. That became a new thing. Still not added a freaking edit button. I don't know why. But they added the ability to hide replies, which I think is the worst. Like, okay, whatever. I kind of get it, but it's I don't like that. And the ability to choose who can reply to your tweet, which is like, why do you do that unless, you know, that's like for big figures who are on the site who want to control like the responses to their tweets, right? That's what that feature's for. Like freaking everything they do is like made in response to like they're trying to push the idea of like Twitter being a platform to discuss politics. And like, I don't know, man. That's not the Twitter that I love, personally. There's nothing wrong with discussing politics on that site, but here's the thing. We're really going to use a platform that limits you to 280 characters for our political discussion?
Oh, yeah, huh.
Is that a good idea? It seems like that's all that I keep dying to this enemy, I'm sorry. It seems like all that could possibly do is make people mad all the time, right? Because
Go wrong.
exactly, it's like how could it's more like how could it go right? I mean, really. Because like some of these things are very sensitive topics. So like if you're going to have people discuss sensitive topics on your website, you need to be able to, you know, enunciate things without having to worry about fitting it within 280 characters. Like, that's just not, it doesn't, I don't think Twitter is the site that should have been turned into, you know, like I think Facebook makes more sense to be like a political discussion site than Twitter does, for example. Just because of that alone. But that's what they went for because, you know, profit. And that's what they've been pushing. And I swear it's changed Twitter. Like, it really has. And it's gone to the point where I just forget, I can't be on it too long because all I see is people like, okay, it's so reactionary, right? It's like people become popular not because their opinions are really are brilliant and they're like well articulated and all that, but rather because they said something with like sarcastically, with like sass and with style that summarized their opinion very cleanly, and anyone who agrees with that opinion likes the tweet because it like they like the style. You get what I'm saying? It's like,
yeah,
you're not actually changing the world with with a 280 character tweet, really. You're just like getting a bunch of clout. But that's like what it's become. It's like, oh, if I can get some clout. I don't know. It's just it's like it's kind of pointless. But okay, I swear they purposely have like set up the algorithm with the intent of showing you things that they think will rile you up or upset you, because they want you to engage with the platform more, because that's how they make money, right? With like when they show you, the more you use Twitter, the more ads they can show you, the more data they can collect on you, and you know, the more they make money as a platform. And that's how they turn a profit, right? So they want you to be on Twitter as long as possible, and what better way to do that than to make you constantly feel like you need to say something about the state of the world, right? You need to have your voice be heard. Because you can change everything. And like that's what they do. Like they purposely freaking show you tweets that like make you upset. Like, oh, look how awful everything is. I need to change things. I don't know. I know it's a conspiracy theory, and people might think I'm crazy for saying that, but I genuinely do believe that Twitter is doing that. Because, like, seriously, just go on Twitter. Just freaking go on Twitter and, like, just scroll on your timeline for a bit. Or just go to the trending tab. You will inevitably see all this stuff that, like, seems tailored specifically to you, based on what it knows about you, to be like, oh, this is depressing. This puts me in a state of grief. I wish that this thing was not going on in the world right now. And I don't think it's just a matter of the world is really bad this year. Like, there's a lot of bad things going on this year for sure. But I think it's more so that Twitter, in this case, Twitter's showing you the worst of the worst. Because they want you to be upset all the time. I don't know. So anyway, I'm trying to stay off it more. Because it's freaking upsetting me. But anyway. You think what happened was that you joined Twitter? Yeah, Never7 joined Twitter and that's when it went downhill. No, you improved it, if anything. And Taz, with your like 20 accounts, you definitely improved the site.
Oh, heck yeah. Wait, how many? Hang on, let me check actually. Hang on. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22
Holy
accounts,
frick,
okay.
22? It's even more than I thought. Dude, I'm like that. I just have respect. I'm just impressed. That's awesome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Blue Core just has a clown emoji. Yeah, so... Oh, I don't want to get into that whole thing, but that's definitely an example of something I've noticed as well. The freaking clown emoji was the worst. I hated that. Like, even the first time I saw that, I was like, this is bad. What do you guys do? Like, the trend was that if you disagree with an opinion, no matter if it was like a serious opinion or like an opinion about a game or a movie or something, it didn't matter what it was. Just any opinion that you disagreed with, you reply with a clown emoji. As if to say that the person who posted the original post is a clown, right? That's the trend. And, like, freaking everybody did that for years, and it was like, you really are just gonna dismiss their entire argument with a clown emoji. Like, you just shut them down. Like, they can't say anything in response to you. It's just a clown emoji.
Yeah.
It's like, is this really a good way to discuss things? It's not.
No, it is.
Oh yeah, definitely,
It is.
yeah. And if you disagree, you're a clown.
Yeah.
No, seriously, it's like, this is a waste of time. Like, trying to actually, you're not actually changing anything by, like, posting your opinion on Twitter. Because even if, like, what you're saying makes sense, and it's actually, you know, like, there's a lot of people who are gonna see it and just disagree with you and think you're a clown and post a clown emoji. You know, it's like, it doesn't, yeah, it's just ridiculous. But yeah, but what's worse than that is, that freaking, like, that was terrible. Like, it wasn't just, annoying and disrespectful to that person, but it was also, like, disrupting people's mental health. Because people were, like, really pouring their heart and soul out into their, like, opinions that they were sharing in their post, and they were really thinking hard about how they phrase things and what they were trying to say, and they wanted to make an impact for the better and all this stuff, and then they just get replied with a clown emoji, right? And, like, it's hard not to feel depressed when that's the response to something that, you know, you poured your heart into. So, yeah, I mean, I don't want to go here, but, you know, like, I remember with, like Etika, like, right before that unfortunately happened, people spammed him with clown emojis. And that definitely contributed to what happened, and it was freaking messed up. Like, how, like, of course, he's trying to tell you how he really feels and what he really believes, and, you know, people are just telling him he's a clown. Like, yeah, that would make anyone upset and depressed and start thinking irrationally. Like, oh my gosh, it makes me really upset just thinking about it. But Twitter freaking did that to him. It wasn't just Twitter, all right? It was a lot more than Twitter. But, like, Twitter was one of the platforms that did that. And it's like, do I want to be actively engaging in a site that, like, you know, does this? No, not really. But it's a shame because I don't know where else to go, right? It's one of those things where it's like, okay, Rad, if you don't like Twitter, then just move somewhere else. Right, exactly. It's like, okay, yeah, so I can go to Boomerville, as they call it. Okay, what about Reddit, right? So I went to Reddit more. I was being a lot more active there not long ago, and I actually was enjoying it a lot. And then Reddit changed their. I commented on this last stream, but they changed their hate speech policy to. They made a lot of good changes. They also made a change that was very questionable. they put in a caveat that they have since removed, and I'm glad that they've removed it. But they put in a caveat on their official like page describing it that stated that everyone was protected from hate speech except for people who are considered to be in the majority.
Oh, yeah.
Which was interesting. So according to Reddit, it was not okay to like say hateful things to people unless they're in the majority. You can tell somebody's in the majority to kill themselves, some of this horrible stuff. That's fine. But the rest of it's like no Reddit. I think all hate is bad. Thankfully they retracted that later, but it was really interesting. And so in so doing, they actually banned 2,000 subreddits. Some of which actually were hateful and terrible and deserved to be banned. Some of which were not. The freaking Big Chungus subreddit got banned because they thought it was fat shaming.
Good. Wait, no.
I'm gonna go down here first. This time. They genuinely banned the Big Chungus subreddit because because it fat shamed. But it's like it's Bugs Bunny. It's a joke. It's not people aren't actually making fun of people who are obese. It's a freaking meme. They banned r/soy boys because they thought it was offensive to call somebody a soy boy. Even though, like, I mean, I don't know, maybe it is. I don't use that term, I don't like it much, but, like, were people offended by that? Was anyone offended by that term? I don't know. If people were, then I'll retract what I'm saying. But that's another example of where I think maybe they went a little too far with that. Because I don't think that was actually hurting anybody. Like, some of the ones they banned actually were hateful and were bad. I was like, okay, good call, Reddit, but some of them were not. The worst, though, were they also banned several political subreddits, and several subreddits that were just dedicated to sharing memes. Actually, there were some that were dedicated to, like, sharing memes about China. They weren't, like, offensive, it was just, like, China memes, and they banned those, and people were, you know, putting on their tinfoil hats and saying, it's because Reddit, apparently they're, like, actually, like, I think, like, 20% owned or something like that by a Chinese company, and so they were claiming that that was the reason Reddit did it. I don't know, I doubt it. But, anyway, it was just all this crap, and so now you have all these people who are, like, basically, Reddit has been censoring things that don't necessarily need to be censored, some of it. And it's, like, I don't care much, but I also do because it's like, boy, some of those subreddits really did not deserve to be banned at all. What are you doing? I don't know, it just, what I'm getting at is, so even, like, freaking Reddit is now, like, to the point where they're, like, all these platforms are trying to, like, control what people are saying, right? And it's not like okay, I don't want to go on this whole rabbit hole because I'm gonna sound like a madman. People are gonna probably think of me differently. They're gonna be like, "Oh wow, Rad seems to care very strongly about censorship and all that." Like, okay, like here's the thing. I think there has to be a degree of censorship on every site that you run, because if there isn't, then people can post really messed up crap, and that's not okay. Like if you have actual legit hate and you have actual legit, like, you know, death threats and freaking horrible stuff like that, yeah, you need to get that off your site. You can't have that on your website. That's not okay. That actually hurts people when you do stuff like that. Not just emotionally, it does that too, but like, you can like if you have something that's physically hurting people, then you need to stop it. You know, like that's bad. You need to get it off your site. So there has to be some degree of like moderation, which could be considered to be censorship, but Reddit was taking it further than that. They were trying to control the narrative of what people were saying. It was trying to be like, you can voice your opinion, but only if it's the following opinions. Because the thing was, they banned a lot of political subreddits, right? And they weren't actually. From what I've gathered, they genuinely weren't being hateful. They genuinely weren't hurting people. They were just voicing their opinions. I could be wrong on that. From what I've heard people say, it was like, it was weird. So anyway, it's just a weird state where we're at right now, because we're at an age where it's like companies are now trying to like take action into their hands and like moderate what's on their websites. And I think, you know, to an extent it's good, because to an extent you definitely do need to like control things, but I think some companies take it too far, and I don't know what to do about this, because or what people should do about this, because it's just really weird. Like, I don't know, like freaking like where do people go if they actually want to like have proper like the ability to say whatever they want? Well, and let me rephrase that. free speech, right? Like not hurting people, not actually upsetting people. But like, where do people go if they just want to like not be attacked for having an opinion that isn't actually hurting anybody? You know what I mean? Like 4chan? Oh, good. Yeah, I'll go there, and then it's freaking awful.
No.
I don't want to be anywhere near 4chan. You know, like, no, that's not a great site to be at. The environment's just messed up, and you know, like, there's not really any, where else do people go? I mean, because Facebook was doing that too, apparently. I don't know. So it's like pretty much every platform is like trying to control what people are saying, and it's just kind of whack. Anyway, I'll shut up. Discord? Oh yeah, I guess you could go on Discord. Yeah, I guess they haven't been doing that yet, to my knowledge. All that they've been doing is removing actual crap that's bad.
Yeah.
But they've had a problem for a while now where there's a lot of freaking creeps on Discord. So they're trying their best. I think they're actually doing a fairly good job. They're really trying hard to get rid of that, to make that stop, which is nice. I hope that it works out for them. But yeah, I haven't seen them doing anything like that yet. Yeah, they've genuinely been letting people post memes and things and share their opinions without having to worry too much about it. But then because of that, see, this is the weird part of this. You have a point where it's like you have to draw a line somewhere. Because you can't just say you're allowed to say anything, because then people will actually say things that are very messed up as well. And you don't... Like, I guess some people have the mentality of what's wrong with that, though, if they're just saying things. But there is a level where it's like, you don't want your site to become nothing but people yelling very offensive things, because that's bad. Like, that's screwed up. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's tough. You have to draw a line where it's like, you want people to be able to share their opinions, but you also don't want people to hurt anybody, and, like, I don't know. It's just, it's really a weird situation that we're in. But I think a lot of websites are going too far with one approach or the other. Okay, like, another thing, okay, like, it's not just about opinions, it's also about, like, other crap, like, remember Tumblr? Like, Tumblr was known for two things. It was known for having some of the most sensitive people in the world, and also, ironically, for having some of the most messed up crap in the world. It's really weird how it was both of those things. But, yeah. Like, they had very, inappropriate, like, imagery and such as well. Yeah, so, Tumblr, they got bought up by, they were owned by Yahoo, and Yahoo got bought up by Verizon, and when they did, Verizon, to my knowledge, what happened was some people started posting very illegal material on Tumblr, and they had no system in place to try to prevent that, and these people got away with this, and Apple caught wind of this. They found out that Tumblr had this content on it, and they had a Tumblr app in the iOS App Store. So Apple went, heck no! We absolutely do not freaking want people to be seeing this on iPhones, right? So they pulled the app from the store. And honestly, they had every right to do so. That it was really bad, apparently, some things people are posting on there. And when that happened, Verizon woke the frick up and went, wait, what? People are posting what? Oh, jeez! And they took action, and they removed this stuff from the site. So that's great. They should have stopped there. They should have went, okay, we're going to put a system in place to ensure that this stuff never happens again. They didn't do that. Instead, they said, screw it. We don't want to deal with any of this. So what they did is they put in a new policy that said from now on, no not safe for work content is allowed, even if it's totally not messed up. It's just like not safe for work, right? None of it's allowed. Not at all. And it's funny because Tumblr was kind of known for that. Like, a lot of people apparently, from what I've heard, who were on Tumblr, were there for that as well. So when Tumblr put that rule in place, all these people, right, suddenly were like the main reason they went to the site is not on there anymore. Which is kind of, in a way, it's kind of screwed up too. That like, that many people went to Tumblr literally just for that. But anyway. So yeah, so they did that, and then beyond that, the other thing they did was they had the way that they implemented this was really terrible. They didn't just put in that rule, they put in a system to try to ensure it, right? And so they put in this like automated system that was going to try to like take down that censorable content. And that's all well and good, but here's the problem. The people who programmed this system had no freaking idea what they were doing. You can tell they were like interns who were told to do it and they didn't know how to do it, and they tried their best, but they didn't know how to, you know. So they ended up with an algorithm that was horrible at detecting whether something was actually inappropriate or not. And basically, if it just identified too much of like a certain color that they identified to be like skin color in the image, it would determine that the image was inappropriate, regardless of whether or not it actually was. So you had images of like freaking teddy bears that were getting taken down because it thought that it was a person. Oh my gosh. And all this crap. And then here's the best part. Somehow the algorithm was so bad that not only was it taking down all of this like totally innocent content that was totally legitimate, it was also not taking down a lot of the actual stuff that was bad. And apparently a lot of the Tumblr pages that were doing inappropriate stuff were still up, which is like, how the frick do you feel that badly? Like you had one job and you completely did the opposite. So anyway, yeah, so a lot of people were left Tumblr because of that. They were like, screw this. Because, like, either it was because that was the reason that people went to Tumblr and now it's not there, or because that wasn't the reason they went to Tumblr, right? But they were just fed up with the fact that their innocent artwork and images and such were being taken down as if they were inappropriate, despite that not being the case, and they had to constantly deal with that crap. They were like, I shouldn't have to deal with this. So they left. Anyway, Tumblr freaking died that day. So where was I going with that? Oh, just like every platform pretty much seems to be having some level of like removing content now. You know? That is maybe like, it's weird. And I don't know how to feel about it. Look at girls were safe. Maybe! Yeah, they probably were actually. Because the algorithm was that bad at detecting it was purely based on like, yeah, the pixels in the image. Go to TikTok. Oh wait, exactly. Go to 9gag iFunny. Oh gosh. Yeah. I'll post my memes on iFunny, and everyone will love me for that. Also, sorry. Hey, Plush, and everyone, how you doing? I want to be dev. A total free speech platform would be disastrous. Exactly. That's the thing. There are some platforms that are like that. Off the top of my head, 4chan's actually pretty much like that from what I understand. I don't go to 4chan, but from what little I've seen of it and from what I've heard of it, apparently 4chan is pretty much like you can say whatever the frick you want and it's completely anonymous, so there's no repercussions. Which sounds maybe like a good thing. It's not a good thing well, maybe it is, I don't know. I think to an extent it's a good thing, but I also think that it's kind of bad. Because, see, it's so weird. The problem is that you have people there who will say purposely messed up crap, edgy crap, maybe stuff they don't even believe. Hopefully they don't believe most of what they're saying. Just because they want to get, they want to be edgy and they want to have a place where they can say whatever the horrible thoughts are on their mind. And Tumblr lets them, sorry, not Tumblr, 4chan lets them do that. And like, man, I don't know, it's such a weird thing. There's like a balance you have to have between letting people voice their opinions and not letting your platform devolve into a mess of people just saying offensive terms because they want to. Like, because that's messed up, too. Like, you don't want your platform to be that. But it's like, it's really difficult to get a good balance of that. It really is, because how do you do that, right? You have to draw a line somewhere. You have to say, okay, no, this is offensive, we don't allow this on our site. To some degree, you have to say that. And so to some degree, you have to censor your site. But, like, I don't know. The question is just, where do you draw the line at? I know there was a platform called, like, oh, what was it? I don't remember what it was, but it was like a Reddit alternative that existed a long while ago. Oh, I think it was called Vote. It was like VOAT or something like that. I never went on there, but I heard some people talking about it during the whole Reddit censorship thing that was going on recently. And Vote was apparently, it started with a good idea. The idea was that it could be used for political discussion, but it was like free speech. It was like you could say, you know, you wouldn't be censored. And so you could voice your genuine opinions. And it sounds like a good idea. But then it very quickly became home to like some of the worst freaking people on the internet. where, from what I understand, it just devolved into this mess where people would just go on there and say offensive crap every day. Like, very offensive crap. And it was pretty much nothing but that. And it's like, see, that's bad. Like, nobody really wants that, right? You want a platform where people are civil and are, like, actually sane, but also are free to say what they want. But the problem is they're almost in contradiction to each other because, like, if you're free to say what you want, you're free to say offensive crap too. So it's kind of like you have to draw a line somewhere, and it's tough to draw the line because, you know, where do you put it? I don't know. But anyway, it's just one of those things. I've been thinking about it a lot lately because it's something that I've noticed. It's like a trend with all these platforms where I think I don't know how to fix this, right? It's like one of these issues where it's like every platform is going to encounter this sooner or later. Like, at some point or other, every social media platform is going to have to deal with this, where they have to put in guidelines where they say, here's what we allow and don't allow, and really stick to those guidelines. The question is just, what should the guidelines be, right? What's too much and what's perfect, what's not enough, you know, like, I don't know. So I noticed, Wanna Be Dev mentioned Ruckus. Yeah, Ruckus was one of the ones people mentioned too. That's like a fairly new platform. It's been around for a few months now. It's like Reddit, but they claim to do the free speech thing again as well. And it's funny because I don't actually really know what I think of Ruckus yet. I checked him out. You know, I actually made an account on it because I wanted to give it a fair shot because people were talking about it, and I was like, you know, I want to see if this is any good. Funny thing about Ruckus, they are not funded by ads. They're not funded by ads at all. And their reasoning for doing that is because they believe that ads lead to censorship because if you have ads on your site, then basically the way it works is you have advertisers who are paying to put their ads on your website, right? And those advertisers have certain standards of their own where they don't want certain things to be paired up with what, like basically they don't want certain opinions to be paired up with their ads, right? Because they have the fear of like some person saying some really messed up crap that they shouldn't be saying. And then you have like a Burger King ad next to it, right? like just imagine like some really offensive crap and then like Burger King, buy today. You know, like Burger King doesn't want that, obviously, right? No company wants their ads to be next to some messed up stuff. And if you have a platform that's totally free speech, you risk that. Ruckus believes that ads lead to censorship because of that. And they also believe that's why Reddit has been doing this. And so they're not funded by ads. Instead, they're funded by donations. And that's where I scratch my head. Because here's the thing. I do think donations are actually a viable way of funding. I mean, like, Wikipedia does it, and it's been working out for them. And, like, a lot of open source programs do it, and it works out really well for them, actually. Like, did you know that freaking OBS, they're entirely funded by donations, and OBS currently has, they have this page where you can support, the development of the software, and it currently has $100,000 sitting in their balance that they can just use for whatever they want. Just from people who donated because they liked OBS. And it's the same with Blender. Blender has like 100,000 something that they have access to. Like, all these open source programs are like funded purely through donations, and they raise that much money because they're just good programs and people want to support it, right? So I don't think donations are anything to sneeze at. I think they definitely are a viable way of supporting, of raising money for something and doing things. But for a website, I don't know. Because for a program, it's like all you have to actually pay for really is like, you know, you have to like fund, it's more so just like a job, right? So you have to like pay someone like a salary, I guess, to like support, like, because, you know, people obviously need to pay for food and house and all that crap. So if you want to go full-time developing, you know, some program, you want to make that your full-time job, you have to be able to pay for that stuff as well. So yeah, so you have to have money like go for that stuff. But beyond that, you just need stuff like, okay, like you might need like a more powerful PC to test something outside on or whatever, like. But that's about it. Like, there's really not that much crazy amount of funding that you should really need to do something like that. For a website, it's different because you have people uploading crap to it every day. Like, especially like something like Ruckus as well, because you have people who are going to be uploading images to maybe also videos someday to it. And you have to pay for all that storage space and all that bandwidth and all that crap. And you have all these people who are going to be posting messages all over it, and it's just like, and you have to pay for this like monthly and yearly, right? Because it's not just a one-time payment; it's like forever. So you can't just raise $100,000. You have to raise $100,000 like per year or whatever, right? Like, you get what I'm saying? It's like, so that's where it becomes like, okay, donations are actually a viable way of funding, but for a website like this, I don't know, man. I don't know if that's gonna be enough. I think you're gonna have some other way of funding. I don't think just donations is gonna be viable in the long term. There's already kind of proof of that. Because here's the thing, when Reddit announced that they were made all these changes and they announced that they were banning all these subreddits, a lot of people got ticked off, and in protest, they went over to Ruckus. And when they did that, see, the servers that they were running Ruckus on were not that great, because they were entirely funded by donations and they weren't getting, paid that much. So because of that, it was just way too much for the freaking servers. They couldn't handle it. And so Ruckus became nothing but 503 land. Like, every time anyone would go on there, it was just, it loaded forever, and then it would just give you a 503 error message. That was Ruckus. Every page on Ruckus was like that, like perpetually, no matter how many times it refreshed, for, a long time. Now it's gotten a little better. I don't know if it's because they're fixing up their servers or because people are just, have given up, and so the bandwidth has gone down or what, but now it's like usable. If you go there now, it should actually work. Yeah, it's like, I don't think the funding method is gonna work out in the long term, is what I'm saying. Maybe it will. I guess I hope it will, but I don't know about that. The other thing is, I'm not totally convinced that the way that they're gonna handle the censorship thing is actually gonna work, because they're not very, like, when you read their like terms and everything, they say that we're very much against censorship. You can say whatever you want here, and it's like, cool, but then you like read the terms more in depth, and that's basically as in depth as they go into it. Like, they don't really like, they need to have a big clean breakdown of like exactly what is and isn't allowed on Ruckus, and like how they're going to control things going forward in the long term and all that. And they don't really explain like how certain things are going to work. It's like they haven't thought it out, is what I'm saying. So like one example of this is one big thing, another big way that they say that they prevent censorship is on Reddit. You have mods of subreddits who are allowed to moderate posts on that subreddit. So like you can if you're a mod of the whatever iCarly fandub subreddits, whatever, you can delete any offensive posts that anyone puts there that aren't related to iCarly or whatever. Which is a good thing. Like, you have to have that, because otherwise people are just going to post things that are unrelated, people are going to post offensive things or illegal things, right? You have to have moderation to prevent that kind of stuff. However, it can also go out of hand, and you can have cases where you have mods who are actually who are like censoring people, right? Because they're deleting posts that are not offensive and are not against the terms of the subreddit or Reddit or whatever. They literally just don't agree with what they have to say, and so they're going to delete those posts, right? That's where it becomes messed up. So Ruckus wants to prevent that from happening, so they have this whole system in place where apparently mods cannot delete posts from, they call them guilds. It's like subreddits, right? They can't delete posts from them. Instead, they can delete a post from the guild, but not from the website. So the way it works is like, if someone posts something that you think is messed up or whatever in your guild, you can delete it as a mod, but it'll just remove it from your guild. It won't remove it from the website. It'll just move it to the general guild. So then everyone else can see it there, and then it's still on the site. So what if it actually is illegal or really messed up, right? What if it actually violates the Ruckus terms, which are not very clear? But what if it does, right? What if someone posts something freaking highly illegal to Ruckus? What are they going to do? Right? How do they handle that? They don't really have a clear plan in place for what they're going to do. Basically what they describe is, well, we have a small group of people who work on the site who are like devs, who are like, stuff, and we occasionally go over content and we moderate stuff manually. And trust us, we won't censor you unless it's actually messed up. Trust us. And that's their way of handling it. I'm sorry, I don't think that's a good way of handling it. Like, that's not gonna work. When the site gets bigger, which it is getting bigger already, but when the site gets to the point where you get more and more users on it, that's just not a good long-term plan. You're not gonna be able to moderate that much content with like a small group of people in their spare time. And furthermore, how is that really anti-censorship? Because it's literally in the discretion of like 5 or so people. Like, what if Jerry from Ruckus, whatever, right, doesn't like my opinion? You know what I mean? Like, what's to stop him from deleting it? It's just, it's not a good. I don't think that they actually have a solution to the censorship thing yet. So with that said, I do still have an account there because I want to see where it goes. I'm actually, I like some of their ideas. I think like I really like the like UI of the site. It's basically just Reddit's UI, but I think it's nice. I think they did a good job programming it. The whole thing's on GitHub. It's actually open source, and I think that's really cool. That's a cool idea that anyone else can host their own version of Ruckus. Like you can have your own fork of it and do that, and I think that's awesome. So I like all those things. And actually, so far, somehow, from what I've seen, the community is actually really good there. Like, I'm shocked, but like legit, from what I've seen so far, it's not a bunch of edgelords. Like, it's actually legit sane people who are like kind and don't actually want to screw with people, who are just posting their genuine opinions on things, and also dank memes, and also cool artwork, and like interesting stuff. And it's like, holy frick. It's actually very refreshing if you go there. Like, I actually recommend checking it out if you can currently, because right now, despite all the odds, somehow, it seems to actually be working currently. Like, it actually is, like, it does feel kind of to me like what social media probably should be, which is neat. But I don't think that's going to last, sadly. I think it's a temporary thing because right now, you have all these users who just came, who are actually sane, who came from Reddit because they were ticked off because of a thing that Reddit did that was messed up. I think it's going to change in the future. You're going to get people who join just because they want to be edgy. And then you're going to have trouble with all those users. You're going to have to moderate them somehow. And then you're going to get people who want to test the free speech thing. And not only just by being edgy, but also by posting crap. They want to see what they can get away with. And you're going to have to deal with that somehow. And then you're going to have too many users because it's going to grow too fast. And you're going to have to deal with the not getting enough donations. And you're going to have to deal with that somehow. And like all this stuff is going to happen. And it's like, what are you going to do? They need a better long-term plan. So I hope they can come up with one. I think there's still hope for it, actually. I don't think it's doomed. I think that the mods of Ruckus can actually get together right now, and I think they can actually discuss a plan, and they can solve all these problems. I really do think they can. Or at least they can make them better. Like, I think they can get to the point where they actually have a website that is what they're going for, right? And they honestly, I have faith that they... Well, I don't want to say they will. I think they can. From what I've seen, the people who are behind this, they're not actually, I failed to mention this, they're not just funding it through donations, they're also actually funding it through, literally through their own pockets. Like, these devs have jobs that are not just working on Ruckus, right? They have daytime jobs or whatever, right? Day jobs. And they're actually taking some of the funds that they got from that, and they're just putting that into Ruckus. Just because they care so much about making this platform be a thing. So that's cool. That's really neat. And they seem like very genuine people who actually are like totally sane, totally chill. They seem like they care about what they're doing, and so I do actually trust their judgment. But I just don't think that they thought this out well enough yet. So I hope that they can get together very soon and come up with a much better long-term plan for this site, and then implement that plan. And I hope that it'll work out for them, because I think that they have promise, but they need to be they need to actually consider this stuff, because right now they're not at all. And I don't if they don't change anything, I don't think it's gonna go anywhere. I said, hey Reese, how you doing? Oh, dude, you're totally fine. No worries, man. Oh, thanks for saying that though, because I was wondering. I was like, I hope I didn't freaking
no, I'm not
weird Tez out by talking too much about censorship. It's like, oh man, Rad's really on fire about that. I'm just gonna...
I'm gonna shut up.
I genuinely... It's funny, like, I genuinely don't really care that much about, like, I don't know, like, I definitely care about, like, people having, freedom and stuff, but I don't, like, I don't think that, like, what some platforms did was, like, actually, like, evil or whatever, or irredeemable or anything like that. Like, you know, it's just a matter of, like, I just think it's an interesting thing to think about, how, like, at some point, this problem is going to get worse and worse, where, like, sites are going to have to control what people, think a little bit, you know? Whether they're meaning to do so or not. Like, I don't know. I mean, if you think about it, like, even like, okay, even like, if you have a website that has an algorithm in it in place to where it shows you certain topics and tells you that they're trending, right? Like most sites do these days. But if you have an algorithm like that in place, like, just by putting an algorithm in place for that, even that might inadvertently open you up to, like, controlling people's thoughts in a sense, because even if you're not trying to, if your algorithm happens to just accidentally favor a certain type of post over another type, then that post is what people are going to see. And if you have, like, literally millions of people who are frequenting your site on a daily basis, I mean, you're genuinely influencing public opinion on something, right? Like, if 100 million people read a post on Twitter that tells them that Cooking Mama is, you know, Bitcoin mining, and then don't see the post later that explains that it wasn't doing that, it was actually something else, 100 million people are then going to leave believing that Cooking Mama is a Bitcoin miner thing. You get what I'm saying? And, like, you just spread misinformation to freaking, you know, the world, essentially. You know, or at least a large... Zaruto. Exactly. They all think Cooking Mama is Bitcoin mining, but, you know, it was just heavily illegal. But anyway. Much better. Anyway, you go.
Yeah, very much better.
Vast improvement. Vast.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's just a matter of, like, so how do you balance everything out to where you get rid of actually offensive, messed up crap, because you don't want that on your site, but also don't control people's opinions or thoughts and just let people say what they actually think. You know? It's like, how do you do that? It seems like an impossible problem to solve, and I just wonder if anyone's going to be able to solve it. Anyway, that's my take on it.
One day, maybe. Probably not, actually.
Yeah. It'd be nice.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, while I was talking about that, here's another example of something that's been going on. Did you know that the U.S. government right now is... I'm sorry, I'm screwing up here. They're trying to pass a bill, I'm dead serious about this, that will make encryption illegal.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to... Well, actually, that's not true. It's a little different than that.
Oh.
What it does is basically... It makes it such that everyone has to, like, if you have encryption or anything in your app or service or whatever, you have to put in a backdoor that the government is able to access. That's what the law states.
No.
So you have to program in something that the government can use to get into it. That's what the law suggests. And, actually, you know what? I want to read the exact name of the law because I have it up on my phone. Because I've been monitoring the status of this because I'm hoping this one doesn't get through, but they're quietly trying to sweep this one under the rug, and I kind of hate it. Here it is. It's Bill S.4051, whatever. It's called a bill. It's very long. A bill to improve the ability of law enforcement agencies to access encrypted data and for other purposes. And essentially, what it states is that, yeah, everything that's encrypted or protected in some way has to have a backdoor the government can give, circumvent. So, for example, if you have a pin on your iPhone or Android phone or just smartphone in general, right? The government has to have some secret thing they can put in to be able to unlock the phone anyway, right? And whatever. Yeah, that's really awful. That is just straight up a freaking stupid law. Like, let me tell you, as someone who programs, how bad that is. The problem here is they're thinking, whoever wrote that bill, they're thinking in terms of, like, a real life. I think, I genuinely believe that they actually have good intentions. I do. I don't think that they actually, like, I don't think that they're just doing it because they want to spy on people. Because the way they presented the bill, and they could have just presented it this way, who knows, but I actually think that they're being honest. With the way they presented the bill was that the point was that they've had several cases in the past, and this is actually true, I've read about these when they happened. There had several cases in the past where... I keep dying, I'm sorry. Where basically you had people who freaking, committed some horrible crimes and broke the law on multiple occasions. And the government, like, was trying to catch those people and stop them from doing the terrible things they were doing. But the problem was these people were smart about it, and when they committed these horrible crimes, they used like advanced encryption throughout the whole thing, and they basically ensured that the only person who could get into it was them with their long, crazy 128 character password or whatever, right? And so when the government was like trying to get in to like figure out like what these people were doing and like have a more valid case against them in court and all that, they weren't able to. Like, they genuinely were not able to do that. One sort of famous case like this that happened a while ago, you probably heard about this in the news, actually. It was a few years ago. Was, there was this criminal, basically, who the government was trying to get into... The guy had an iPhone. And the government was trying to get into the guy's phone because they wanted to prove that he did this act. Or something like that. So they needed to get into his iPhone. Well, they couldn't, because they couldn't figure out his freaking PIN and they couldn't crack it. And it was really well protected. So they asked Apple. They said, "Yo, Apple, can you help us get into this guy's? Can you help us crack the encryption?" And Apple freaking denied them. They said, "No, U.S. government, we are not doing that." And that was quite a bold move, because you can get in big trouble for saying, "No, we're not going to listen to you, government." But Apple did it anyway. And you know, I'm not exactly an Apple fan, but I will say kudos to them for that, because that was very freaking risky, but they did it anyway. They didn't help the government with that case. So that's the kind of thing that the government's been dealing with for a while now, and the U.S. government, right? And they want to. They don't think that that's right. They think that they should have a way to be able to get into these criminals' phones and everything. So they want to have a system in place where everyone has to have a backdoor, and then they can just get into it easily and whatever. And so, look, okay, so if you don't understand technology, if you don't understand how technology works, and you're thinking of things purely in terms of like the real world, like, oh, okay, like I have a big building, I have a bank with a vault in it, and I want to protect the contents of the vault, but I want certain people to be allowed to open the vault, right? If you think like that, then you go, yeah, you can have a backdoor or whatever. You could have like a secret code that you could put in that would let you get into the vault that, you know, isn't maybe the main password, but it's like an alternative one or whatever, right? And then it would be secure. It would allow the government to, you know, actually do things that are not hurting people, whatever, and actually protecting things, you know, like good things, without compromising the security of it, because only they would be able to get in. See, like, that's actually something that you can do physically. And given that, like, if you think of it like that, it sounds like a good idea. Because they even go on in the bill to later explain that they say that they value people's privacy, which is laughable, but I actually think that they do legitimately mean what they're saying. They just don't understand technology. Basically, they go on to say that they want to have it, the bill, they want to have it be so that the government is not allowed to take advantage of this backdoor unless they get like a court, they have to get approval in court basically to do it. And so that way, basically, people would be able to know if the government is like doing this to you or not, and so it would still keep people's privacy in place. That's the intent. So when you hear that, if you don't understand technology, it sounds good. It actually sounds like, oh yeah, that makes sense. And so I can see how people who actually had good intent could have written up that bill and thought that they were doing a good thing. But the thing is, that's not how technology works, and it's not a good thing. Basically, right, technology isn't like real physical things. We're dealing with a set of numbers here, basically, right? We're dealing with a bunch of freaking numbers. You can't have a backdoor that only the government can access, really. For a lot of this stuff, it's just not, you can't do that. If the government can access the backdoor, anybody can access the backdoor if they can figure out how it works. And they will. They absolutely freaking will, trust me. Like, I'm somebody who, I don't want to say for a living, but, like, most of what I do, like in my hobby and whatever, is like I mod stuff, right? I reverse engineer stuff. I, like, look at the code, you know, that makes up, like, programs, and I, like, figure out how it works, and then I use that to my advantage to do something. I'm not doing it for bad things, I'm just doing that to, you know, freaking put tails in Lost World and crap like that. But, you know, that's something that I do all the time. And, like, you can do that for anything. You can do that for bad purposes, too, if you want. If you know what you're doing, which people do, you can, you know, if there's a backdoor put in place in iOS, for example, right, that allows the government to unlock the phone without having to, you know, like, have the password, then all it takes is somebody to look at the iOS code and figure out, or just the machine code for it, right, and go, oh, look, I found the back door, and then just call that themselves, right? And then they can get into anyone's phone. Like, and if people hear that and think, oh, but that won't happen, you're wrong. You're just straight up wrong.
Whoa, it
I
really
guarantee you that if that bill gets passed and that Apple and all that have to actually put that backdoor into their software, that will happen in less than 48 hours. Guaranteed. Somebody will find a backdoor in something and will use it to their advantage, who is not the government. And, it's gonna be a nightmare. So, this is a terrible, stupid bill. I hope it doesn't get passed. It really is disastrous. It just means that nobody has any sort of security or privacy whatsoever in any case. Like, holy frick. It would be impossible for Apple to unlock your phone server side, so it has to be client side, so can you use the back door? I guess so. I mean, yeah. I guess you could argue that. Yeah, so, like, it wouldn't be server side, I would hope. But here's the thing, right? It would be client side, so yeah, you would have to actually, like, plug in the phone and then, like, run a program on it to unlock it. It wouldn't be like someone could just remotely unlock your phone. I hope, anyway. But here's the thing. Keep in mind, this bill doesn't just limit itself to my understanding, it doesn't limit itself to client side things. It says basically any form of encryption or protection has to have a backdoor for the government. That means server side too. So that means anything that's going on the server, you know, also has to have a freaking backdoor. So okay, and they actually specify some examples of what they're talking about in the bill, and one of them is, yeah, the iPhone unlocking thing. But beyond that, they say, like, for example, I think it's Line, like Line Messenger. It's like a, you know, it's like a instant messenger like program that I think is very popular in Japan, I believe. And also it's pretty popular here. To my knowledge, Line is encrypted, so they actually have, like, when you send a message online, you know, it's very standard stuff. Like, actually, it's not just Line that does this. Pretty much any messaging platform that you know is popular, hopefully anyway, does this. Basically, when you send a message, it, like, encrypts the message, right? And then it sends the encrypted data, and then it, like, decrypts it on the other end. So if you happen to intercept the data midway through, or really at any point, you can't actually read the text or anything like that at all, unless you have, like, the keys. And you know, it's very difficult to acquire those. So anyway, what I'm getting at is, so there were apparently some criminals who were communicating using Line as well. And so the government, there was one instance where they tried to, they were trying to read someone's Line messages, and they weren't able to do so because they were encrypted. They weren't able to crack it. So one example they gave in the bill, if I remember correctly, is that they would, like, for Line, for example, they wouldn't be allowed to encrypt, or if they were able to encrypt messages still, they wouldn't be allowed to. I didn't mean to do this again, but okay. They wouldn't be allowed to, you know, they would have to have a backdoor in it. Right? They would have to have something where it's like, oh, it's encrypted, but the government can unlock it anyway, like a master password or something. And holy frick, that's not how encryption works. Is the thing, right? Like, by implementing a backdoor like that, you like it breaks the very fundamentals of how this stuff works. The entire point is that you have a very specific combination of keys that can decrypt the data, and only that pair of keys can do it. Nothing else can, right? So if you make it so, oh, those keys, but also the government can't, how do you even do that on a technical level? Like, I can't even, how would you even program that? Like, you just have to make it inherently unsecure to do that. At least from any way I can think of. So that's just a catastrophically bad idea. I really hope that doesn't get passed. So if you don't have phone anxiety like me, and you live in the US, maybe actually talk to a senator or a congressman about that. Like, legit, I'm not even joking at all. Probably a good thing to let them know that that's a bad idea. Because they can't pass it if enough people say they shouldn't pass it. Anyway. Depends on busy the one side is, I guess. But yeah, sorry, this was a very almost I'm just reading it now. I'm very sorry about that. Exactly. But the thing is with Ruckus, like, if they achieve their goals, right? Which I don't know if they will, but if they do, then they would be a busy site. Like, from my understanding, they want to basically be the next Reddit. So, like, if you're going to be something on the actual scale of Reddit, like you're gonna need. I would think donations wouldn't be enough. I hope I mean, maybe not. Maybe it would work out. I don't know. I forgot what button you press to. You have to hold it and then.
What are you trying to do?
The thing where you you have to wait for just the right moment and then you like attack, like a counterattack.
Oh,
let me see how to.
I think that's the dodge button.
Frick, somewhere in here. Yeah, sounds right.
Oh,
It might say
wait.
here.
Hmm.
Evade right, switch projectile. Normal. Okay, hold for parry. Parry the platypus? No. Okay, so.
I was thinking that too. Oh my god.
Oh, that's it. Okay. Parry the platypus. Freaking love that show. Maybe the Chinese government will donate to Ruckus. Oh gosh. You think the North Korean government would donate to Ruckus? We've always been in support of freedom of speech. Kim Jong-un gives a... Can you freaking imagine? Hey, thank you Kim Jong-un for the $20 donation.
Oh my god.
That's funny. I think that's funny regardless of even who the person is. Just any like political figure just donating to someone on like Twitch or YouTube is hilarious to me. Anyway, I need to get the frick out of here. It's terrifying, dude. This is a nightmare. Oh, frick. No. Slide. Yeah, there you go. Shimmy to the right. Shimmy to the left, dude.
Shimmy to the side.
Shimmy to the side, yeah. I forgot about that. Holy frick.
Yeah.
You know what? What's on there? Oh, Death. Okay, Death is down there.
Hi, Death.
Oh my gosh, the modder? Whoa. Ah,
Get out.
Get out. I'm trying. Get the frick.
No, not you. I mean Death.
Oh. We have to mod him out. I'm just kidding. He's awesome though. Yeah, frick. I think I'm really doing a horrendous job of reading the chat, so I'm sorry about this. Fire with your cat became an inside joke. Yeah, it did. They had on Ruckus. They have a dumpster fire guild. It's like a subreddit, but it's called Dumpster Fire, and I guess it was just to post about things that are a dumpster fire. But it became used to just post about the state of Ruckus, which is funny. It was just people posting about how it was nothing but 503s. And what's neat about it is the people who run Ruckus are they seem like really chill people who actually like care about what they're doing. If they have a Twitter account and they've been posting updates there, and someone posted to it with saying like invest in dumpster fire memes. It's a hot commodity right now, and I thought that was funny. But yeah, I really like what they're trying to do. I just I think for the long term they're gonna need a more in-depth plan for this. So I really hope that they can get that, because I want to see it succeed. Anyway.
Wanna know what else I want to see succeed?
What?
Elysian.
I mean, who wouldn't want to see Elysian succeed though? Like that's not a controversial,
Plush.
you know. Oh yeah.
Plush weird.
Yo, yeah. Well, that's why we banned Plush.
Yeah, that's why we can kill him.
Holy frick.
At least that's what I do.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. It's the most effective way of dealing with that sort of thing, you know. Just freaking, murder.
Get him out the picture. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get him out the picture.
I like how something about the wording of that made it makes it sound like it's not quite as bad of a thing. It's like no,
Oh, yeah.
we're not murdering you. We're just getting you out of the picture, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. My goodness. Do I have to go up and then left, down, left, and then down, and then right? Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like that little blue square over there to the left of me. I think I gotta go down
wasn't
from
looking.
there. No, you're good. There's like a blue square to the left of where I'm currently at.
Oh,
I think I gotta go down from there and then right.
Probably.
Jeez. How did I get so lost?
So
thought
we
Lost was
back
a
in
dead
the
meme. Got a pickaxe swinging from side to
to side.
side
Is that
to
uncopyrighted?
side. Yeah. I
I'm
think
gonna
so.
I'm gonna find out.
No.
Okay.
Well, obviously the original song is. I don't know about the parody, but I assume they sold the parody on like iTunes and stuff, so probably. I mean, obviously it's copyrighted and everything is, but you know, like it's just a question of whether Susan will, you know, yell at us.
Yeah.
Yeah, Susan personally will show up at my doorstep and I'll hear. And I'm like, oh frick. That's when I have to run. Oh, I have to actually kill them all. Oh frick.
Oh, Blue Core says Mule is allergic to furries. He goes into
That's understandable though, because like a lot of people are allergic to, you know, dander.
fur.
Yeah. So I can see it.
But
I
I
can
mean-
see it.
But I'm alright, never mind. Not that furry.
Oh frick. I wonder. I do wonder. What would it be like, right? If somebody who was like allergic to like fur, like went to like a fur con, right?
Oh no.
Would they like how authentic is the fur in the suits, right? Do you think it would be enough to where it would still trigger the allergy? Or do you think it would be the exception? What if you were a major furry and like furries were like the only thing that like you take it to that extreme where furries are the only thing that like you can even like anymore, basically, and like, but you also have a major allergy. How would that be handled?
Death.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I guess that would be what would happen. Not by choice, that's just how it be. There's so many
We
freaking
do be like
enemies.
that sometimes, you know?
I do. Did I skip the checkpoint? I think I did. Frick. No, wait, it's to the left. Okay, we're good. Just keep going. Keep going, Dust.
From Sonic Media?
Oh yeah, wait, what was it from? Frick, I
No,
can't
that's a
remember.
checkpoint from the song. Checkpoint
Oh.
the song from Sonic Media.
Oh yeah, it was from Mania. Yeah. Sorry. Yup, their suits don't use real fur. I hope not. I never considered that until now. Now I'm
Who's
kind
calling
of
me?
concerned.
Okay.
It's Elysian. I don't know.
That was a group chat.
Oh, I see. Bro, holy frick. Okay, Rad, name another restaurant. McDonald's. Wait, does it have to be a good restaurant or a bad restaurant? Or just
Yeah.
any restaurant?
Yes.
It's like, if you want to, okay, if you want a good, and also doesn't have to be a fast food restaurant. If you want a good fast food restaurant, it's Culver's. They're freaking delicious. If you want a good dining restaurant, there's like 1 billion of them. There's like 8 billion of them. There's even more than freaking. So I don't know. I feel like no matter what you say for that one too, people will tell you have bad taste. It's like name a good restaurant. It's like someone will be like Olive Garden, and everyone else will be like lol. You think Olive Garden's good? Wow.
I mean, it is, though.
It is, but people have very high taste. They have like good cuisines, so there's always gonna be someone who's like, "Well, get on my level." Sponsored by Olive Garden. Okay,
Just like the
sorry.
song.
Exactly.
Where you can be family or whatever they say.
Yeah, I can't believe that joke happened still. It feels like a fever dream. Okay, I think I'm gonna stop trying to speed by this stuff as much and just end them. Because that seems to be the more effective way of living. To make your enemies not live, see? That's how it be. I need to chill. I need to freaking chill. Ah. Ah, okay, oh frick. Ah. Come on! Okay. Goodness gracious. Alrighty. I don't like it. No. Good. Alright, well I did fairly well there. Oh jeez. Get the frick out of here, dude. Alright, good. Not McDonald's. Any other one. I just want you to name one. It doesn't need to be good. Okay. Well, if you want it to be purposely bad, though, I told this story before. We did just like last stream, I think, or 2 streams ago, or whenever, not long ago. Steak and Shake signature, right? So Steak and Shake is like not bad at all. Like I actually like it quite a bit. I think it's freaking it can be amazing. But there was this one time we had this. There was this like Steak and Shake that we saw on like a long. It was like a very long trip. We were in the car for like freaking. I think maybe even over 8 hours. It was a very long trip we were on, and
Wow.
We were all like, you know, getting tired of being in the car, and we were almost to the hotel, but we were getting freaking hungry. I mean, obviously that we had eaten some stuff earlier, but it had been a while. It had been like several hours since we last ate, and we're like, you know, let's get some food, right? So we found. We were in the middle of freaking nowhere. There was like nothing anywhere around for miles, except for this like gas station, which had this Steak and Shake like built into it. You know how like sometimes gas stations have like a McDonald's like in them or something. This one had like a Steak and Shake. I've never seen that before in my life, but this one had that. So we were like, oh, cool, that's interesting. Well, you know, let's get some Steak and Shake. Here's the thing. It had a twist. It wasn't a normal Steak and Shake. It was a Steak and Shake signature, which I have trouble even saying that. It's like a tongue twister. But they, you know, the difference. We didn't know what the difference was. We're like, I wonder. I assume it's just a Steak and Shake that's built to a gas station that has less stuff available on the menu, right? And we weren't totally sure. So we were like, whatever. We'll give that a shot. It'll be fine. Yeah. Holy frick! It was bad. It was like the worst fast food experience I think we've ever had. Oh my goodness. Everything was bad. Everything. The burger was like not very warm.
Oh no.
It tasted like freaking like it had been sitting out all day, which it probably had. The fries were freaking soggy and disgusting and had like no salt.
Oh no.
And we got a shake, which we don't always do, but you know, it was a long day. We were hungry. We were looking forward to something kind of, you know, we're like, whatever, we'll just have some fun, get a shake. They messed up the freaking shake. Somehow the ice cream tasted like it had been in the back of a freezer for like 8 months. I know. But I prefaced it with that, and you didn't call me out of it until just now.
I didn't hear you. I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, okay, sorry. It tasted like freaking freezer burnt, and like it was awful.
I thought you were about to say like Freezer from Dragon Ball Z for a second.
Oh gosh, that might even tasted better. Anyway, you get yeah.
Yes, aliens tasted very good.
Delicious. Bone apple teeth.
Bone apple.
Mule started saying that a while ago, and it's hilarious.
Oh yeah, of course it was her.
Yeah. If it's something creative and fun, it has to be her.
Oh, speaking of which, did she tell you that I made Raymond on call earlier today?
You did what? Sorry.
And I made Raymond Raymond on call. No, Raymond ramen. There.
Oh, you made ramen. Oh, I was like, yeah. I was thinking the character from the games. I was like, you made Rayman?
Yeah. I
like,
created
bro.
Rayman.
Yeah, bro. Did you know that I made Rayman in real life?
Yeah.
Bro. So like, what if you started the conversation like, so you know how like Elon Musk wants to make like cat girls or something? So I did that with Rayman.
Oh my.
Like, what? Yeah, dude, check it out. Got like a photorealistic image. It's like, oh! Jeez, I'm screwing up. Yeah, Mil, well, she didn't tell me that, but I saw her tweet.
The tweet.
And I figured it out from there, yeah. That's great.
Really do be great sometimes.
It do be. Oh, frick, he's not dead yet. Dude, bro.
Hello.
Bro, I thought we were chill. Alright, there you go.
In this world, it's chill to be chill.
Dude, I'm chill to the bone just thinking about that. Haha. Okay, Sans Undertale, get out of here. Your jokes aren't as good as the real Sans. Sans Deltarune's better. Exactly.
That was the
No, I still got what it was. He has a very distinct sound.
Yeah, he just. I love how it's Patrick though, you know.
Yeah, it's just freaking Patrick. But like, I love how it's like it makes sense once you figure that out. You're like, oh yeah, and you're like, and it makes sense why you picked him too, because like he wanted a sample that sounded comedic and like fun, and Patrick's voice is pretty comedic and fun. He's a comedic and fun character, you know, so it made sense. But it's like, holy frick, dude. I'm sorry, when you said Undertale, Neil forced me to watch all of the Undertale song parodies by that person today.
Oh no! Oh
I don't
no!
remember who the person did it. You know the ones where they have the Lady Gaga songs, but it has Undertale?
No!
I hate them.
Stop it! No!
Oh, I won't sing them, don't worry. I despise them. They were bad. They're like, I don't want to be like you know, I don't want to yell at like tell someone that the work is bad or whatever. I'm sure he tried, but holy frick. Well, I don't know actually about that. One, you know, Taz, the one that you're thinking of, the one that's a parody of Bad Romance. Yeah, exactly. That one, believe it or not, is actually the best out of all of them.
Oh. What?
That's the best. There's more of them than that by the same guy. And the one of them, Neil couldn't even stand ironically. She was like, we gotta stop this. And I was like, yeah, it's freaking bad. It's like
It's bad
doesn't
when
even
you have to say something.
I know, exactly. It doesn't even rhyme, is the thing. It's a parody of Lady Gaga's Judas, but with Undertale, called Neutral, I believe. And I don't remember the lyrics, because my mind has a protection mechanism where it deletes thoughts that could hurt me. But yeah, it was life scarring. I'm exaggerating, obviously. It was just a bad parody, but it was like, oh gosh, why? Okay, the animation was all right. It wasn't like, I wouldn't call it like high quality, you know, but it was like it had like a simplistic charm to it that I kind of liked. The guy who made the video didn't animate it though. He commissioned someone, I guess, to animate it. He did write the lyrics and sing them though, and oh, it's not good. As I said, it doesn't rhyme, so the lyrics are, you know, interesting. And he uses like autotune, like you would not believe. You would believe it if you heard the first one, like Taz did.
You would not believe your eyes.
10 million fire. Okay. Oh my gosh. Thank you for putting another song in my head that's actually good.
Oh yeah, you're welcome.
Holy frick, dude. Yeah, that's funny too, because that song also has like a lot of autotune, but it actually sounds good.
Yeah.
There's a way you can do autotune without it being obnoxious.
Just don't freaking use it too much.
Yeah, just like use it sparingly, or make it like part of the song's aesthetic and don't make it like over the top. Like, both of those are fine. Just don't like, you know, try to use it to like mask you being really bad at singing. Because that's when it's like, well, we can tell. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm being really mean to this guy. I'm not gonna say his name because I don't want to be mean to him, and also because I can't remember his name. But anyway, oh jeez. Okay, I see. Do you have to? Can you pull it over like from here? Okay, that worked. They all sound the same. Yeah. You thought I was talking like Civic Gunner reps? No, you wish. You're talking about parodies? Yeah, they're very bad. Remember the Steven Universe Undertale parody that I'll hunt every time it comes up? I vaguely remember that, yeah. Is that the one where they said was Stronger Than You in it?
Yeah.
The one that made everyone think that Stronger Than You was an Undertale song?
Yeah.
It was from Steven Universe?
That
one upset me as well. I'm not even like a Steven Universe fan. It just bothered me how many people were like, oh my gosh, I love that Undertale song. And it's like, it's not Undertale though!
Yeah, nerd.
Undertale also has a great, has great music, but this is not it. This ain't it, Chief. Wait a minute. Oh, I think I get it. No, I don't. Never mind. I thought that like those ones exploded.
Wait a minute.
Wait a
Who
second.
are you?
Freaking referencing you on Kazoo?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Dude, I love that.
It was
That's so good.
amazing.
You know it was. You know they made another one. It was like you on something else.
Yeah. I remember trying like made videos of that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, those are good videos. I haven't seen his videos in a long time. I hope the Kappa thing didn't hurt him too much. Cause he's definitely a channel that would be targeted by that.
Horror reviews now.
He does horror reviews? What?
No, I mean, wait, what? No, horror reviews.
I was like, I must have misheard that.
Oh god, yeah.
That would have been quite a difference in tone.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Hey everyone, we're Ted Charnock. Today we're gonna look at The Walking Dead. Whatever, I don't know. I couldn't think of anything.
Oh.
We're gonna play PT. Let's go. Are you freaking ready? He still says frick. Like he still only says frick, but that's the only thing that stayed the same about him. He's like an emo haircut now.
Sorry.
You what?
I
Sorry.
missed what you said. I missed what you said because that's like.
You did?
Like HOD.
Oh, no. That would have been funny too, though, because it would have fit. But holy frick! Wait, what? What would that be? What would that be? A review? What? Just like saying if people are like selling themselves out or not? Like what? Oh jeez. Hello everyone, Chadtronics here. Today we're gonna do another review. So I checked out this person's OnlyFans, and it turns out that they actually are not scamming people. So that's good. That's my Chadtronic impression. Thanks for coming.
Oh, okay, but he's been doing like streams on Twitch too, though.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, he's pretty cool. I haven't watched his videos in a long time, but he seems like he genuinely just makes stuff because he likes making it.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. He's definitely in a weird spot though, because he's like absolutely an example of something that, you know, his videos are made for kids.
Yeah.
Like there's no way he can get around that. If he tries to say he's not, then it's like he's kind of breaking the law. So, you know, he has to say he's made for kids. But then if he does that, he freaking loses comments and all this other crap. And that's kind of bad. Because that was like a big part of what he did too, was like he interacted with his audience.
Oh, yeah, right.
So, yikes. But he's thankfully so far, he's been one of the only channels that's been really hit hard by that, from what I've seen. I don't even know if he's been hit that hard by it, because apparently he's still like making stuff. But I'm sure he's making less money and stuff. But wait, what does it mean? Oh, it's the saying go down. So I have to get this up there, I guess. But how the frick do I do that?
Oh, that's the big bomb.
Yeah. Oh, I know what I have to do. I know what I have to do now. It's my life, my Undertale. I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm glad I don't know what you're referencing.
Oh, you don't? Wait,
No.
which part?
The scene part.
Oh, that's from My Hero Academia. That's the third opening, I think.
I haven't watched the third. I haven't watched all of season 3 yet.
I don't know if it's the third opening. It might. I think it is. Wait, what's the chorus even? It's like da 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 da. It's freaking. It's a bop, but so are all of the openings. That might be the. No, I think it's the third. Yeah, that's the third one.
Okay.
My name, ladies and fricks. My name is Chadtronic. Yeah. I love that. He tried Raju Kind Soul. Thank you. I don't know what that was a response to because I read this very late. Sorry. Taz makes ramen but runs out of ice and has to travel to the North Pole to get more of the game. Oh my gosh, I would totally play that.
Oh my god. That's like a game jam
Yeah,
or
holy
something.
frick, I would definitely do that. Okay, wait a minute. So, hang on. So when you get up here, right, there's this part where you drop down. And is there something you can land on? Wait, oh wait, was there a thing I could break up there? I think there might have been. Okay, let me look at that one more time.
So, I'm not
land up there. You're not sure what? Sorry.
Okay, I'm not sure if you want me to bring this up, but what the frick do you know about the like the Smash community stuff?
Okay, so I know very little about it. All that I know is apparently, for some reason, there's like a freaking ridiculous amount of like popular people within the Smash community who are being accused of horrendous things.
Yeah.
And that's all I know. That's like literally all I know about it.
I mean, that's basically it, really.
Yeah, I guess that's whew, I will say
It's a lot of freaking people.
Yeah.
So.
It's very. Oh wait, it's up. I have to bring it up here. Oh, yeah. Well, sorry. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah. The problem is how do I get it up here? I guess, sorry. I'm getting distracted. Yeah. It's a lot of people, and well, it's really weird that it's so many people because it's so many people all at once.
Yeah, that's what I'm
And it's
saying.
like, huh? Why though? Like, what? Oh, I overthought it. You just do this. It's like, what the frick is going on? Like, I guess you could say that it's just like, oh, it's, you know, COVID, everyone's inside, you know, they don't want to let, you know, so they have more time on their hands. So, like, people are just discovering stuff now and you know, whatever. But it's like, no, it's still way too much of a coincidence. There's way too many people doing all this at once. So, what's actually going on? I don't know. It could be as simple as, like, when, was Zero the first one who...
No, that was Nario.
Nario, okay. I don't even like know any of these guys, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know either.
So I really don't, you know much about the whole scenario. I don't know what actually happened, what didn't happen. You know, I don't know like the severity of things, and I really don't know. But from what I did hear, it sounded very bad. And if these bad things actually did happen, holy frick. It's really messed up stuff, and
yeah,
it's terrible for a lot of reasons. One of them being, well, again, for a huge amount of reasons, but like obviously that these people would do these things is just terrible in the first place, and that these things happened is just completely freaking inexcusable and awful. But even going beyond that, like these people were like inspirations to a lot of people.
Yeah.
There were a lot of individuals who like genuinely were like inspired by them and was like, dude, oh my gosh, one day, frick, I'm gonna be the next Zero or the next Nario or whatever, you know, like I'm gonna be the next, you know, pro Smash player or whatever, and it was like their dream, you know, and then these guys freaking do this, and it's like, oh, ouch, like that's awful.
Yeah.
It's one of those things too where it's like, I don't know. You can't like have. It's almost like you can't have role models anymore, because like doing so is putting you at a risk of,
never know
like,
what they could have done in the past few years.
Yeah, seriously, or just like a few minutes ago. I mean, you know, like it's really.
They could have not washed their hands.
Yeah, they could have been like, guys, I'm sorry, I just used the restroom, I didn't wash my hands. And everyone's like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay, yeah, seriously though.
Seriously though. I thought you said washing their hands. That's why I said that. Sorry.
No, I did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really messed up. This stuff. And it's just. I mean, I don't know what else to say about it. It's a whole thing. But yeah, I do think it's very odd that it all is happening at once. I don't know. I don't know if I think there's anything weird going on there. It could be as simple as just, you know, like whoever the first one. Like you said, Nario was the first one, I guess. It could be just as simple as like one of them, they were exposed or whatever, and then because of that, other people who had things happen to them. Felt comfortable now to say it as well.
Yeah, that's probably what happened.
So yeah, that's probably all that it was, but it's just like, even so, it's like there were a lot of people all at the same time, and it's like, holy frick. Basically, if you were a fan of like any competitive Smash player, you probably need to rethink that now, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like, that's sad. That's really messed up. So thanks, 2020. Love ya.
Not fact, but like what surprised me is that like freaking 50. Wait, no, that's not what I was gonna say. Okay, like from what I heard, like, people did get, like, exposed.
You're
Like,
number 7. Appreciate it. I'll read that in 1 second. Yeah, give me
hold
1
on.
second.
I forgot what I was gonna say. Never mind. Sorry.
You're good. Well, just if you remember it, just let me know. Let me say this real fast.
All right.
Number 7 says Zero more like Zero because he's bad.
Oh.
Freaking nailed it. GG. Thank you so much, number 7. I really appreciate it.
Oh, okay. I remember
yeah.
now. I was gonna say it's like so like when Nario like first got exposed, I think there was like in the post about it, there was some like stuff involving some other people. So it's probably like the chain reaction, I guess.
Yeah. But wow, that's really shocking and horrible then that all those people did that for years and freaking nobody knew. Like, that's a terrible thought. It's the thing that's like, I don't know. The thing that's also really bad about that is just the fact that it's like it could be anyone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, some of these people go for so long without being like exposed for what they're doing. That it's
And like,
like
there could like still be some people that are
exactly
just keeping it really well hidden.
well, right. Well, I mean, I'm sure there are. Like, is the thing, and it's like that's awful. Like for so many reasons. It's just really terrible to think that like, you know, anybody that you like look up to or inspired by like could freaking be a creep or a terrible person. It's like that's a horrible thought. So yeah, messed up. Hate that stuff. But yeah, I mean, good that they were exposed though.
Yeah.
Because, you know, like, alright, like, I don't want to get into the whole thing on this. Like, a lot of times I think, like, cancel culture is, like, not a good thing. But there are exceptions to that,
Yeah,
and this is an exception.
In like some situations it's bad,
Yeah.
but like one, yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, this is an exception where I think it actually is a good thing, because for something like that, like, no, you don't want people to just be like, oh yeah, it's fine, yeah, just keep doing stuff. No, you deserve to, you know, face repercussions for that kind of stuff. Like, that's messed up. So, I mean, obviously, if these people actually did, I mean, I don't know the extent of what these people have done. Some of it, some of what I understand was claimed was like jail time worthy stuff, right? Like very much so. So for that stuff, well, they're gonna freaking go to jail, I would hope. But like others wasn't quite on that level, but was still very messed up. For those people, it's like, yeah, I mean, you kind of need I don't like. I'm not okay, I'm not in favor of people's careers being ruined over things that weren't a big deal, but this is a big deal. This is something that actually, you probably should have your career ended over for this. Because, like, you don't want, would you want to, like, support somebody who did this? No?
Yeah, no.
Like, this is more important than whatever they were doing. Like, you know. So yeah,
People
this is
were
absolutely a thing.
Like with all of this, not like
Right, exactly.
like people. Yeah.
It's not
Like,
just
your freaking little stupid fighting game is like less important than what's going on.
Exactly. Right. Like, and also like, it was also like through what they did too. It wasn't like because like it wouldn't excuse it either way. Obviously, it would still be terrible. But like, just to add on to it, make it even worse. It's like, it was completely related to what they were doing. Because, like, from what I understand, again, I know very, very little about this. But from what I understand, like, a lot of these allegations, whatever, said that they, like, these things happened, like, during, like, a competitive, like, tournament or whatever.
Yeah.
So, like, they're at tournaments doing this. Right? It's like, yeah, okay, they shouldn't be allowed to go to frickin' tournaments. Right? Because they'll keep doing it. Like, yeah, you need, this is one example where I think you absolutely need to cancel these people. Because, like, you know, well, I'm not saying you specifically need to go out and tweet right now. I'm just saying, like, these people deserve to be canceled. So, yeah, it's messed up. Anyway. It could be you, no. Well, okay,
yeah.
Obviously it's freaking not. But, like, that's what I'm saying, though, is that you can't trust people. Yeah, like, you genuinely have to, like, consider that. And it's, like, a terrible thought that we have to do that with people, right? It's like messed up that like you can't just trust somebody, right? I don't know. It could be me. It could even be Boom. Who's Boom?
Boom?
What?
Sonic Boom.
That can't be what you meant.
Oh, wait, no. Okay, it was
I
like a
don't think that
TF2,
is.
like Team Fortress 2 video reference.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have known that.
Do you even know the video we're talking about? What I'm thinking of?
I think I do. Well, see, here's the thing.
Oh,
Well, you can explain it if you want. Go ahead.
yeah. Okay. So, it's like with the spy, where
Oh.
oh yeah, you can imagine it now.
That sounds familiar. Yeah. So here's the thing. I've seen like so many like Garry's Mod and Team Fortress 2 parodies over the years, but I saw them like most of them I saw years and years ago, and you all know how my memory is. So it's like there's a very high chance that if it's from a Team Fortress 2 or Garry's Mod parody that I saw it, and I probably would remember it if I saw the video again, but when people reference it, I don't understand the reference. Because off the top of my head, I'm like, huh, what is that? And then if I see the video, I'm like, oh yeah, they do say that and that. Yeah, I remember. Anyway.
Apparently, it's from like an official video, though.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, neat. Well, cool. Might not have seen that then. It's funny. I saw a lot of parodies and stuff. I didn't usually see as much of the official stuff. Holy frick. Yeah. It's... So, I'm sorry I keep, like, kind of going back to the same topic, but I've noticed, like, everything that we've kind of said tonight, both of us, has been, like, related to sort of the same thing loosely. I'm trying to think how to put it, like, basically just, like... So I think people have been spending so much time at home during quarantine, right? That they've been spending way more time online than people ever did before, and that's saying something because people obviously spent a lot of time online, but like now it really is like even people who didn't really use the internet much are using it all the time, and so
yeah, because they kind of have to.
Exactly, because there's like, yeah, what else do you do? So and also because like meetings, how do you continue your work, right? You know, you use Zoom or whatever, right? So that's the thing. But anyway, what I'm getting at is so I think because of this, a lot of things are like we're in an era where things are freaking changing. Like a lot of stuff is changing, and some of it is going to be for the better, some of it is not. It's just very, you know, things are changing. It's really interesting, and to me, I think it's interesting to see the repercussions of everything because there's stuff that like there's a lot of stuff that probably should have changed years ago, that is now changing, and it's impacting things in a lot of ways. So one example of it is like how I was talking about the like, just basically websites are reconsidering their terms. They're reconsidering what's okay and what isn't to post and all that stuff. And more websites are who disagree are like trying to come up and combat that and all this stuff. But then in addition to that, like, I don't know, it's like society, like our culture has changed in terms of like how people view the internet completely. Like, there was a time, not long ago at all, I sound like, you know, an old guy saying this.
Back in my day!
Yeah, back in my day! Oh my gosh, I haven't said that in a long freaking time.
You haven't?
Wow.
That was a throwback and a half.
Yeah, holy frick. Back in my day, I used to say back in my day! Oh my gosh. Wow, holy frick. Sorry, legit though, like there really was a time where the internet was like a thing that a lot of people used, but it wasn't like not everyone used it. You know what I mean? And there were a lot of people who used it, but it was infrequent as well, and they only use it for certain things. And like, you know, like that is completely freaking different today. Like that's not how it is anymore. It's like if you are like, I mean, pretty much everyone's on the internet. You know what I mean? Some way or another. You use it for something, or not even just something. You use it for probably several things. I mean, like tons and tons of stuff. So it's really just like I don't know. Like people are seeing things. There's a cultural shift now where it's more so like the internet isn't just seen as like a place where there's a bunch of files and people hang out and all that, right? You know, like ones and zeros. You get what I'm saying? It's more so like. People are seeing this as like this is like the replacement for real world things now, in some capacity. Like, oh, instead of having real world meetings, we have Zoom meetings. Instead of having actual discussion, we have social media discussion. instead of having, you know, whatever. And so I think because of that, things are changing where people are going, oh, well, if that's the case, we need to take this freaking seriously. What do we do about this? What about that? And all these like corner cases are showing up now, and it's just really interesting to see what's going to happen. I don't think a lot of these websites know what to do about these issues themselves. So we're in a weird time now where people are just trying to figure crap out. It's going to be interesting to be able to, like, genuinely, to be able to, like, you know, freaking someday, like, tell, like, kids or whatever, be like, ah, dude, frick, when I was your age, let me tell you. You know what I mean?
Oh god, yeah.
Like, what do you think is gonna last and what isn't? Do you think Twitter is gonna be a thing in 20 years? What about YouTube?
If Roblox dies, oh no.
If Roblox dies, then society as we know it will crumble. We can't have that.
Yeah.
But like, legit, like, what do you think is gonna stick around and what isn't? Like, and what do you think is gonna be
Pokemon
different?
better stick around. Because you know what? I need my Pokemon games, you know? Else will die.
Exactly. I mean, I can agree with that. But like, seriously though, it's to me it's really interesting to consider all that stuff. I mean, do you think Facebook will be around in 20 years? I don't know, because they seem like they're freaking massive and unstoppable. But then,
yeah.
Do you know anyone who actually uses and likes Facebook other than like older people? You know what I mean?
Boomers.
Well, yeah, yeah. I mean, like, genuinely,
Say it,
though.
Howard.
Boomers! But, like, genuinely, though. Like, because okay, like, I just don't want to say boomer too often because I don't want to make it sound like I'm, like, saying that everyone who uses Facebook is that. And also, it just, after a while, it sounds like I'm just, like, a little kid who's like, ah, boomers get wrecked! You know, I don't want to come off like that. You get what I'm saying, though. There genuinely are a large amount of people who use Facebook who are a little older. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But it means that the site, if that continues and that's the only people who really use it, then at some point the site's going to not be relevant anymore because you don't have any new users, right? Yeah. Do you think Facebook will be around in 20 years? Because it seems like they're completely freaking massive and unstoppable now. But are they? Like, I don't know. MySpace used to be the thing. There was a time where that was the platform that everyone went to. Now it's freaking not. Nobody knows what it even is. I mean, it's very dead. Actually, I mean, I think it's still kind of semi-active as like a music sharing. They turned it into a music sharing site or something like that somehow. But it's very.
How does that even work? I wonder.
Yeah, it's not. I don't know. I think it's kind of like SoundCloud, but worse in every way.
Oh.
So yeah, I don't know even if people even like really use it.
Background music for myself.
What? Sorry, I missed it.
Oh no, I was saying. Speaking of SoundCloud, I'm gonna play some music for myself.
Oh yeah. Yeah, SoundCloud has a lot of really good crap on it. Like it's really freaking.
Yeah. There's a lot of Undertale stuff from people I'm following on there, but it's
That's
really
cool.
good.
Yeah, it's like people who are like really talented. They make good things. Am I on
Like
the save
the
point now?
noobs.
I am. They get owned. There.
Yeah.
Saving, yeah. Oh, thank freaking goodness. Whoa. Thank you for all the sparks, number 7. Holy frick. Wow, Mixer is going out. The final sparks, I appreciate it. It's Meet the Spites, the end parts, the official 2. Oh yeah. You need to watch them, they're short and nice. Yeah, sure, I'll have to check them out. Hey, when are you streaming Roblox again? I really want to take this anime game of my favorites. I don't know. I honestly don't know anymore. Like I genuinely have a lot of trouble deciding what I should stream now because there's like so much that I can and so much that I probably should, and I'm like, frick, I don't know. What do people want? So, hi neighbors. At least that's consistent. My neighbors are always there to be loud. Yeah. Here, let me check out. Let me go get the flag that I didn't get. Wait, it says go right, but then you do, and that's just the end, huh? What? Yeah, because it says go right, and then you do, and it's like, okay, here's the map. I'm pretty confused about that. Okay, weird. Maybe there's another. Well, it seems like this is still the plot. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I should. Anyway, I guess there's people. Yeah, just like let me know what you want me to see. I should do another like poll or something because I'm gonna forget what people say. But I generally don't I don't always forget the like, you know, like. Okay, like if I see a million people say Breath of the Wild, then I know I'll remember that. Was like, you know what I mean? Anyway, yeah. Let me know what you want to see, because I you know, it helps. Minecraft, Plush says. Yeah, I should do more Minecraft too. It's been a long freaking time. Oh gosh, I didn't mean for it to be that long. For me, a question: what will last after you're gone? What things that you enjoy will you miss out on? Right, that's something that I question a lot too. No, like legit though. Like not just what will last, but also will I have any regrets that I don't go on something while it lasts? For example, right? Okay, this is maybe a bad.
Bitcoin.
Discord? What?
No, I said Bitcoin.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, actually, yeah. Unironically, that's a good example, because yeah, that's like a thing where like people who you know, like got on that early, freaking are millionaires, you know, and they didn't have to do anything really. They just ran a program on their computer for a little while. It's like, boy, frick, wish I would have done that, you know. So that's like an example of something where it's like, yeah, I think anyone pretty much who knows about that regrets not doing that. But then, yeah, I meant more like platforms that are gonna like change and shut down and stuff. Like, this is probably a dumb example. I don't think this is a great example, but like, okay, this is all I can think of off the top of my head. Like Vine, whatever. Like Vine was like pretty big for a little while. It seemed like it was like totally here to stay, didn't it? Like, maybe it was just me, but it totally seemed like that wasn't going anywhere for a long time. Like,
Same with TikTok, actually.
Yeah, same with TikTok. Yeah, it seems like, to me, they both seem like platforms that were gonna be like, oh, okay, this is like a new thing. This is gonna be around for a while. And they weren't. I mean, TikTok isn't gone yet, but to be honest, I don't know how they're gonna recover from this, because even if they actually weren't doing a lot of the crap that they're accused of doing, and they actually weren't spying on people and all this stuff, which I think they were to an extent, I don't know how much, but even if they weren't doing a lot of this, how are they gonna repair their public image? I mean, for real. Do you want to download TikTok after reading all this? Like, I don't. I don't think anyone really would feel comfortable doing that.
Yeah, I download it.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
Exactly. Oh, freaking yes! I love it when freaking China spies on me. It's like, you know, it's not something that people want. So good luck repairing your, you know, once you've shattered your trust, it's really hard to freaking get that back. So I don't know. I don't know if TikTok's gonna be able to make it out of it just because of that. Like, this is probably the downhill decline of TikTok, I would think. So yeah, they're probably gonna go out soon too. Anyway, yeah, so like the Vine and TikTok, I guess. So like those are platforms that I might have like, I probably would have really enjoyed Vine if I was on it. I might have even been able to like make a bunch of stuff on Vine and might have had some success there or whatever, and it might have been fun. I didn't, because I assumed it was just gonna be around forever, and you know, and I was like, oh, I might check that out someday. I might like that. And then Vine died out of nowhere, and it's like, oh, okay. And I missed out on that. Not a great example because who really cares? Just freaking, it's like some videos, some of which are fun, some of which are cringe, you know, whatever. That's, you know, so it's not really like a big thing that I missed out on, but you get what I'm saying, like, hopefully. It's like, you know, like, just a matter of like what things are gonna stick around, and will I regret not taking advantage of something while it's around, or not enjoying something. If we extend that further and we talk, like, let's say that if sites get worse and worse with the whole censorship things, and they start like censoring, you know, a lot of crap, like stuff that absolutely does not need to be censored at all, like stuff that's totally fine, will it get to the point where there's not really a spot on the internet where you can say whatever you want freely? Like, will it get to that extreme someday? And if that happens, will we regret not saying certain things or not doing certain things that could have prevented it? You know what I mean? Like, this stuff is all happening now. Like, the internet it feels like it's been around forever for a lot of people because, like, for example, for me, like, I was born in like 2000, right? Like, I mean, the internet was already a thing when I was born, but it wasn't at all like it is today. Like, it was like hardly anyone freaking used the internet in 2000. It sounds weird to say that, but like, really, it was like people still had dial-up. You know, it was like it wasn't really a thing. Like, I pretty much grew up without internet access. I wasn't allowed on it at all until I was like, maybe, you know what? Actually, maybe 8. I was gonna say 10. I think I actually was allowed on it when I was 8, but I had to. It was strictly for educational purposes, and it was very highly monitored. It was like I had to ask permission to Google anything. I'm serious, and if I got permission to Google something, then I would still like. My parents were able to see search history and stuff and verify it and all that. Anyway, which honestly I don't think people are gonna hear that and think, wow, that sounds terrible. It sounds too strict. I think it was actually a good thing because
yeah, I think it's good.
There's a lot of freaking creeps and things, and and bad stuff you have to watch out for. And when you're a kid, especially, you don't necessarily know how to avoid all that, and whatever. It's like I'm glad that they did that because I think they I don't think they limited me too much, and I think they just helped me avoid a lot of bad stuff that would have been bad for me. But anyway, but that was 2008, right? Even around then, it was not at all considered weird to not really be on the internet much. Think about that. Holy frick. So now it's no. If you're not on the internet, you're weird. Or you're in some country where internet access isn't really a thing to the same level. But that completely changed so fast. And it's just interesting to think that right now we are totally in a time where we're figuring out what the internet is still. We're still figuring out what the frick this everything is, and what things should be allowed, what things shouldn't be allowed, how we should go about monitoring things, and how we shouldn't, all this stuff we're figuring out still. So in a way, it's really cool because we're the generation that's, the first generation that's coming up with this. I mean, this is something that's definitely changed the world. And it's going to, the internet as a concept is absolutely going to last, right? Of course, what could, I can't think of anything that would replace it. At least something like the internet will be around forever at this point, because how could it not be? It's so much better in so many ways. But there's also individual things that absolutely are not going to last, like websites and services that are going to die out and stuff. So it's just I don't know. We're kind of we're living out history,
Yeah.
And it's in a way that's awesome, but another way it's scary because it's how will the story end? We don't know. It's kind of whack. But anyway, Minecraft. That was when I asked. And I already read that.
Yeah, I know.
You better use the Sparks for Xbox team games. Yeah, Mixer Sparks. Yeah, exactly. Holy frick. I love that you're not even gonna get the Sparks until was it September or something, or late July? Sorry, you're not Sparks. You're not even gonna get the Xbox credit until then, and then you get it late July, and then you can't and then it expires sometime in September. It's wow, thanks Microsoft. That's really nice, really generous of you.
Thank you, Microsoft. Very cool.
Exactly. I mean, it's very cool indeed. They are sure not ripping us off with that. Charles, when they used Vine the most, it was important. Just kidding. Exactly. My gosh. 100 health heals burns. Healing burns would be nice though.
Wow, burns from Pokemon? Oh wow.
No, just Twitter burns.
Oh.
Just
I
someone
need
says,
that.
"Hey guys, want to hear a joke?" and then someone else quote tweets it. This ice cream heals against that.
I need that anyways.
I need it too. I get burned a lot.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You
No,
don't
by
need
you.
It.
By you.
Oh, that's where you don't need it.
Oh, right. I see. It's true. Dude, this freaking water is gorgeous. Holy frick.
Water. Hey, do you remember that one Miiverse account where
Yeah!
they just
That was one of my favorite things. Freaking, yeah, that guy who just, would take screenshots of every game and be the water's nice in this game. This game's water could be a little better, but what a good thing. Yeah, okay, but I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep rambling about this, but that was another example I'm talking about, though. Miiverse. Miiverse only lasted a few years. It's gone now.
Oh yeah.
Like, that's, like, not a thing that anyone in the future is going to be able to experience. It's just, it's not a thing. We
Okay.
experienced that and no one else gets to.
Speaking of regretting not doing things, I didn't get to enjoy Miiverse actually.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you know what? I mean, you didn't miss out on much.
Yeah, I didn't.
I actually liked Miiverse a lot, but it was, you know, it was interesting. There were, what I liked about Miiverse was that it was, like, madness, but in the best way. You had, like, people just basically posting whatever, and, like, it was very censored by, well, by Nintendo because they wanted to keep it kid-friendly, right? Which is good that they thought of that, because, yeah, like, the Wii U was, Nintendo, especially at the time, was very much, like, targeted towards kids. They still are, like, especially then. And so, like, yeah, you don't want some kid being like, oh, it's on Miiverse, and then it's, like, freaking inappropriate garbage. Like, that's bad. So they did a good, so it was good that they moderated that, and they did, like, they did a good job of that, honestly. Like, I hardly ever saw offensive stuff on Miiverse or inappropriate stuff. It was extremely well handled. However, it was, like, this weird race where, like, they were a little bit too strict about it in some cases. Like, I don't think you were allowed to say, like, basically instead of darn, I don't think you could say that. And it's like, well, is that really gonna hurt a kid if some adults in the freaking, you know, whatever, Zombie U subreddit or whatever, not subreddit, I'm sorry, Miiverse, you know what I mean? I don't even know why I said that, but I guess it's like a subreddit, but anyway,
Yeah, I was gonna say.
you get it, yeah, I forgot, that's funny. Yeah, like the Zombie U, Miiverse, whatever. If they, like, if some adults are in there and they say, like, instead of dang, like, is that really gonna hurt anybody at all? Like, even if a kid sees that, is it really, like, you know, so maybe it was a bit too strict. But, so anyway, I think for the most part they did a good job handling it, but yeah, it's funny. So, they were very strict about it, and so because of that, you of course had people who were, like, trying to, like, game the system, right? They were trying to, like, get around the Miiverse censors and, like, say what they wanted to say without getting banned. And it was actually very humorous to watch because people never I don't think they ever took it too far, at least not from what I saw. It was like, it wasn't like really offensive. They weren't trying to post like offensive stuff. They were just trying to like say a swear word or whatever. And they wanted to see how they could get away with it. So people would like come up with this freaking creative stuff to like try to get around Nintendo's systems, and it was so funny whenever you would see someone succeed just for a short period of time, because you know eventually they would get, Nintendo would catch on and they'd ban them, right? But like these people would like sacrifice their accounts just so that they could say dang, you know? And it was like it was fun. I remember loading up Splatoon and seeing all the freaking, you know, images that people would draw, and they would have something in it that would be like, you know, trying to avoid like the Nintendo censors however they could. And also just some absurd stuff because they just wanted to say whatever and crack someone up. My favorite was, I think my personal favorite is in Splatoon. There was this guy who made this image that just had some text in it, and it just said something like, "My mom, help guys! My mom took us to the Best Buy and we started playing with the Wii U at the kiosk, but then she left and we can't find her and she just left us here." Or something like that. And the people in their plaza are like, you okay? You good?
Oh.
And I don't think they were serious. I think it was just a guy joking, but it's
Yeah, probably.
the concept is like, holy frick. Like, you can't help but kind of chuckle at it when you, like, just open up Splatoon just to, like, you know, play some Splatoon, and then you, like, see that in the plaza. With no context other than that. It was freaking amazing. Oh, you thought I meant the white ink one? That was another very common one. Yeah, that was... people tried to see what they could get away with like inappropriate stuff. And one thing that someone thought of was like, what if we talk about white ink and we're not referring to, because like in Splatoon you have ink, right, that you spray with ink guns. We're not actually referring to white colored ink that we shoot from the cannons. We're referring to something else. But maybe we can get away with it if we refer to it as... Oh my gosh. And people actually, I'm impressed. I'm just impressed. There are people who managed to get away with that for a few hours or so.
Oh,
It's kind of
okay.
impressive. It's probably bad, but they did. But I don't know.
Kids aren't gonna get that though.
Yeah, right. That's the thing. Like, it didn't really hurt anyone. You know, like I don't know. Like, I think a lot of them actually like knew what it was referring to anyway, or if they didn't, it flew over their heads. And it wasn't like actually like you know, like scarring stuff or whatever. It was just like bad jokes and things, and like attempts to like game the system. But like, I just thought I don't know. I just have fond memories of Miiverse because I remember it in that way it was like freaking, it was like the Wild West, I guess. It was like people just going nuts, but it was like it was like everyone had like a collective, unspoken, unagreed to, you know, goal that we just unanimously somehow, like, everyone wanted to do this, or it was just like, what can we get away with? And I don't know, there was something kind of magical about that. Oh, another thing that was really magical about Miiverse was on Miiverse, similar to Reddit actually. Yeah, you have like basically it was like subreddits, but it's like communities is what they were called. And you couldn't actually you couldn't just make a post on Miiverse. You had to post to a community. Oh, it's weird. It says I can go.
Oh yeah, right.
So what if you wanted to make a post about something that there wasn't a community for, right? So the Nintendo way, I guess, was just, well, you don't, right? You only post about things out of communities. But that people didn't take that as an answer. They wanted to post about things. So especially, for example, like there were obviously when Undertale first came out. Oh
yeah,
frick!
Of course I know about Undertale.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like you know, Undertale was like everyone loved Undertale, and it was a huge thing that was like very popular.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Did people use like a golf game like community?
Yes, I was gonna get to that. Yeah, but so people, so especially like there were a lot of kids who freaking loved Undertale and wanted to talk about it and wanted to draw fan art of it and stuff. And they wanted to do that on Miiverse, right? Of course. But there was no Miiverse community for Undertale because Undertale wasn't on the Wii U. So what people did was they just took over some random community for some game that nobody cared about, and they just turned it into an Undertale community. There was this game for the Wii U called, or the 3DS or something, called Air Hockey. It was exactly what it sounds like. It was just freaking air hockey. It was like a bootleg garbage. It was air hockey and nothing else. And it's like, oh, fun, right? So people just took over the air hockey community, and it just became the Undertale community.
That's amazing.
It was amazing. It was like nobody said that. There was no like place where everyone went and agreed and was like, hey guys, we're gonna use the air hockey community. Let's go. It just happened. It was just like, you know, oh yeah, the air hockey community. That's where Undertale is. People just knew somehow. It was freaking magical. But like, yeah, you just went there and it was nothing but Undertale. And then every now and then, you would occasionally have a person who would be like, all caps, fuming mad, like, why can't you guys talk about air hockey? And it was just so freaking hilarious.
Oh, buy me all.
Oh, hey. Oh, you came in right as I was talking about that. That's wonderful. Yeah, she loved that community. You gonna go to Vivid? Yeah, thank you, Bill.
Yeah, I didn't. I would have said hi if I was paying attention to the chat.
What? Sorry.
I was saying I would have said hi if I was paying attention to the chat earlier.
Oh, no, you're good, man. No worries. I'm doing a bad job of that too tonight. But yeah, yeah, I hope you feel better, frick. Ojitos.
Wait, is she not good?
Yeah, she was gonna beat it up, but she felt a little weird. So she decided to lay down instead. But
I hope she feels better then.
Me too. You're welcome. Good night, yo. Sleep tight. Don't let the air hockey bite. I don't know.
Air hockey bite.
Yeah.
Okay.
I couldn't think of anything. Holy fruit. Yeah, but that was magical.
This is not tasting much. That's okay.
Oh, wow. What I wonder is, like, if Miiverse was still around, I wonder, what other fun things would have arisen, whatever, to like cope with that, the whole community thing. So like, okay, like, there are a lot of people who are, and also a lot of kids. I don't know if there should be a lot of kids interested in, honestly, because it isn't really meant for kids. But like DDLC, for a while was really popular. So I wonder, like, if Miiverse was still like. Oh, wait a minute, was it? Wait a minute, when did Miiverse shut down? I don't remember.
Miiverse?
You know, I think Miiverse was around during DDLC.
No, it wasn't. DDLC was like freaking 2016.
Yeah,
Wait,
it
no.
was 16, wasn't
17, I think.
it? Oh, was it?
16 or 17.
Okay. I think it might have come out in 2016 and then become like really popular later, like a little bit like closer to 2017.
Yeah, probably.
It might be because I think at first. Oh, I'm probably wrong. Wasn't it like you had to pay for it at first and then they made it free to play?
No, I thought it was always free.
Maybe, yeah, I'm probably wrong about that. I seem to remember asking Neil about that and she told me the same thing. But I swear I saw somebody like say that it was like in beta but you had to pay for it or something. I'm probably misremembering.
Maybe that's the maybe they had like I think they had like a GoFundMe or something for the game.
Yo, yeah, and they also have like you can pay for quote-unquote DLC, which is actually just like you can buy the soundtrack and like artwork and stuff like that, which is cool.
A lot of games do that on Steam. That's
Yeah.
interesting.
You know what? I think it makes sense though. Like legit, like that's kind of cool. Because like, if you actually really like the game and you're a big fan of it, that's what a cool way to support it. Because like, you're supporting the developers and you're also getting some other cool stuff that not everyone else has. And it's like Patreon. Yeah, it is. But like. But like right there on Steam, so it's I don't know, it's really neat. I think it's a good idea, but yeah, I don't know how profitable it is. I would imagine like Denzel made a good amount of money from DDLC, even though that was the only way that he made any money from it at all, simply because it was so freaking popular that I imagine there were a good amount of people who bought the fan art and everything, the fan book and all that. I know Mio did, for example. And she showed me some of it. It's actually really cool stuff. But yeah, so I hope he made a good amount of money from it, and the rest of the team. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I don't know where I was going with that. Yeah, just oh, 2017, was it really? Oh, okay, frick.
Oh.
Well, never mind, I don't know.
Oh yeah, because Radfordhound made his video around that.
Wow, frick.
Yeah.
Okay then, huh?
That's when I first heard of it.
That's crazy. Like, time is weird. Okay, so I guess it was a little after Miiverse, or like right before its demise anyway. So if Miiverse was still like around,
when did Miiverse
active,
die?
I don't remember. That's the thing.
Yeah, that was like I thought that was 2015 or something. Well, no, 2015.
It might have been late 2015, but I think it was 2016 or 2017 at least.
Yeah.
It might have even been 18, but I don't know. I could look it up, but yeah, I'll look it up. Miiverse was total garbage, especially at the end. Oh, it was, but that's what I loved about it. Met the best friends on it, but you still hated it. Yeah. It wasn't like... The thing that made it garbage was that everyone was trying to game the system. But that's also the thing that made it magical to me. It was like... It was just chaos, but like in the best way. Like people
chaos. I can do anything.
Exactly. Like it wasn't just a bunch of like edgelords trying to say really offensive crap. It wasn't that. And it wasn't like people trying to dox people or hurt people or anything horrible like that either. It was just like, how many servers can we sneak past the mods? That was the games people played. And how much, lewd content can we sneak past the mods? It was stuff like that. And I don't think it was really hurting anyone. It was just funny. I don't know. But yeah, it was garbage. But I don't know. I quite liked Miiverse. I kind of miss it. Anyway, the only reason I brought it up was just that's an example. I'm sorry, I'm gonna look this up and get back to thinking about it. That was an example of something that I think was like, if you weren't on Miiverse, you never get to go on Miiverse, right? That was a one-time experience. So I wonder how many other things are like that. You know, how many services do you think are gonna not be around? I mean, Yahoo used to be #1. Look at them now. You know, and they're still around, but just barely. You think Google will be like that someday? Who knows? I mean, it doesn't seem like it's possible now, but. All it takes is you get a new CEO and they make a series of extremely terrible decisions for a good period of time, and well, any company would die. Let's see. What the frick was I looking up? Oh yeah, Miiverse shut down. Yeah, the Miiverse shutdown was the epitome of, guys, let's sneak past the mods, because there were a lot of people, like even in the chaos of Miiverse where people were doing that throughout its whole lifetime, right? Even during all that, there was a level where it wasn't too extreme, because most people still didn't do it, just because they didn't want to risk getting banned, right? They didn't want to
Yeah.
actually get banned to do it. It was only people who were okay with being banned that went out and did that, which was actually a lot more than you would think. But it was it was still fairly controlled. It was just occasionally would break out like that. At the end, nobody cared because it didn't matter if you were going to get banned or not. It was going to shut down in like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So who freaking cares? Say whatever you want. So the last like 30 minutes or an hour or so of Miiverse was it was something. It was just freaking chaos. People were just posting, you know, that is where it became edgelord territory. That was almost like 4chan actually. It was like people just, how much can we sneak past before we get shut down, right? Some of it was actually way too far, but some of it was not, and it was something to behold regardless. If you look up Miiverse shutdown, you find all these videos of it, and it's some of it's just very offensive and not funny, but some of it is kind of brilliant. And it's something. It was something historical to behold regardless. And I also looked it up. Yeah, it shut down on November 7th, 2017. So when did DLC release? September 22nd, 2017. Wow. So it released very shortly before Miiverse shut down. Okay.
Oh, what? Wait, 20. Oh.
Apparently 2017.
I thought it was like.
Me
I thought it
too.
was like earlier.
I thought it was 2016. And Undertale was somehow 2015? I think?
Yeah. Yeah,
Was it? I don't
Undertale
even know anymore.
No, it was.
Okay, good. Holy
Like,
frick.
like either September, no, or like November of 2013.
Wow, alright. Holy frick. Time is so weird.
It is.
I
So
always
like,
say
okay, sorry. Speaking of time, so like, there's this one YouTuber like I started like a watch a lot, and so like I remember being around for one of their one of my favorite lip plays from them, and apparently that was like a year ago, even though it doesn't feel like it.
I
The
know
entire-
how that is. Holy frick.
Like, the entire thing was a year ago, and it doesn't feel right.
Ugh. I know what you're talking about. Like, I feel that way both with Let's Plays that I've watched and like with streams that I've done. Like I can't tell you how many times I feel like, oh yeah, that stream that was only like a couple months ago, right? Dude, that was 2 years ago.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What? I forgot I could when I said that. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's such a weird feeling. And I hear that gets worse when you get older. So fun.
Oh yeah.
Apparently, like the one that shocks a lot of people. Now, this one doesn't get me too much because I was born in 2000, right? But a lot of anyone who was born before then pretty much is shocked by this. Just the fact that what is it? We're closer to the. I don't remember what it is exactly. Something. Yeah, we're closer to 2030 than we are to the 90s.
Oh.
Like the 90s were, you know. That's the thing that people hear and they go, no. And they get like weirded out by that.
I feel weirded out by that right now.
Yeah, honestly, I do a little bit too, even though I wasn't even, you know, born in the 90s. But less so than I imagine if you actually were, it's very just freaking shocking and weird. But yeah, whack, huh? I think one thing that definitely made a difference though was that it used to be like, for a long while people referred to time by the decade, basically. So it was like, oh, we're in the 80s, oh, we're in the 90s, you know. But then the 2000s hit and people couldn't really do that the same anymore. Wait, how do you do that?
Yeah. Because we got the 10s, the 20s.
Yeah,
Oh.
it didn't. Well, I mean, I guess you could, but it didn't sound right in the same way. I don't know. So people didn't really do that. They started saying like the 2010s or something, and not even that really. And the other thing that changed, it's interesting, is it used to be like, if you liked music, you would turn on the radio and you would listen to music like that, and that's how you got your music. And if you liked shows, you turned on the TV and you watched that. That's how you got your shows and all that. You know what I mean? Like, if you liked movies, you went to the movie theater and you had a limited selection of movies at the theater, and so on and so forth. Basically, what I'm getting at is you were limited in your selection with everything. it was always like a matter of like what's on the radio, what's at the movie theater, what's on TV, right? Now you have the internet. If you like something, you can probably find it, right? So it does. So people have like much broader tastes now than they used to. It's like it's not just like there's not really so much of a like I don't know how to put this. There used to be things where it was like something was popular because everybody heard it, right? Everybody watched that show. Everybody listened to that song because that was like pretty much one of your only options, and it was a good option. So that was, you know, that's how it was. But now it's not like that. Now there's such a broad variety of different things all around that, you know, you can like it's hard to say what's really popular. You know? I don't know how to put it, but
this doesn't look too hard.
I don't know if I phrased that right.
If you can find me the material,
But it's just harder to identify the individual decades because of that.
Oh, it's hot character. Sorry.
You're good. Wait. Oh, I buy blueprints here? I haven't used any blueprints yet. I don't even really know what they do yet. You craft things with them, I guess?
No. Yeah, you use them here.
Well, this one's kind of garbage. I already have something way better than that. Wait, I use them here? Oh. Wait, it's a purchase.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So
wait.
does this give me more attack than what I already have? So, okay. Oh, I guess it does. Smooth brain. No, it's smooth whetstone. Okay, so I guess... And I guess I get this. Oh. Okay. Yes. I got an achievement for that. Oh. Oh, frick. Let's get that, too. Let's get the ones with the biggest numbers. Let's go, everyone. I guess
They have to be good.
Yeah, exactly. I guess what I'm trying to say is just that people's tastes are, like, more, broad than ever, I guess, or wider, you know what I mean? Like,
Thanks.
there's so many things that are considered to be popular now versus in the 80s and 90s where, from what I understand, it wasn't quite like that. It was more so like, there was a smaller subset of things that was considered popular. And if something was popular, it was like everyone had heard of that. Whereas now it's like, have you heard of Homestuck? No, I don't know what that is. Well, how do you not know what Homestuck is? It's really popular, you know. It's like things that are popular in a bubble. I don't know.
Yeah.
So it's harder to distinguish the decades. Because it's not like, oh, the 80s, that was the that was the 10 years of the following thing. Oh, the 90s, that was a 10-year where, you know, the following things were popular. It's not like that anymore. It's like, I still love Minecraft. That's 2020, you know, so it's like, it's kind of different. I don't know.
So check for blue resonance gates and
I'm sorry, I should be paying attention.
Need anything else?
I'm good. Let's talk. Oh, geez.
So, let's talk.
I hate how he said that. Is Maddie your only family? How long have you been a blacksmith? Why live in Archer's Pass? Never mind. I want to do that in real life. So, let's talk. Never mind. Huh.
Never mind.
Yeah, and then it's like, okay, alright. Still would be less awkward than me on the phone. Is Maddie your only family? How long have you been a blacksmith? Why live in the Archer's Pass? I mean...
I notice it's only you and...
Yeah, dude.
Not all the time, no. My father still runs the forge, but he's usually away on business. Right now,
I feel like I should pay attention to this, but also, like, if I pay too much attention to it, then... Okay.
Sounds like he's always pretty busy.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, but I get along fine by myself.
And Maddie, too, of course. And then he's like, grumble, grumble.
I meant to ask before.
Just makes noises.
Does Maddie have a problem?
Of course not. And then he's, like, clawing at his, like, leg.
He's grumble a lot around me.
I can attest to that. Lots of grumbling.
I really can't say, Dust. Maddie, do you have anything to say?
Grumble, grumble. Mm-hmm.
Well, I hope that answers your question.
Sure does.
Not really, but...
Let it go, Dust.
Just let it go. Sorry.
So,
Okay, now I guess that was the
the
thing.
official family trade then?
Oh yeah, Frozen
So-
was a thing.
Yeah, there...
My father said I could be whatever
yeah.
I wanted.
There definitely are things that are popular still where it's like everybody hears about it, and that was one of them. But it's a little different. It's like,
nice to have skills that are in demand these days.
I don't know. I
Everybody
guess
always
not.
needs something forged, whether it's amulets or armor.
So, business is good?
It's well,
I guess it's just harder to remember.
still, we make enough to keep things going.
Like-
and that's the important thing.
This movie that I like, did it come out in the 2000s or the 2010s? It's kind of sometimes it's tough to remember with some movies
Your forge is pretty far off the beaten path, Haley.
and things.
Why set
Whereas I don't
up
imagine
so
it was like
far
that at all with.
Aurora?
Maybe it
This
was.
forge is actually quite ancient.
I don't know what I'm
My
saying.
father's father inherited
Oh.
it from his mother's grandfather on her father's side.
People do that to me
During the
in
Battle of
conversations.
Pass, many
They'll be like,
Wait,
"Oh,
what
you know,
is-
my father's,
The
you know,
archers
mother's
were holding off their
cousin's,
enemies way
the
up here,
friend,
but
you know,
they needed
relative
bullets
who's
to
related, you know, in the
finish their
following." I'm like, and they just expect you to understand that.
right where they
Oh.
It's like, now wait a second, I have to make a freaking mental graph of that and break it down.
A whole valley.
Sounds like this forge
I'm
has
like,
a lot of history behind it.
You're what?
Even so,
Location,
That drives me nuts.
location.
Lots of locations.
Yeah,
Well,
I
that
hear what
drives me
you're
nuts.
saying. I wish it was
Peanuts?
more accessible.
What?
We'd get more
Elysian.
people, I'm
Elysian?
sure of it,
Mm.
but it's
Yeah.
not like we can just pick
Now
up
with
and move.
80% less fat.
I'll bet if you had an army of
Wait, that would be a
But
bad
no,
thing, though, wouldn't
wait.
it?
could move this
Yeah,
place no
you
Fidget, I don't think that'd help.
I don't think people would want that.
with magic.
I mean, well, I'm not most people.
Altitude sickness
Hmm.
drives some creatures
I don't know about that.
crazy.
Fidget
What
was
does that
pretty
mean?
crazy before.
I beg to differ. I think that most people are incorrect.
Need anything else?
Oh, okay.
Wait, I have to choose this? Or
Thanks, Des.
no? Okay, that's just credit because I said that already. I'm joking, by the way. But anyway, frick is okay. So I already went there. No, I mean rather. Yeah, I gotta go down.
That went incredibly well.
Why are they talking cutting
I
this?
don't know, Fidget. Why?
Uh oh.
Don't be so dense.
Fidget?
Because she
Wait,
loves
what?
you.
Fidget?
Fidget, what are you talking about?
You
No,
didn't
no.
see the signals? She
What happened about communists?
What happened to what,
That's
sir?
Great, Fidget.
No,
Really,
wait,
I'll
what?
keep that in
It
mind.
says that someone is talking about something.
Oh, can you see the screen or? Sorry. Yeah. Well, it's up now, but Fidget. Like I
Yeah, I
just walked to the left and Fidget's like, you know, that went incredibly well. You know why? Because she likes you. Fidget's
Oh,
freaking
okay,
trying
yeah, I
to
know
ship
about that.
dust.
No, okay. I thought you said something about like freaking communist for some reason.
Kanye? What?
No, communist.
Oh, frick. It's whack. Rad.io, like radio, Radu Boomer. Oh yeah, exactly. Don't click that, I don't know what it is. It probably actually is a legit like radio site, but I'm not gonna risk it. When this was the only social network site you could use, of course, you'd be mad/go mad with Meverse. Yeah. You heard there was Nintendo employee doxing on the shutdown? Oh, jeez. Oh, that's messed up. Yeah, there were people who took it way too far, and that wasn't good. But there were also a lot of people who didn't, and were just having fun. And that stuff was
Those are
great.
cool people.
Yeah, why can't everyone be like that? Oh well.
Why can't everybody be cool, SMH?
Yeah, what the freaking frockety? I'm very peeved about this. Oh,
Ribbit.
can I get up there? I think I can, but I don't know how to, so I'm gonna go anyway. That's gonna take me back to where I was, though, right? Yeah. Can I go down from here, or do I need to... Maybe. Oh. Oh, frick. I'm just gonna wait for that to, yeah, we have this. So we're good. Everything's fine. Compare 2000 and 2009, some people from... Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Thank you. Because there's a lot that changed, but there also isn't. It's weird. Is that just me? Like, I don't know. It's like, okay, if you think about it, freaking 2000 was like the 90s. It was like VHS players were still like a very common way of... It was still pretty much like how people played stuff. You know what I mean? And like, you know, the internet was like in its infancy. Computers, people still had dial-up. You know, freaking what? Like I guess Smash Mouth was popular. Exactly. Not as a meme yet though, because memes weren't a thing yet. I mean, I guess maybe they were, but they weren't called memes. That wasn't like
They
a.
called funny.
I guess I don't even know if like they weren't really a thing. I don't know. I mean, what? Freaking like YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, even MySpace. I don't know. Like eBay, Amazon, none of that like, freaking existed at first, right? Obviously, smartphones didn't exist. The best that people had was like those Java flip phones, but that was like, I don't know when those first started becoming a thing. But I don't think that was until a little later. That was like mid 2000s, I think, when that started. Maybe like, I remember my dad had one in like 2005, I think, or 6. No, maybe not even then. Maybe not even until 2006 or 7. They weren't like popular for a while, but they were a thing pretty early on, I think. But yeah, I mean, think about it, like frick, everything was freaking different. That's 2000. And you get like 2000. Fast forward to 2009, right? The iPhone's out. I mean, Twitter and YouTube exists now. Facebook, MySpace is already dead. It became a thing, lived for a while, and then died, right? I mean, stuff changes fast, but like so in that regard, absolutely there's a difference. Like there's definitely a culture difference between 2000s and 2010s, but not totally, because like it's so weird, because like during the 2000s you also had like the invention of like DVDs started becoming popular and started becoming like they replaced VHS tapes very quickly, right? And that became like a thing that was in people's homes. But like I would say that like that kind of lasted throughout a lot of the 2010s as well. Like yeah, they had Blu-ray, but a lot of people didn't get Blu-ray players till a lot later. You know what I'm saying? And like yeah, the iPhone came out in the late in like 2007, right? I think. But a lot of people didn't freaking have one for a long time. A lot of people still use their flip phones. I don't think we got a smartphone until, like, I don't think my parents got one until 2010 or 11 at least, maybe 2012 even. And that wasn't uncommon. They weren't late for doing that. That was like, that genuinely was like when people got that stuff. It wasn't that long ago. It really wasn't. Like, dude, frick, that was like 8 years ago. That's not a long time, all things considered. But it feels like I can't remember. It's hard for me to remember when we didn't have a smartphone. It's freaking weird. Like, what is time? I don't know. But when you think of it like that, the fact that like, for example, like we've only even had like smartphones for like our family anyway has only had them for like freaking like maybe like 8-9 years, something like that. Like, consider that, right? And that we weren't even that late to it. Like, that was normal. Like a lot of people didn't get them until around then. Like, consider that, right? And now take that and stop and take a step back and think for a bit and go. So it's only been around that long since all this stuff has been popular and all this stuff that we know has like existed. So given that, will Google be around in 20 years? It's like, frick, I don't know, because when you first hear that, you go, yeah, of course. Who's gonna kill Google? They're unstoppable. They're giant. But then, will they be around? I don't know. I mean, all it takes is you get, like I said, like you get a new freaking CEO who doesn't know what the heck they're doing, and they make a bunch of bad choices, and then they screw up financially and they die. That's all it takes. Cause like, you laugh at this now. People are gonna laugh at this and roll their eyes. But like, hear me out. Freaking Bing, for example, right? Right now, they're a joke, pretty much. It's like, oh yeah, you mean Microsoft's bootleg version of Google that's not as good, that nobody likes? Whatever, right? But like, have you actually used it though? It's basically just Google, right? And in some ways it's worse. In some ways it's better. Like it's not really as bad. Like it just isn't cool, right? It's just like oh, if you use Bing, then you're kind of weird. That's the like cultural status of thing. But it's as a service, it's really not bad. So what I'm getting at is, if freaking Google died, Bing would swoop in. It totally would. Like if someone at Google made a bunch of horrible decisions, all it would take is like from now on, Google is going to be, whatever, censoring the search results in a way that people don't like, right? And people would be like, I mean, they already are doing that, but like a lot worse. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to disallow all not safe for work content from Google. We're not going to allow that anymore, and we're going like all of it, and we're going to not let you. We're not going to show videos from any other website, only from YouTube. And, you know, something really extreme and stupid like that. Like, I don't think they're actually going to do that. But, like, say that they did that, right? Just as an example. People would be like, freaking, no, I don't like that. I want you to let me, you know, actually show me what's on, like, show me stuff related to what I searched for, right? Don't freaking try to, you know, tell me what's okay and what isn't when I'm not doing anything wrong, you know? That's the reaction people would have, and people would go, frick, I'm gonna go somewhere else. Where do I go? Oh, how about Bing? How about DuckDuckGo? How about, you know, like, it wouldn't take much, is what I'm saying. So, yeah, they have other services, but so does Microsoft. Google Docs? Okay, Word Online. You know? Like, they I don't know, Google Drive, OneDrive, Dropbox, Box, Mega, whatever. Like, there's, like, what I'm getting at is, like, even companies that seem like they're here forever, and they're giant, and there's no way they could possibly fail. They could! They absolutely freaking could. Google could go away. Like, it could just become, like, Yahoo is. Like, just irrelevant, basically. And it's crazy to think, but it could happen. So it would just take, you would just need a series of really bad decisions. So anyway, I wonder if it will. I wonder if that'll happen someday, or if Google will be around forever. Who knows? Lots of people don't have Blu-rays. Oh yeah, like legit though, like this one we were absolutely late to the party on. Okay, so I'll agree with this. With like smartphones, you might laugh thinking you didn't get one till 2012, but like that was normal. Like seriously, like I don't think we knew anybody who had one much before then. The first I heard somebody get one, I think, was like maybe 2011 or so. It wasn't like long before. We weren't really that late. So like, okay, but like Blu-rays, we were. Blu-rays, we absolutely freaking were late to that. We genuinely did not get a Blu-ray player until I think like 2 years ago. Maybe not even then. Might have even been last year. Holy frick. We were, yeah, like extremely late to Blu-rays. And we still only have a few, like most of what we have is on DVD, but that's the thing, right? That one's not just because we were slow to adapt it though. It was because we stopped using like physical media really. We started just watching everything on like Netflix or Hulu or whatever. We just started streaming everything, right? So we didn't feel the need to get a Blu-ray player because it was like, well, everything is on freaking Netflix or whatever, and the quality looks fine, right? So, yeah. I think there's a lot of people who are in that same situation today. Oh, that was abysmal. That took me forever to figure out what I was doing there. So, yeah, like, so stuff that feels like it genuinely has been around forever really hasn't. You know? So I just wonder how things will change in the future. Like, legit, in 2050, where do you think we'll be? I honestly can't tell you. Anyway, I gotta go down.
Up and down and
somehow.
all around.
Right. Wait, no I don't. I just have to go to the left. Why does the map make it look like I have to go down? What? Wait, on here the map says... Oh, I guess I misread it that one time. Okay, sorry, okay. Yeah, it says I have to go down and then go to the left. But, how do I do that, though? This teleport takes you up, I believe, doesn't it? Anyway. They're a lot less common than VHS and DVD owners. Oh yeah, for sure. People said MySpace would never die. Yeah, they did. MySpace community is dying. Repost if you're still in the MySpace gang. Oh my gosh, I really want to see that, but unironically though. I want to see somebody who's like actually like, I'll be a MySpace fan for life. Do you know that MySpace? Yeah, that was it. So that was the other thing I wanted to talk about. So beyond just, do you think stuff's gonna last? What do you think it's going to become of things? Because platforms don't usually just overnight vanish and then everything's deleted and gone forever. That has happened a few times, but that doesn't usually, especially with big platforms, like that. It's not usually okay. Like for example, like Yahoo is still very much a thing, right? They're still a company. They're still relevant in some ways, like a little bit. They still have, like, people still know what Yahoo is, right? And people still, like, a lot of people still have Yahoo Mail accounts and stuff like that. So they're not completely dead, all right? They still are actually making a bit of a profit. They still are a company that exists. But let's be freaking real. Yahoo's dead, right? Like, come on. Everybody knows it. It's like nobody freaking uses Yahoo to search. If you want to make an email account right now, 2020, you don't think Yahoo Mail, you think Gmail. Maybe you even think freaking Hotmail, I don't know, but you don't think Yahoo Mail.
I never got that existed.
Exactly. That's not a service that people think of anymore. If you wanna ask someone a question and you wanna get an answer, you don't think of Yahoo Answers, you think of Quora. You know, like there's alternatives for everything that Yahoo did. I think the one thing that they actually owned that wasn't dead was Tumblr, and then they killed it. It's a great job. But yeah, Yahoo is freaking basically they're not quite irrelevant, but they basically are irrelevant. They're dying a very, very long, very slow, and very painful death. So, like, what's this? Like, I imagine if Google started to die, they would do that too. It would be like Yahoo. It would be like Google just like very slowly becomes irrelevant, and people just like still know what it is, but it's not like really a thing. You know, I would imagine it would be like that. It's really weird to think about it, but it could happen. Oh, you know, I haven't gone there yet. Can I not? Oh, I have to enter the map from one of those two spots. Well, I guess this is closer. Actually, I don't know if it is. Anyway. Yeah, so I guess what I'm also getting at is, so what do you think would happen? So, okay, so like Yahoo is still, like, everyone's like Yahoo Answers posts are somehow still around, to my knowledge anyway. They haven't like deleted all that. That's still there. So despite the fact that Yahoo is like basically dead, you can still go there, you can still use it if you want to, and it still is like kind of around, right? But then on the flip side, you have like MySpace. So MySpace is also still technically around. They're still technically in existence, but they're not at all what they used to be in the slightest. It used to be a social network like Facebook, right? And now it's like a bootleg bad SoundCloud. Because they realized that they were dying. They realized that they were going out of business, they were having trouble, they weren't going to be able to make it as a social network. Because they realized that Facebook killed them. So they went, okay, is there any other way that we could... Is there any other spot we could fit into in the market where we could succeed? And they went, what about music? And I guess at the time, either SoundCloud didn't exist or it was in its infancy. So they saw a spot where they thought that they could fill that spot in the market, and that's what they did. So they turned their sign into something completely different just to try to stay relevant. And somehow, in spite of that, they still are not relevant. They failed that badly. But anyway, yeah. So for a while, despite the fact that, it's like, here's the thing, right? That was like, that's not just like their site just got deleted or whatever. Like, they are still around. They just changed everything. So what about all of the people on MySpace, right? What about all of the accounts and all of the things that everything posted over the years on MySpace? What happens to all that content, right? You would think that you would want to keep that around, and for a while they did. Actually, they kept all of that data around, and they kept it to where anyone could go on MySpace and view all the old archives and stuff.
Oh.
But that changed. One day, I'm dead serious, they went to migrate to a new server, and they screwed up they just made it a technical error. And somehow,
Oh my God.
freaking accidentally deleted all of the old MySpace data. Only the new music stuff was around. It was freaking like gigabytes of, you know, like imagine, like literally imagine that's like deleting all of Facebook's posts and all the accounts accidentally. Like it's not quite to the same scale because MySpace wasn't quite ever as big as Facebook was, but it was the Facebook of the era. You get what I'm saying? Like, how do you screw up that badly? Like, holy frick! But that's what happened. At least that's what they claimed happened. I kind of wonder if maybe they did it on purpose. I wonder if maybe they were like, dude, we don't want to have to pay to hold on to all this crap. Like, we want to be a music service now. And I wonder if they were like, why don't we, quote unquote, accidentally delete it, right? But I assume they actually just were incompetent. But anyway, regardless of how it happened, yeah, they freaking deleted all of it. So now it's all gone. And, my point is just, what do you think would happen if, okay, if Google died someday, how do you think it would die? Do you think that YouTube would stick around? Do you think it would be bought up by another company, or do you think it would die too? And if it did, you think all the videos and streams on it would stick around? Or do you think YouTube would delete those? Because someone has to pay for it, right? For it to be up somewhere still, somebody has to actively pay for the servers to hold all that data and to host it for people and all the bandwidth and everything, right? That's like a monthly, annually kind of thing. It's not just a one-time thing. So if the money stops, they can't freaking do it anymore. Like if Google goes out of business, which is impossible to imagine now, but if they did, what would freaking happen to YouTube? Right? I just wonder about that sometimes. What about Twitter? What if they went out of business? What happened to all the tweets? Like, it's just weird to think about this stuff. I guess what I'm getting at as well is like we also think that everything that we do now, like we read about history and stuff, and we read about things like, you know, whatever, the dark era, whatever, you know, like we read about times in the past where people didn't like freaking write stuff down, and you know, stuff was like deleted and forgotten. And we hear about that and we go, wow, that's crazy, but that won't happen anymore. We fixed that now, right? Because now we have the freaking internet, and this will last forever. Because all you need to do to preserve something on the internet is just copy the data over to a new server, right? It doesn't matter if the server dies or gets bought out or whatever. As long as someone copies it, it lasts forever. But it doesn't. Because, like, the MySpace stuff, nobody made a copy of it. And it's just gone. All the MySpace stuff is just freaking gone. It's all just a memory. So like, I mean, I you know what? I'm sure there actually are some Internet Archive backups of MySpace. So that's probably still around, and that's gonna last, I think, because they're committed to actually making sure that they keep stuff forever. But yeah, like, there's like, we think that everything's permanent. Like, everything that's happening now is going to be like this pretty much forever, and even if it isn't, there's always going to be an archive, always going to be a backup. What we have to say right now, and what we are seeing right now, is always going to be there. But I don't think that's true. I think the internet's still in its infancy, even though it feels like it isn't. We're still figuring crap out, and I feel like there's going to be a lot of sites that shut down that we never would imagine would shut down because they just weren't able to you know, make money in the long term, and stuff's gonna get lost to time, right? And like, you're gonna get freaking all this data that's just gone. So I'm not saying that to depress people or whatever. What I'm saying is, like, I guess, like, appreciate what you have, and like, you know, just keep that in mind. Just like that, you know, stuff could actually go away someday. You don't know. It might stick around forever. It might die. There's really no guarantee. Also sorry. MySpace is for pensioners. What? Yahoo is dead. Exactly. Hotmail's dead. Kinda. Kinda is exactly right for both of those. They still are alive technically, but they're basically dead. And being as useless and irrelevant. I kind of, you know, I sort of disagree. I mostly agree, but not entirely. I do agree that it's kind of irrelevant, but not entirely. I honestly think that it's more popular than people think. If I understand correctly, isn't it like the second or third most popular search engine?
Oh.
I mean, it's not Google for sure, but if Google were to die, which you know probably won't happen, but if it did someday, theoretically, hypothetically, right? I don't think it's all that crazy to imagine that Bing might take its place. I don't know, because it basically is the same thing. The only reason it's irrelevant now is because Google exists, right? If Microsoft made Bing before Google existed, it wouldn't be relevant at all. It would be the search engine. So it's really just, it's only irrelevant because they were too late to the party, and they basically just did what Google did, but, you know. People say worse. I don't know if it really is or not. Now, I don't use Bing, right? Having said all that. So, you know. But I don't think, like, I've used it a few times. I really don't think it's as bad as people think it is. And I wouldn't at all be surprised if it like took the place of the most popular search engine if Google were to somehow go out one day. Which I don't think is going to happen anytime soon. But if it did, you know what though? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. Because I kind of think, hang on a second. Okay, I haven't found them yet apparently. There's a part of me that thinks that. There's another part of me though that wonders if people's requirements for a search engine would change at all. Because right now, like for a long time, our requirements for a search engine have been like things like basically just we want to get good results when we Google something, right? We want to type in something and get like something that's relevant to what we said. And that's always going to be a requirement for a search engine. Of course, that's what they're made for. But I think people are going to maybe what people value, I think, is going to change a little bit, too. So hear me out. It depends on how this all happens. So Google has been collecting a lot of data on people for a long time. And that it's not just Google, obviously. Like, freaking... everyone's been doing that. But Google is one of the, you know, a big example of a company that's collected a lot of data on people for a very long time. Like, they really... Google... honestly knows more about some people than I think they know about themselves. Like, Google can genuinely guess people's sexual preferences and, like, where they might want to move and, like, personal crap that maybe they don't even have themselves figured out yet. You know what I mean? But, like, Google has it guessed in advance, and they're usually right. Like, that's how much data they have on people and how good they are at predicting things, and, you know, they have just freaking ridiculous algorithms in place. And they do that for, not necessarily for nefarious purposes. I think people, like, freak out when they hear that. I don't know, like, I don't know what to think about it, because obviously I don't want companies spying on people like that and collecting all that data like that, but on the flip side, you have to fund the site somehow. And how do you fund it? Because, like, they have ads, but are the ads enough? Like, I don't know if it would be enough to handle the ridiculous amount of, you know, bandwidth and everything that Google and all of its many services require. I guess I should say Alphabet, but you know what I mean. So, like, they also have to make money some other way. And the way that they do that is data collection. They collect data on people and then they sell it to other companies. And that data is extremely useful to people because they can use it to figure out, like, who to show their ads to and all this crap. So Google does that. People aren't generally okay with that when they hear about it, but that's how it is. So what I'm getting, where I'm going with that is, so I wonder if that'll change someday. I wonder if, because there's obviously already now, there's a lot of people who already are not okay with that. There are a lot of people who are like, you know, that's messed up. I don't think Google should be having all this data on me. I think they should fund it some other way. And those people, oh, holy frick. That was a very unfortunate set of circumstances. Oh, jeez. That's funny. Sorry. Those people are already using more, you know, privacy-focused applications and such, right? So they're already using things like DuckDuckGo, What are some other ones? I saw like a list of like private searches just a while ago. I think there's like IX Quick or something. No, it's like Start Page now, I think. And there's I don't freaking know. There's others. Anyway, there's several that claim to be they protect your privacy or whatever. Whether or not they actually do, I don't freaking know, because you just have to kind of trust them to an extent. You just have to kind of trust them, like, oh, DuckDuckGo says that it's protecting me, so it probably is. I don't know. But anyway, what I wonder is, if Google were to somehow go out, right, and people had to like switch to some other search engine instead, do you think it would be Bing, or do you think it would, or do you think at that point, maybe by that point, society might have changed a bit to the point where people now value privacy a lot more, right? And if that's the case, it would probably be something more like DuckDuckGo, or whatever, right? Something that's like fairly popular that is supposedly protects your privacy and all that, right? I don't know. I'm just saying. Like I could see it going several ways, but it's really I mean, there could also just be a freaking new search engine that shows up one day that we've never even heard of so far. Anything could happen, but it's just fun to think about, because it's like not stuff that I think people do think about ever.
Yeah,
You know?
that's interesting.
Thank you.
Like even though I'm not like commenting much, I think it's interesting thinking
Oh,
about.
thanks. No worries. They're good, man. Yeah, it's just something that I don't know. I thought about for a while. Just like, what if? What if? And also, why is it like this? Like, why does it feel like Google has been just around forever, and like Twitter has been around forever, and YouTube and the iPhone and Android phones? All that stuff feels like, yeah, dude, that's been like freaking, you know, for ages that's been around. That's always gonna be around. But it's like, it hasn't. Like, the first iPhone was 2007 or 8. It's not that long. It really is not. So it makes you, I mean, in the world of technology, I suppose it is. Because things move so fast. So I guess that's why it feels like it's around forever. But it's like, in terms of history, this isn't this long. Like, will we even be using smartphones in the future? Will we have something else to replace it? I mean, what could possibly replace that, right? Who knows? What could be more convenient than the iPhone or an Android phone or whatever, right? I don't know, but could there be something more convenient? Because, like, I don't think people envisioned smartphones for a long time. Maybe I'm wrong. But for a while, like, people had personal computers, PCs, right? That was a thing, obviously. And that was, like, I don't know. Like, do you think that a lot of people really envisioned that? Or do you think it was just like, yeah, laptops, that's how it is? Like, I don't know if people really had in mind, like, tablets and smartphones. At least not the common, you know, like, normies. Obviously, there were some people who had that idea because someone came up with those devices, but you know what I mean? Like, will someone come up with something more convenient that works better? I don't know what could be, but like one example I thought of was like I've mentioned this a lot of times now, but like freaking I don't know, like Gabe Newell and a bunch of other people I've noticed who are like big in you know they've been working in computers and games and such for years. They've been freaking working on like VR stuff. They've been trying to figure out ways that they can actually have the VR go further than what we already have done. Like I've said this before, I know, but like they genuinely want to do basically sci-fi stuff.
Over and over again.
Exactly, and I'm proud of it. Okay. But yeah, like they want to have it like interface with like people's, like they actually want to have stuff where like you can freaking like put on the thing on your head and it like not necessarily reads your thoughts, but like it like can communicate with the parts of your brain that would like move things. So like you have like when you say you want to move your hand, there's like a signal that's in your brain that gets sent down your nervous system, and I guess it you know makes your freaking moves your hand. But what if we could instead take that signal and move your hand in the game world, you know? Stuff like that. That's what they're trying to do.
Your transaction.
And it's again, it's like, haha, that's funny, science fiction stuff, that'll never happen. But from what I keep hearing from people and what I've been reading, it's closer than it sounds. Like, it really is, like, they're doing some stuff. Some, if I remember correctly, it was only, maybe not even like a year or so ago. Some scientists created, gosh, I'm sorry, I hate saying that, I want to cite my source, but I can't remember who did this. But if you look it up, hopefully it's, a real thing and I'm not making a fool of myself. But if I recall correctly, there were scientists who freaking created a game where basically they had two people literally play a game of Pong, right, with each other, but without a controller. They just used their heads to do it. They had these machines on their heads that freaking read, like, not their thoughts, but like their request to move a muscle, essentially. And so whenever they would like try to move a certain part of their body, instead they would move the Pong thing. And it's insane, but that's actually a thing. If either that or it's a hoax. I'm fairly certain it was real. I seem to remember seeing that in several news sources. And, but that was like a thing that someone was able to do. And like, that's not far off from like what these people are saying they want to do. So like, frick, I don't know. So like, what if we get to the point where we have technology that can do that, and it's like freaking SAO? You know what I'm saying? And you have like, you know, virtual worlds where it actually exactly. Oh, dude, wouldn't that be lit? Oh man. But really though, like.
Oh yes, I'm gonna die. Wait, no, but what I say importantly.
I know you just meant it as a joke, but yeah, it's like, you know, it sounds crazy and like, yeah, that's funny, but that'll never happen. But like, I don't know. Sometimes some of it seems like it could. It really is insane, but like, I don't know. So I wonder if we could actually genuinely have virtual worlds like that. You know, we could actually have it feel like you're freaking in the world. And if we could do that, then at that point, right, like computers started off as, you know, giant vacuum tube abominations that took up an entire room that were only used by like the government and people with billions of dollars, you know. Now a computer is anything from a desktop to a laptop to a phone that fits in your pocket, right? And these things are infinitely more powerful than those things that took up the whole room anyway. So like, just think about that, right? It took several decades and you know, lots of time and effort and everything, but technology, you know, changed drastically. So if we could somehow get to the point where we could have that, where we could actually have something where, like, you know, at first it would be a mess of cables. It would be like a thing that would have to be on your head, and it would have to be connected to your computer with 40 million wires, and you'd have to have state-of-the-art, crazy, expensive, ridiculous technology to be able to do it. But as time goes on, over the decades, could you shrink it down? Could you get it to the point where you could have a device that's like in your pocket or whatever, or just goes on your head, but like maybe it's like glasses or something even, you know? And maybe it could actually make you freaking, like, you could like basically see a screen, like over, like, you know, Google Glass? Imagine that, except you control it with your thoughts, basically, with your, like, your mind. Like, you just go like, yeah, I want to you just basically think, I want to post this, and then you post it. It sounds insane, but could we eventually do that? I don't know. It's interesting to think about. Because if we could, we will, right? Like, that's gonna happen if it's possible at all. Because why would it not? It would make things more convenient, right? So, and you know, whichever company comes out with that would make $1 billion. So yeah, I don't know. It's just interesting to think about stuff like that. I don't know, because there's, I mean, you know, stuff that, again, it's like science fiction, but like stuff that was science fiction isn't anymore. Like, I don't know. It was science fiction to have a flat screen TV at some point, and Skype, and you know, FaceTime, and video calls in general. That was science fiction. That was like in movies, and people were like, "That's cool," but that'll never happen. Now it's like normal. It's like, yeah, freaking, of course. Yeah, dude, I'll do a video call with you on Discord. You know, it's just freaking, no one even thinks about it. It's just normal. So it's like, will that happen with other things? I don't know. Google knows you are a girl before you know you are a girl. Exactly.
Oh.
but like it's actually true though. Like apparently it actually is very good at predicting that kind of stuff, and that's kind of I don't know how I feel about that. It's kind of weird.
Oh yeah, that's kind of whack.
It's kind of like, well, that's a bit personal, Google, don't you think? Do you come down from the left up there to get that key, or how do you do that? Because you have to climb up that somehow, but how the frick do you get over that? Didn't the DS come out before the iPhone, or maybe not? No, yeah, it did. I think the first DS was 2003 or 2004. It was, yeah, because the DS Lite was like 2006, I think, and the DSi was like 2008 or so. So yeah, the original DS definitely came out before. It was like a while before. And yeah, touchscreens have existed for a long time. My dad has told me stories about he used to go to this he was at this mall when he was in his like I think gosh, I'm gonna get it wrong. I think he said when he was in his teens, so I don't know when it was. But it was you know, definitely before, you know, like it was you know, considerable amount of time. It wasn't like 2000s or anything like that at all. The internet was not a thing yet at all, right? And computers were not really like not really a thing. Despite that, right? This freaking mall had like a section in it where it was like I don't know how to explain it. You know, they have like maps that tell you where you're at in the mall. Well, they had like instead of having that, they had these like machines placed throughout the mall that were interactive, and they had touchscreens. Dead serious. And you could tap on them, and you know, basically you could tap on it and be like, oh, where's the nearest wherever, and it would tell you, and all this stuff. And it was like before the freaking internet, before like desktop PCs and laptops, and yet that was a thing. So like that technology has been around for a long time. It's just a matter of like, it's really freaking expensive, right? Actually, bringing it into people's houses and stuff is what takes a while. But inventing it, yeah, a lot of stuff that happens very fast, apparently. Yeah, but that said, though, it wasn't. Touchscreen technology has changed a lot, though. There's different types of touchscreens. There's the most like popular ones anyway that I've seen are like the two ones that are basically mostly used. There's like resistive touchscreens, and there's also capacitive. Resistive is like you have to press like something against it pretty tough. So like a stylus on the DS, for example, right? The DS had a resistive touchscreen. So yeah, those are that was like for a while touchscreens were just that. But then later, people invented capacitive touchscreens, and those were designed to instead. Oh gosh, you know, I don't actually freaking really know how they work. I think it's like heat-based. I think it's like it detects like body heat or something like that. I'm probably wrong about that, but it's more complicated than just. It's not really just the touch that it detects. It's more so like the. Anyway, capacitive touchscreens, yeah, they don't really work with styluses, but they do work with like fingers, and they work super well with fingers. In fact, they work way better with those, because you don't have to press them hard. You know, you just tap it, and it feels totally natural and smooth, and it just works. So like the iPhone and Android phones, well, not all Android phones actually. Some have resistive, but basically anyone that's more than $5 these days, you know, pretty much every smartphone these days, it's capacitive, right? So anyway, so to answer the question, yeah, touchscreens have been around for a really long time, but capacitive touchscreens didn't come until a lot later. Those, I don't really know when the first one was invented, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, probably the like early 2000s, and then they didn't become like widely used until the iPhone. I think that was one of the first actual phones that had a capacitive touchscreen in it. And then Google quickly caught up with Android, and they did a great job with that as well. But yeah, and then like freaking BlackBerry, there was a time where they were the #1. They controlled like 80 or 90% of the market. Like everybody who had a phone a cell phone had a BlackBerry phone. Now they don't. That's because of the iPhone. Like Apple came out with the iPhone, and BlackBerry Like Google saw that and went, "Oh, this is good," and they quickly they started taking some of that for Android, and then they put a lot of their own stuff in Android. So they came up with like their own things for it, and they came up with stuff that was actually better than the iPhone in a lot of ways, right? Like innovative and stuff that no one was doing. And so they both Apple and Google succeeded a lot. You know, obviously, that you know that's like. They're the ones who basically are, you know, they're responsible for the 2 leading mobile operating systems, which is, you know, crazy. But BlackBerry, they died. So yeah, it's another example of like how you can be the number 1 and then die. So you prefer the DS touchscreen? Styluses are great for drawing, but only DSi touchscreen felt right. It was super solid feeling. Yeah, I freaking loved the DSi. I thought it was fantastic. I wouldn't say I prefer the DS touchscreens though. I do prefer. I prefer them for certain things, right? So if I want to draw on the device, then I absolutely prefer a resistive touchscreen because, of course, like with a stylus, it just like obviously it's way nicer to draw with a stylus than it is to draw with your finger. Like that feels weird and unnatural and not great. So for that, it's way better. But for like everything else, though, to be honest, I think capacitive is better. If you've ever used an Android phone or tablet with a resistive touchscreen, which there are a few, these days there's hardly any, but not too long ago, I would even say it's like 2012, 2013, maybe even 2014, there were tons of like budget Android phones and tablets that were like real cheap that had resistive touchscreens because it was cheaper to have that in the phone than capacitive, so they just did that. We have a few old budget Android tablets like that, and if you ever use one of those for an extended period of time, trust me when I say it doesn't quite feel right. You have to like tap pretty hard for it to register it touches, compared to capacitive. You have to actually be like, you know, and it's like doesn't feel great. For the DS, it works super well though, I think. Also for the Wii U also had a resistive touchscreen, and I think it worked really well for that too. But they didn't like use them too heavily. They used it for like, yeah, for drawing and for like navigating the UI kind of. Some games also had other uses for it, but most of them are like kind of gimmicky and stuff. It didn't use it for much else than that, right? A phone uses it for like everything, so it's kind of different. But yeah, but I agree, they're not that bad. They just I do think capacitive is probably better for anything that's not drawing. Imagine if they were able to emulate touch. Like if someone hugged you in the game, or you would feel it in real life. You say that, but like that's a thing. There's like I saw there's people who are experimenting on that. They're trying to make that happen. And, like, you know it's gonna happen. That one I totally believe is gonna happen. Because I don't even think that one doesn't even sound like that's gonna be that hard to me. Like, would it be that hard? I mean, you could right now you could even fake it just by having you actually have a thing. Like, just actually put like a thing on your arm or whatever, right? And then you could have the thing, like, kind of squeeze or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like a freaking blood pressure monitor when it like squeezes to like take your blood pressure. Like, do that, but make it feel different. You know what I'm saying? You could do that, and it would actually feel like someone's like hugging you. I think you could like nail it down to where you could make it feel right. So you could do that right now, but yeah, but like in the long term, I guess what these companies want to do is like they want to make it so they can actually freaking understand how the brain works enough to where they can like send a signal to your head that's the exact same signal as what you would get if someone actually hugged you. And so when that happens, yeah, it's literally the same thing as far as your mind's concerned. It's gonna feel exactly the same. So whack, but it is possible. Like, it genuinely is possible. It's not just like a pipe dream. It's like, no, if you could figure out exactly what like part of the brain does that, and you could properly emulate that, you could do it. So if someone can do it, and it would be, and there could be a benefit to it financially or, you know, otherwise, someone's eventually going to do it. That's generally how it works. So yeah, that one's totally gonna happen. You know, there's gonna be some lonely, you know, some weeb out there who's gonna be like, I speak for the weebs. I have created this technology that allows me to fuel Miku.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh.
We got that person who married
The guy who married his like phone or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. Holy frick. And by the way, I'm not making fun of this pretend person either. They'd be a freaking legend.
Yeah.
They would be the king. Weebs would never feel lonely again, and I'm a weeb as well. Feel Miku. exactly. In the Domino's app featuring Hatsune Miku. What if they brought it back, but it was with VR? Now you can feel the pizza and feel the Miku. My gosh, I hate it. I can't say that with a straight face. Can't wait to get virtually hugged up by my Roblox girlfriend. Exactly. Dude, the future is now. It's gonna be sad. But I'm all for it.
Science.
Exactly.
Put one up first.
How the frick do you get up there? It's driving me nuts. Well, whatever. Nice reference, by the way.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, exactly. Pipe dreams? I wonder what the origin of the saying is. Good question. Where the frick did that... Just kidding. It's because of drugs. I'm fairly certain. Miku eats pizza with you in VR. That'd be awesome. Dude, what if you could freaking be like, man, I'm hungry. I want to have the experience of eating pizza, but I don't actually want to gain a ridiculous amount of weight. I know! And you could like simulate the like taste buds, right? You could like send a signal where you could be like, yeah, dude, and you could make it like to like, feel like you're eating something you're not actually eating. You could just stuff your face, but you wouldn't have any repercussions for doing so. Okay, but here's the other thing that's really weird about that, and I've said this before, but like legit, like your mind also controls like limits, right? Your mind controls things like, you know, like if you're running for a while, you get freaking exhausted because your mind says, this is too much, you're gonna hurt yourself physically if you keep doing this, stop, right? So like it makes you feel tired because it's like a measure put in place to keep you from hurting yourself physically. But like if you weren't actually moving in real life, if you weren't actually moving your muscles, and instead you were just moving in the game world, then you wouldn't actually be in any physical danger at all. Because you're not like actually you know, you're not actually moving your muscles, you're not actually doing anything to your physical body, it's all fake. It just feels real. So, given that, could you also override the, you know, part of the brain that does that? And so then you could run forever in this game world and not feel tired. Right? I mean, think about that crap. Like, that would be neat. Well, I'm very confused.
It says I need to...
Oh my goodness. Taz, what are you saying? You're making dad jokes. What does this mean? What the frick has happened, Taz? You were with Glaceon the other day. Something you didn't tell me? Sorry. Finally, Sonic Forces. Exactly. Oh my gosh. I waited so long.
Sonic Forces in real life.
I waited so long. Did you know that Mule, a few years ago, she drew this, like, she had this notebook, and she drew like a little doodle of Sonic for each game. So we had a doodle of Sonic 1, she had a doodle that represented Sonic 1 and one that represented Sonic 2 and 3 and so on for every game. And they're really cute and they're really they're great. But well, Forces had not come out yet and not been announced yet. So for 2017, she put 2017, then she drew an image of Sonic standing in fire, and the joke was just supposed to be that like they were gonna screw it up and it was gonna be a mess or something like that, and it was just funny. But then they announced Forces, and it's a game where they announced it with him in the middle of like a post-apocalyptic, world that's on fire, and you're like, oh, it's kind of funny.
Being like a dumpster fire.
Yeah, exactly. My gosh, I like how I like when that happens. People accidentally predict the future. Miku eats pizza with you ASMR. What, you could do that now, but you wouldn't feel it yet. It would just be you would just see it. You know that YouTube. I think most people know this, but I don't know if everyone does. Do you know that YouTube supports VR? Like, I'm serious.
Oh yeah.
You can upload videos to YouTube that are 360 degrees, and basically you can put on like if you have like I don't know about like Oculus Rift and Vive and all that, but you could. I assume you could like use that. You can like go to like YouTube and you can like watch it, or you can, if you have like Google Cardboard, you can even do that. You can just freaking put your phone in there and then view it like that. And it's not great Google Cardboard. It's literally cardboard that you put around your phone with some lenses in it. That kind of fakes the VR thing and makes you feel like, oh, I guess I'm looking at something in 3D, but that's all it does, just barely. But anyway, but it's cheap, so if that's all you can afford, then it's cool. I have one; it's kind of neat. Anyway, you can do that. Like, you can literally, like, there's videos on YouTube you can watch in like VR, and it's like a 360-degree thing where you can like look around and you can be like, whoa, I'm in the video, right? And it's kind of a gimmick, I'll be honest. There's hardly any videos that use that, obviously. There's very few that use that. And
I've seen a few.
Yeah, I have too, but there's, like, compared to the ones I have that don't have VR, it's like,
1%,
it's ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I gotta admit, like, the few ones that do have it, you're like, hey, this is pretty neat. Because it actually is pretty, if you actually have, like, a decent headset, it's decently convincing. Like, it's not very high quality, so it's kind of, you can tell.
Yeah.
But it's like enough to where you can kind of squint and be like, yeah, I kind of feel like I'm there. I don't know. It's kind of fun. I don't know. But there's some people who were like, what if we did ASMR in VR? And I don't know how to feel about it. I would say that. I don't know how to feel about it. There genuinely are some videos already on YouTube that you can find right now that are ASMR, but with a freaking like a VR chat, or like a 3D CG model of like an anime character, and it's like 360 degrees, and it's very strange. It's like, oh, okay, I guess if you're extremely lonely, then that can help. But you'll saw into the future. Yeah, she had a vision. She's like, I got it. Sonic is burning. She wasn't far off. Cora's asked you to retrieve 4 keepsakes from the... Yeah, so this was like a long time ago. I don't freaking know... Wait, from the abandoned mansions? Oh. So I've been going into the... Okay, so I actually have been making progress. So, are they in here? Okay. Those aren't the keepsakes, right? Those are the keepsakes were the... Those were the papers I picked up, weren't they? No, those are notes. What are the freaking keepsakes? Are those... Do I have any of them? So are these two of the keepsakes? And then the other 2 I haven't found yet? Because if so, oh. I guess I just have to go to the other mansions. Where the frick were they then? Oh, I don't know. Spark, exactly. Thank you so much for all the sparks, everyone. Holy frick.
Spark the electric
burning. Whoa, I need to play that.
I should do. I should too, because I have it downloaded and stuff. I just haven't played it at all.
Yeah, there's a lot of games I have that I've not yet played that I need to fix. I can relate. Eating broccoli but taste buds think it's pizza. Okay, that would be $1 billion invention. No, it genuinely would. Like, again, it's like sci-fi crap, but like, if you could do that, then you could actually maybe achieve, like, you could maybe get it to the point where most people are not obese. Because if you could make anything taste delicious, like whatever you want it to taste like, why would you eat actual garbage? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make any sense. you would want to, like, just eat the healthiest crap imaginable, but make it taste good. You know? Like, but actually, though, not just like, oh, I'm gonna put some, you know, salt on my broccoli and it's gonna taste great. No, I mean, like, you can make it taste like it's like a cheese pizza and it's like stuffed with the crust and whatever. You know? But it's broccoli. Why would you not do that then? It'd be great. Why would you eat actual junk food when you could just eat good stuff and make it literally taste exactly like and feel exactly like junk food? It does, like, right? So would like people actually get healthier then? You think? I don't know. But then the downside to it is, you know that people would, it would go too far at some point too if this stuff happened. There would come a point where, like, I don't know how to put this. There would definitely be like health things related to the to this sort of stuff as well, I feel. Not just in terms of like, here's the scary thing is, if you actually start doing stuff with people's minds, what if you mess up?
Oh,
Because
oh no.
exactly. Because like right now, alright, like technology, like if programmers screw up, it's just a glitch. You know? Oh frick, Windows, the screen went black, that's weird. But whatever, restart and it's fixed. What if it's that thing is controlling your mind though? Uh-oh. So you have to be careful. You really can't make something where it takes full control of someone's head and there's no way to override it. Because if you do that, oh boy, it's a bad freaking idea. For obvious reasons. All it takes is one thing to go wrong. It doesn't even have to be a programmer error. Like, they could actually write perfect code that has no bugs, which they won't do. But that could happen. You could actually have it to where, like, it's perfect. But even so, something could go wrong. Because, like, what if freaking... You know, what if, like... Oh, jeez. That was such a fun fall. It's crazy.
Oh, jeez, yeah.
Goodness. What if, you know, like... Whatever, something gets, like, disconnected. Or, you know, something shorts. Or whatever, something goes wrong with the hardware, right? I mean, after a while, like, technology dies. Like, it really takes a long time, but, like, eventually hard drives fail, right? Hard drives eventually stop working. And, like, what about, like, you know... I mean, eventually, like, most technology does, at some point, it'll die. Because it just, it's still using physical components at its base level, and those physical components, like, things change over time, right? So anyway, like, if you have something go bad and die, but the thing is implanted in your head, that's scary. So, you know, it's weird. There's all this stuff you have to consider when you start getting into mind stuff. And also, there's the question of stuff like, I don't know, just like, what's ethical and what isn't. Because there's a point where it's like, okay, if you have the ability to actually, I'm gonna go right because, well, I don't know. There's a flag there. Oh, you know what that is? Oh, I know what that fricking is. I think anyway. She's gonna still tell me I have to get the other keepsakes. Yeah. So I think I know where it is. I think I gotta go up there to where that blue one is, maybe again. And then go to, like, the hunted thing. And then when I go there, it'll, like, teleport me off the map to where that flag is. I think. Because notice how the other ones are like that. They're off on the map somewhere else. That's weird. So maybe that's where that is. Wherever the other hunted mansion is, it somehow leads me to that. So that's where I have to go. Anyway. So, like, what's ethical and what's not? Because, like, okay, with that sort of thing, like, okay, you can make food, you know, taste different, and so you can make it taste better or whatever. Like, that's great. Also, people who are picky, like, well, like me, but, like, legit, like, that's a problem that's just entirely solved, isn't it? That's great, because, like, it doesn't matter anymore. It's like, oh, I don't want to eat that. It's like, okay, then make it taste like something you do want to eat, and it's literally the same thing. You know, it's like, except, you know, you get the nutrients, so it's like, it's great. So that's a fantastic thing. I think people would I think people would mostly agree that that's like not unethical to do something like that. But then, what if you get into more like extreme stuff? So hear me out. And again, this is where it gets really like sci-fi. I know. There's like books on this, I'm sure, that are like, you know, just sci-fi stuff. It's not like real, but like, if in real life you actually get to the point where you can control people to an extent with like this thing on their head, and you get to the point where maybe, hi neighbors, maybe you even get to the point where you can basically kind of, I don't want to say read thoughts, because that sounds like really extreme and like that would never happen, but you know what I mean, like something like that. You can get to the point where you can basically understand what people are thinking and that sort of stuff. You know that somebody is going to misuse that. Somebody absolutely will. Whether it's a big company who's trying to learn even more about their users so they can, you know, sell that data and get $1 billion, or some random hacker who's like, yo, it looks like this thing that everyone's putting on their head is using this unpatched Linux kernel that I can freaking take advantage of. And I can actually send signals to this thing that's on people's freaking heads. Yikes. Like...
oh, sisters,
what?
I'm sorry.
There you go. Like, legit, though. What... Like, what's gonna happen there? Right? What will be the limit of that? Like, where will... What will be acceptable to where it's like, you're allowed to do that with the device on your head, but not this. That's not okay. Because there's... I can think of some gray areas where it's like, I don't know if that would be a good thing or a bad thing. Because like obviously, like, okay, mind controlling someone it's a bad thing, I think. I think most people would agree. I think pretty much everyone would agree that's bad. We don't want to do that. But hear me out. Okay? What if somebody's got a messed up mind? What if somebody is like a jerk and they're very hateful and they're mean to people? But you could change that.
Oh.
Do you see what I'm saying? That's where it becomes like, uh-oh. Wait, this is more complicated than we think.
Persona. It's Persona 5, guys.
It's oh frick! We're gonna go in and you know, fight a boss.
Yeah,
then we're gonna... Yeah, exactly. But it'll be okay. Someone will put on the mask and then scream, and then they'll become Phantom Thief. They'll rip it off their face, and it'll be blood, and you'll be like, "Oh frick!" But then they'll be a Phantom Thief, and it'll be cool. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, like, what will be okay? Because wouldn't that benefit society though if you could get rid of like hateful thoughts and stuff? But would it be right? Because on one hand, you're helping people, right? Because you're stopping something that's bad. That's obviously bad. But on the other hand, you're now controlling people's thoughts. And you're controlling, like, things on behalf of other people. Should you be allowed to do that? Right? It's like, oh boy. Lots of crap. So anyway, just stuff to think about. Will all that probably happen? I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if some of it actually does, but I don't think it's going to be anywhere near as extreme as like any of the stuff I mentioned there. You know, at least not for a very long time, right? But I don't know. I do actually think that VR, at least, I think VR is where it starts. I think we start with this, and then what's soon going to happen is we're going to get things where people are like, guess what? We've managed to, you know, simulate feeling, you know, simulate touch, that kind of thing. So like now you can feel like someone's hugging you, exactly, right? Like that kind of stuff. You absolutely know that people are gonna buy that. I mean, freaking, who wouldn't? Come on, who wouldn't want to be like, that's cool. I'd like to, you know, be in like a virtual world and actually feel it. I mean, yeah, there could be legit reasons for it that would be cool, and also, well, you know, there'd be reasons people would use it. It would be creepy, but, you know, for some reason or another, people are going to be interested in that. So that's going to become a thing, and, like, I don't even think that would be that hard to do. Like, just in terms of concept, I can't imagine that even being that far away with the current technology that we have. So I feel like that's definitely going to happen. So then I think that'll happen. And then from there, where do we go? I don't know. Can we then simulate other senses? Can we simulate smell and taste? And then, if not just simulate them, can we control them? Right? And then from there, where do we go? And it just keeps going from there. But I genuinely think technology is going in that direction where we're wanting to make things feel real. Because that's like the one thing that no one's done yet, really. At this point. And it's still a thing that could change things in a huge way. Because, like, beyond that, like, if we're not going in that direction, we're not doing VR stuff, if we're just gonna not touch any of that, and not mess with people's heads in any way with that stuff, then what else are we gonna do with technology? I mean, let's be real. The new iPhone has a battery that lasts even longer, that's right. And also no headphones. Oh, do you hear the rumors about apparently iPhone 12 is not gonna ship with a freaking charger?
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Love it, Apple. Love you. Love you. You're great. I can't wait for the other companies to do that too, because they're gonna be like, "Oh, Apple did it. Guess it's cool for us to do it too." Ah, you fricks. Anyway, yeah, I guess I already went to this one. So what's one I haven't gone to yet? Oh wait, no, I haven't. Well, I'm here now. Oh, goody gumdrops, as Moo would say. Oh, okay. There's one of the. Okay, cool. There's one of the things. All right, good. So there's only one more I need to get. Yeah. So, like, if we're not going with like VR stuff, where else are we going? It's just gonna basically be more of this. All I can think of other than that is just basically slight changes to things. So like, oh, we have a slightly better CPU in this one, you know? Oh, we have a slightly better GPU in this one. Oh, the battery life is slightly better. Oh, we made, you know, like things like that. The most extreme I can think of, other than like mine stuff, is like people had the idea of like the phone that like it's bendable or whatever. You know what I mean? I can't think of what's it. Wait, what was that actually called? Frick, what was it called? Like, it was a whole trend, like, just like a year or two ago. It was like a thing, everyone was talking about it. The phones where, like, you can, you know, the screen is, like, you can bend it or whatever, you can fold it. Foldable, that's it, I guess. Foldable phones. That was, like, a thing. It still is, I guess, but not really. People kind of stopped talking about that from what I've seen. I wonder if it'll come back and it'll become the next big thing, or if that's just a gimmick and that's not gonna last. I don't know. I can't tell, honestly. I kind of feel like that's a gimmick, though, if I'm being honest with you. I don't really think that's gonna... Maybe it will. Okay, I definitely think there's gonna be some phones and some tablets that come out that are foldable, and that people... I mean, there already are some, I guess. And I think that's gonna be a thing that some people are really like, oh, this is great. This is the future. But I don't know if I totally think it's going to be the future, because it's like, okay, that's cool, but what does that actually change, though? Is that actually more convenient? Like, I guess in some circumstances it might be nice. Because, like, I guess you can change from, like, a phone that fits in your pocket and is small to a phone that's, like, almost like a tablet where you can get a better view. So that's nice. Oh, I went back here again. Whoops. But what about, but beyond that kind of thing, what, like, it's not really a big, is it really that big of a deal to just have a phone that's slightly big? Like, if, as long as it still fits to where you can still carry it and it's not like a nightmare to carry, it's not really that inconvenient, is it? So, like, is the flip phone thing, sorry, the flip phone, you know what I mean? Foldable phone, is that really worth it? Like, because think of all the ridiculous amount of technology you have to, you know, like, just to make that happen, you have to make it the screen freaking fold. Like, bro. It's amazing that we can do that, actually, but it's like, will that, is that actually the future of smartphones? I don't know. Personally, I don't think so. I think it's kind of a gimmick. I think there's gonna be some phones that are like that, but I don't think it's really gonna, like, I don't think every phone's gonna be that way. I don't think it's gonna, like, change the world. So other than, like, stuff like that, I mean, where else does technology go from here? It's just, like, more powerful things. More powerful variations of the same thing that we've always had. Or, well, mind stuff. You start messing with the brain. Because that would actually change things. If you could literally freaking put on some glasses and, you know, think. I want to pull up that video and then it gets pulled up instantaneously. Holy frick! That'd be really cool. I mean, that would actually be a lot more convenient than phones, which are already freaking ridiculously convenient. So, like, that would change the world, right? If someone could do that. So that's what we're gonna do, right? That's what people are gonna try to do. I think anyway. All right, let me go back to let me read the chat because I haven't read it in a long time. Persona, take your heart, baby. You'll never see it. You'll never see it coming.
You see, are you ready for the last surprise? Oh.
Guys, what if Sonic Forces is real, though? Think about it. I mean, just actually consider it, though. I mean, think about it. What if you actually could, like, talk to Tails and he was, like, scared and he couldn't stand up for himself? What if that was real, though? Sorry, you would just eat junk food to make it taste like broccoli? Exactly. See, but Rad, it's like playing video games on real hardware. I want to eat actual cake, not emulate it. I guess, right? But I think it's a little different because emulation is, like, mostly accurate, but it's not perfect. That's not totally true. I've had some emulators that are freaking basically perfect, but like, you know, like they have like slowdown a lot of times, and sometimes they have like little various bugs here and there, and some stuff like that. And the controllers, it's really nice that you can use a different controller than what's intended, but sometimes the game is very much made for that controller, and so when you use another one, it's weird and it doesn't feel right. And so yeah, there's like many little reasons why emulation it's fantastic, but there are reasons why it can be sometimes nicer to just do it on the actual thing, even if it has like it's like lower resolution or whatever. With this though, if you could actually genuinely just make it feel exactly like you were eating cake, would it really be worse? I don't know. Maybe it would, but I don't know. At that point, it really is just more so the principle of the thing that people have an objection to. It's more so just like, but I don't want it to be fake, right? That's the only thing where it's like, okay, maybe, you know, but like, I don't know. Lose your mind in the name of science. Reboot the mind. Yeah, exactly. Delete Win32 on my head. A rogue proton from the sun flips a bit and makes the code go.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I just freaking imagined. A proton flips a bit. It's like, we never thought it would happen. The programmers are like being interviewed. They're like, we used a bit set and we didn't think that it would be possible. There's no code anywhere that flips that bit except for this. And we didn't think, but somehow it got flipped. And their mind just freaked out. Oh my gosh, punished for thought crimes. So that's like a Futurama thing. I think that was probably like a Futurama episode, I imagine. But like, yeah, I mean, it does make you question, could we get to that point? Hope not, because I don't think hardly anyone, if anyone at all, would, you know, want that. Because why would you want that? But like, you're thinking of that. People are thinking of that in terms of themselves. When you start thinking in terms of other people, suddenly it changes. It's like, oh, I wouldn't want that because I know that I'm good, and that what I say doesn't mean what, you know, like someone might think what I say means this and it's bad, but I don't mean that, and I know that, right? Whatever, like that's what people think about themselves. But then someone else, though, oh, there actually are other people who are just jerks, right? That's what people think, and whether or not it's true, what I'm getting at is just, you know, so no one would want their own thoughts to be policed. But what about policing other people's thoughts, right? When you get to that question, it starts becoming more like of a thing that someone might actually want to do that. Because it's like, well, maybe we could figure out, like, if you have a guy who's actually like a creep, who's like looking at somebody and thinking disgusting thoughts, if we could like monitor that, we could stop it from happening. You could stop him from doing anything before it happens, right? So like that would be a good thing. That would just be a benefit for everyone. So, you know, it's like crap like that. You have to question, is it morally right? Because you know, for all of human existence, it hasn't been possible to do those things, so no one had to, it didn't matter if it was right or not. Because it's like, well, yeah, but you can't do it, so who cares? But if you can do it, you have to care, because now it's like, wait, is it right? Should we do it though? And these are really hard questions to answer, because there's like so much, there's valid reasons for both sides, but yeah, I definitely tend to be of the side that thinks that there's something to be said for privacy and freedom of speech and that kind of stuff. I think there are people who take it too far, and there's definitely people who are edgelords and messed up people as well who will say, freedom of speech, and they'll cry that when what they actually want is just the right to be a jerk and hurt people.
Yeah.
And that's not okay as well, I think. But I guess I feel like the alternative is worse, though. I feel like the alternative is, okay, so we start saying that you're not allowed to say things, even if maybe they're not bad to say. And that's I think that's a lot worse than having some people say some things that are bad. Even though that's bad too. And we don't want that. Like, the majority of people are not, I don't think are edgelords like that. I don't think the majority of people are actually bad and just want to offend people, right? There's always going to be some people, unfortunately, who are like that. But, you know, I don't think the majority are. So when you start making decisions for the majority based on a few people who are being jerks, I don't think that's right. So I always think it makes more sense to, I think people should be allowed to say what they want to say, even if what they say is messed up. And if what they say is messed up, then people are allowed to judge them for that. They're allowed to go, wow, that's messed up, I'm not going to support you, get out of my face, I'm going to block you, right? They're allowed to do that too. But, yeah, you should be allowed to say stuff, I think. But I can see the counter argument too. Right, so that's just where I stand on that. Anyway. This has been a freaking deep stream about dust. I'm cool with that though. I kind of enjoy that.
Yeah. I know I didn't like say anything during that, but it's like nice like thinking about like oh yeah, I like thinking about like deep stuff honestly sometimes.
Thank you. Yeah, me too. Honestly, like it's I don't know, it's fun.
Stop dying.
I'm trying. I can't help it. I'm bad.
Well, you better help it soon, because
somebody help me.
Because
I'm freaking terrible at dust. It's a war crime. What if you could be arrested for being bad at a video game? I'm just kidding, first. Guys, what might happen in the future though? Think about it. That one won't happen. But anyway.
Furry. Now you're in a stroller.
You're arrested for being a furry? What?
No, I can't read the name because Discord quality is bad. But someone says in chat, furries bring out your inner scroller. Scroller. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Freaking nice.
There we go.
Whisper into people's heads all the time to get them to do stuff. Oh gosh, that'd be awful. We'll put it on with flimsy tape, and if something's going wrong, someone just rips it off, all fixed. Right. Right, though, that's the thing. If you had a device that could also... Okay, because what I think people are looking into right now is mostly just, can we simulate something? So can we make it feel like you're moving, but you're actually not or whatever, right? But what if you go in reverse? What if instead you make it so you can send a signal that makes you move? Because that's a thing, right? Like, there are people who have, like, you know, like, mental conditions, unfortunately, as well, where their mind is, like, sending incorrect signals to their muscles or whatever, or the nervous system and all that. And they end up actually having, like, spasms or whatever. Like, they actually have, like, parts of their body just, like, move uncontrollably. And that's awful, but that's, like, a thing that some people go through. So, like, it's a similar concept, though. It's like a signal is being sent that you didn't actually send, right? So if you could have a device do something like that, you could control people's movements. So if you do that, right, if you're controlling people's movements, and I don't know why you would want to do that, to be honest. I can't think of a good... That one I actually can't think of a good reason for. That one I think pretty much everyone would agree that that's bad. I would hope anyway. I think pretty much anyone could agree that that's something that we probably don't want to do. But say for some reason we thought of a good reason for it and someone did that. And we actually had these devices people were putting on their heads that did a bunch of things, one of which was controlling your movement in some way, right? It could do that. If that device glitches out and goes wrong, then could you even take the thing off your head? Because you try to move your hand up to get the thing off your head, but you can't because the device would be... It's so terrifying to think about that one. That one actually just creeps me out. But that's like... That's also a way that could go. Now, I don't think that'll happen for... I hope never. At least I don't think that will ever be a problem that we have to consider for a very, very, very long time. But it's something... It is something that's like, huh. Wonder if that happened. Red joins the Phantom Thieves. Yeah, dude! I would join the fan site. And then I'd become an actual Phantom Thief! I'd write myself into like a Wattpad fanfiction. Like the one about Big Bang Burger that Mule forced me to listen to. You don't think it's correct to change them no matter what's wrong with them? That's just a no for you, it seems wrong. Are they even them anymore if you write their reviews? Just no. I agree. But I think some people would disagree. And I don't even think they would be entirely wrong in their... Like they're not trying to... Like, I think the people who would disagree would be trying to change the world for the better. They wouldn't be trying to, like, censor people necessarily and control their thought. They would be trying to actually stop creeps and people who are going to hurt people, right? And that would be the... If something like that ever happened, that would be the guise that it would be put under as well. That would be the, like... You know, if you have, like, a law that's being passed, that's being considered, like, to say whether or not something like that's legal, the argument for it would be that. It would be, but think of the kids. Think of the, you know, whatever. We could stop bad people. That would be the argument. That's always the freaking argument, but yeah, that would be where it would go. You know, that's actually legit the argument for this bill I was talking about earlier today. The one the government's trying to pass right now, where they're trying to make it so that everything has a back door in place. And like, so their argument is that they could, it's think of the kids, right? It always is, but the argument is, if a creep like does something bad, like over the internet, to a kid, then, and we want to like catch them and like arrest them for it, but they used line and they like, so everything is encrypted, right? And we're not allowed to read the messages. Then what can we do? How can we identify victims and how can we help them and all that stuff? And yeah, like they have a point. They really can't, and it's kind of a problem that they can't actually. But what do you do about it? It's like a problem that's really hard to solve. It's like the only way you can really fix that is to compromise so much to where you end up, I think, hurting more people than if you would not do that. Because that's the other thing that people never consider with these arguments. It's always think of the kids, but it's never actually think of the kids. It's think of the kids for the sake of my argument. Hear me out. There's always a counter argument that also involves the kids. So in this case, the counter argument is, right, but what if you have a creep that can use this back door to their advantage to spy on kids? Right? What if a kid has an iPhone or whatever, and there's a back door on the iPhone that lets someone unlock it remotely? I shouldn't hopefully ever be a thing, even if this law somehow does get passed. But what if it is? Whatever, right? Theoretically. Then a creep could freaking use that if they can figure it out. If they can figure out how the back door works, and they can freaking spy on kids. That's awful. That's really bad if that happens, and that's probably worse than how it was before, isn't it? So, you know, it's like, two sides to every coin. But yeah, I definitely think that this law is bad, and I hope it doesn't get passed. Well, not just hope, it better not be bad. If it is, I don't know what the frick we're gonna do, because, like, dude, do you realize to my knowledge, there's no limit on what has to have a back door in it? To my knowledge, it's basically everything has to have a back door put in place. So that means client-side stuff, and that means server-side stuff. How the frick do you even do that? Like, genuinely. What the frick? Like, does that mean, like, freaking Linux has to have, like, you gotta put in, like, a backdoor to where you can remotely SSH into someone's Linux machine, even if, you know, you don't have the password? Do we have to put that in now as well? Because I guess under this law you would have to, wouldn't you? How do you freaking do that without ruining the security of everybody who has a Linux machine? Which is more than you think. I'm not just talking about desktops, I mean, like, the server that you're watching this live stream on right now is being run on Linux. There's like well, maybe not. It could also be Windows Server, but it's almost certainly Linux. Most big companies use Linux for their servers, like Google and all that, I believe. Did I get all 4 of them?
Please.
Not yet. Wait, I haven't upgraded yet. So like, holy frick! Could you use this backdoor to get into a Google server and then do whatever the frick you want there? Oh my gosh, it's so, the implications of this are just so bad. Anyway, sorry, I did a full 180 there. But anyway.
Glaceon.
Glaceon. I agree, though. I agree.
Sylveon.
Also, I didn't read all the chat yet, sorry. You can't change people's hearts. This is American. You have, if you allow people to be evil, they want to be. See, and that, it's funny, though. It sounds, I feel like, that sounds bad to say that. I feel like we're already to the point where in society, if you say, you can allow someone to be evil if they want to be, sounds very bad and messed up, because it's like, well, but no, though. You know what I mean? Like, you don't allow people to be evil, though. You know? Like, because you want to stop evil, you know? So it's like, it's a question of, it's just such a difficult thing, because I agree that it would be wrong to control people's thoughts and that kind of stuff, but you can see how the counter-argument would sound convincing if somebody was really passionate about the alternative. Imagine how easy it'd be to use that too, to override people's thoughts to a corrupted viewpoint. Yeah, totally. And that's the fun part too. There would be freaking motivation on, like, politically as well, to make it legal to do that, right? Because freaking, it's messed up and obviously would be wrong, but you could make somebody think, wow, that so-and-so guy, that politician, man, they're great, they're swell, they're a great politician, I'm gonna vote for them. You know? I mean, frick. If you could do that, so it's one of those things where you have to be, it's like, that's bad. Sounds like full gimmick. Yeah, I think so too. For $2,100, you two can on 2 phones stick together. Exactly, I think it's a gimmick. Furries bring out your inner scholar. Yeah, I'm reading really old ones now, sorry. Imagine if we could record brain vision or dreams. Oh, frick. Directors could dream up an anime and have it completely done without needing anyone. Yeah, so that was another really cool thing I thought of, actually, a while ago. Legit, though, yeah. What if you could, because, like, for, you know, as long as, like, CG and computer-aided animation have been a thing, you have to have artistic talent to do it. And you have to know the program and everything to do it. Like, I feel like I have some pretty creative thoughts. Oh, I broke this somehow. Whoops. I feel like I can be fairly creative. But I am not a freaking artist by any means. I am not a 3D modeler by any means. If I tried to make a really cool looking 3D thing, or like a game or an animation or something by myself, it would look like hot garbage. Or it would be the most simple thing you've ever seen in your life, because I'm trying to hide the fact that I'm bad at art. You know, I have some ideas that I have in my head that I'm like, that's awesome, and I'd love to bring that to life, but I can't bring it to life. I don't have the capability to do that because I don't have that talent. Now, I totally believe that anyone can learn this stuff. I believe that I believe that some people are naturally gifted to where it's easier for them to do something really well, but I also believe that everyone can, if they really want to, like, if you're like, dude, I really want to draw freaking art, go do it. Like, go pursue that. I totally believe that people can learn how to do that and do it if they want to. And, well, I probably should, because I want to. I just haven't had time, I guess, to pursue that, because I've had other things that I've pursued instead, you know? But anyway, what I'm getting at is, but you have to work at it, and you have to do it. And a lot of people, right now, if I were to try to make something artistic, it would look awful, right? So, with that said, what if you could freaking have a device that can understand, it can take a vision that you are conjuring up in your head, and it can basically look at that vision and understand what it is. Alright? How far could you go with that? Is the vision, because I don't freaking know how the mind, like, I don't know how the mind works. I'm not freaking, you know, I don't know how it works. I don't know what, like, how it would be, like, what kind of data you could get from that. I don't know if it's literally just like a 2D image of a 3D thing that your mind conjures up when you imagine something, or if it's actually a full-on 3D thing. But honestly, I feel like it's kind of a 3D thing, because people can imagine, maybe not, actually, I don't know. I feel like there's at least a little more to it than just an image, because people can imagine, like, depth and taste if it's, like, a food, and, like, you know, whatever, like, feeling, whatever. Like, people can imagine, like, different properties of it that's more than just, like, it being an image. So, with that said, I wonder if you could just if you could like, scan that, right? If it would be possible to do that someday. And you could actually, like, just go, oh, that vision you have? Yeah, let me pull that up for you. And you could just freaking basically generate a PNG from a thought, or whatever, right? It's whack. It would definitely, you know, if that ever somehow, if that even is possible, I'm sure it would be really rough around the edges, and it would be, like, especially at first, it would be, like, really, not accurate and messy. It would be like, you know how people have, like, you know, you talk to Siri, and you're like, you know, and then Siri thinks he says something completely different, and it's, like, a mess, and it's, like, not very good at understanding you at all. I think it would be like that at first. But over time, might get better. Who knows? Could you genuinely have it to, like, if that... How good do you think this would be? Because if it gets to the point where it's actually basically perfect, and you could literally just imagine, dude, I want this, and then you have a 3D model of, or an art or whatever of it, right? If you could freaking do that, then would you even need modelers anymore? Or artists? Or animators? I mean, that's sad to think about, even. In a way. It's kind of like, huh. Would we have one less talent in the world? But in another way, it's kind of neat, because, yeah, I guess it means one less thing that makes the people special, which is not good. But it also means that anyone can share their creative vision, even people who don't have any, who aren't capable of doing that artistically, right? And it means that people can, like, we would have even more, like, we would have freaking ample creativity, right? And just crazy, amazing stuff all everywhere. So it's interesting to think about. It's another one of those things where it's like, huh. Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm gonna read the chat faster now. Furries bring out your. Oh, I already read that. Let's just make people sleep and make the muscles move for them. Do the work. See, exactly. You always get to an extreme with everything where it's like, that's bad. So yeah, that's definitely an extreme where that would agree. Well, someone, please think of the children. I will. Don't worry. Sparks, thank you again. Oh my gosh. So the law applies to open source projects? I thought it was just companies. You know, that's a good question. I'm actually not sure. I believe it would be everything, because why would the government not want to be open source as well? Like, because if it was... Okay, so, like, what about Android? Right? Android is owned by Google, but it's open source. So, of course the government would... Like, if a freaking serial killer, like, planned the whole thing using, you know, some, app on Android, right? Like... Yeah, it doesn't matter that Android's open source. This law exists in the first place to stop things like that. So you would want to stop that too, right? So I wouldn't think it would be only limited to companies. I would think it would be, well, I guess companies would still include Android though, because even though it's open source, it's owned by Google. So I guess Google, being a company, would have to comply. But like, I wouldn't have to make hedges above a back door. I guess. Cause how the frick would they enforce that? I don't think they could enforce that. That's not freaking possible to do that. Oh, you're gonna get, Tim, you know, from, Minnesota to go bring up his, you know, GitHub C89 library from 20 years ago. You know, that it happens to store some data or something. You're gonna get him to put a backdoor in it? And how would that work? Because if you put the backdoor in the code, and the code is open source, then everyone can see how the backdoor works. So, I mean, people will figure it out anyway. Like, that's the thing. People think that closed source means that you won't be able to figure it out, but, like, people who do that... I'd like to have a word with them, because, hello, I'm somebody who takes closed source games all the time, and freaking, you know, finds, like, I mess with them, right? I don't do anything bad with them, but I mess with them, I do stuff. So it's like, let me reassure you, Just because it's closed source doesn't actually mean that it's an impenetrable force. Freaking of course not. I'm shocked that people even think that. Like, no. Being closed source just means that it's slightly harder to figure out the backdoor, how that works. Being open source means that it's freaking, like, as simple as, like, I don't even know what a good analogy is. Being open source just means that it's basically like screaming, "Hello! This is how the backdoor works! Use the backdoor! Oh, please use the backdoor!" That's right? But closed source is just like, there's a backdoor, hope you don't find it, right? That's the only difference, really. People will absolutely find it both ways. It's just a matter of how easy is it. But anyway, yeah, so if it's open source, it's even stupider, because it's not... Both of them, it's not even a matter of if someone will find it. It's a matter of when will someone find it, right? No matter if it's closed source or not, someone absolutely will eventually find a backdoor if there's one in the project. Like, there's no way around that. It's just going to happen. Do you really think that nobody's gonna try to find the backdoor in iOS that Apple would have to legally put in, or in Android that Google would have to legally put in, or in service or whatever? Like, of course people would try to find that. What the frig? Why would, like... People are already trying to find vulnerabilities in programs just because. Even if they don't think that any of them exist. You know what I mean? Like, well, of course they do, but, like, you get what I'm saying. They just do it because they want to, or sometimes because they have bad purposes and all that as well. But, like, you know, like... anyway, where was I going with that? I don't freaking know. Yeah, so I really hope it doesn't apply to open source, like, personal projects as well, because if it does, wow. Like, it's already really dumb and catastrophic, but that's just like, what are you doing? Do you even know what you're talking about at all? Like, bro. I died again, I'm sorry. But I don't know, I haven't read the in-depth, text. And I will definitely need to do that, because maybe it actually isn't as bad as I heard. But what I heard was that it was how I described, and it would involve, you know. So I freaking hope not. But yeah, but like really, you're not gonna freaking enforce people to do that kind of stuff. Like, people will rebel if you put in a law like that. Like, and that sounds you know, conspiracy theorists like, whoa, Rad, calm down, you know, like you're getting crazy. But no, I'm like, legit though, you really think that everyone's gonna, like, oh yeah, I'll update my code that I wrote 13 years ago and put in an NSA backdoor for you? Sure. How would that even work? I mean, how would that even work? Because the government would need to know how the backdoor works. That's the whole point, right? They can't use the backdoor if they don't know how it works. The point is that they would have to know themselves in order to take advantage of it, right? So, if the government doesn't even know how the freaking backdoor works, they can't use it, and the law is completely... The only ones who are going to use it are the bad guys, which will happen anyway, but you know what I mean? Like, it's just impeccably stupid. So, you would have to have... Not only would you have to have Tim from Minnesota pull up his, you know, C89 project he shared on GitHub from 20 years ago and patch it such that there's now a backdoor in it just to comply with the US law, land of the free, right? But you would also have to, he would then also have to somehow freaking go to the government and say, "Hello, government, I have added the patch as per the law," and then like explain how it works. And like, do you think Tim from Minnesota can communicate with the government like that easily? I don't know. They're probably already reading everything that he's... Oh, wow, that was really stupid. I'm sorry. They're probably already freaking reading everything he's saying, but you know what I mean? Like, how would you do that? So I don't think that's even... I hope that's not what the law says, because that's not enforceable if they say that. That's just idiotic. Wasn't Article 13 like that, though? Wasn't Article 13, like, also saying stuff that was just freaking impossible to enforce? So, I mean, what's stopping the US government from doing it, too? These politicians don't understand technology. And I'm not saying that to hate anyone, like, I don't even think that these people are actually coming at this with bad intent. I think they actually genuinely aren't just trying to spy on people. I think they actually, I mean, some of them probably are, right? But I feel like a lot of them genuinely are just like, oh, think of the kids, and they actually genuinely think that they're doing a good thing, right? Because from their, you know, understanding of how technology works, they think, oh yeah, this is totally possible. You could just put in a backdoor, and only the government knows how to use the backdoor, and you know, and then we can stop bad guys from committing crime, and it's great. But that's not how it works at all. They're just misinformed. So it's like a lot of these politicians don't freaking know what they're like. I'm sorry, this is mean, but like they don't understand technology. They don't get how it works at all. They genuinely don't. They're just told how it works by someone else who's probably trying to manipulate them, right? And they're doing what they think is good, but they don't get the implications of what they're doing. So, given that, yeah, I absolutely wouldn't be surprised if this law actually says everyone has to put in a backdoor, even open source projects on GitHub, because they don't even probably know what GitHub is. Do you think 50 or 60-year-old politicians who barely understand how to use Facebook also know what GitHub is and understand open source software versus closed source and the implications of security and encryption and how that works? No, they don't. Have you I ranted about this a long while ago. Louis Rossmann, he's freaking cool. He's great. He's a guy who has I'm sure you all probably know who he is, but he's a fairly popular YouTuber. He owns the repair shop in New York, and he repairs Apple products. Now he doesn't actually like Apple products. He's made several rants about that before, but he understands like the appeal of them, where some people how people see him as like the devices for people who aren't like he's made several videos that explain it way better than what I'm saying. But anyway, he's very cool. He's very chill, level-headed with like everything. Pretty much everything he says I agree with, just in general. And anyway, he's been for years. One more thing about that. He has a very similar mindset to what I do on pretty much every issue, because actually what he does, it's funny. It's like what he does is not like what I do, but it's kind of similar to what I do, like in a way. He doesn't reverse engineer software, all right, but he does reverse engineer hardware to an extent, because he repairs these products, and in order to do that, he has to have board schematics. He has to understand how the hardware works so that he can fix it. But Apple doesn't freaking put those schematics out on the internet. They don't allow people to just have access to those schematics. The only people who get access to those are people who are part of the Apple developers repair program, that kind of thing. Whatever. The Apple repair program. I don't remember what it's called. Something like that. And to become part of that, you have to follow all of Apple's rules. And it's very specific. A lot of it is stuff that kind of screws the customer over too. And crap, that's just not great. And Lewis didn't want to do that. He believed that he should be able to just fix these phones and give customers a good, solid repair and do it himself and not have to go through Apple to fix people's phones. And I agree. I think he's right. I don't think Apple should have the right to say, no, you're not allowed to fix that product that you bought from us. They're not technically saying that. Oh, sure. They didn't outright come out and say you can't do that. But they basically made it freaking impossible for you to do that, right? Because they made the phones impossible to fix, for one thing. Everything's soldered and it's a mess. But then beyond that, they don't give you schematics, so you have to guess everything. Good luck! They're doing that because they want you to come to them, and then they'll fix it. And maybe you'll even buy a new phone, right? That's what they want. And I don't think that's right. I agree with him on that completely. So anyway, so he has to kind of basically, in a sense, almost reverse engineer the hardware, because he has to understand. He has to kind of guess and understand through reverse engineering, through guessing basically, right? What the hardware is, what it's doing, how it works, and he has to do that in order to achieve something, which is in this case to fix the device. Now, it's not. He doesn't just do that. He actually does have access to board schematics, which he gets from various sources. He doesn't really disclose where he gets them from, because some of them have actually been legit apparently have been anonymous Apple employees who saw his content and thought it was cool and agreed with what he was saying and came to him and shared him. They were like, "Don't freaking tell anybody." And they gave him access to some schematics, and obviously if they get caught doing that, they're fired and in big legal trouble. So Lewis has not mentioned their names, but he's mentioned that there have been people who have done that, which I think is kind of actually amazing. I actually respect the people who do that a lot. But yeah, but then beyond that, there's been like, you know, bootleg. There's various ways that like people have acquired schematics and crap, but it's kind of I guess you could say some of it's shady, but it's like he doesn't have a choice. He has to get the schematics like that because Apple won't freaking give it to him unless he follows their arbitrary, stupid rules and things. So anyway, so I heavily agree with like a lot of his ideals and like a lot of what he does, because I think what he does is really neat. So he for years has been in favor of this bill called Right to Repair, and I've talked about it probably 100 times, but well, probably not actually, probably only 3 times. Anyway, I mentioned it several times before, but he basically the point of the bill is literally as simple as it sounds. It gives you the right to repair things. That's all that it does, pretty much. More specifically, right? Because it is a little more complicated than that. It basically just says that companies like Apple legally have to release schematics. They have to be like, yeah, okay, here's an image of how our board works, right? And you can fix it yourself if you understand what this stuff is and how this works, and you can get the parts and all that, right? And stuff like that. That's all that it says. Just various things like, basically companies are not allowed to screw you over and disallow you from fixing their stuff. That's what it says. And it's like such a simple thing that you would think that nobody would be against. How could freaking anybody hear that and be like, that's bad. That's bad though. Don't want that. It's like, what is the downside of that? Oh, you can fix phones. That's great. There's no downside. The only downside is for Apple, because people might not be screwed over by us anymore. Frick. So they've paid all of these freaking people, right, to show up at all these hearings and testify and explain how this is a bad thing and how you should not vote for this bill because it's terrible. And it's been working. And for like years, Lewis has been testifying at these hearings, and he's explained like the point of the bill and what it does and what it doesn't do and everything. And these politicians freaking don't get it because they either are out of touch or they're like lied to by these like freaking lobbyists and such who are trying to like tell them that it's bad because they're paid to say that because Apple wants them to say that. Whatever, right? Like that's it's so anyway, he finally was like, you know, this is really bad and people need to like know how bad this is. Like how out of touch some of these people are, and all that. And so he started filming and live streaming these hearings because he can do that. I mean, they're public, they're open to anyone can come in, and you know, so he's legally allowed to do that. So he's been filming them, and I recommend you check some of them out actually to get an idea of just how out of touch some people are, because it's really insane. There are genuinely okay, so the argument that the arguments that these people who are against it use, who are being paid to say that they're against it, is it's think of the children, but more specifically, here's their argument. You ready? Here's the argument. If you release board schematics to anybody, then people can look at the schematics and then they can understand how the hardware works. And if they understand how the hardware works, they can find bugs and security vulnerabilities in the hardware. And then if they can do that, then they can hack people's phones and they can spy on kids. Think of the children. That's the argument. It's the dumbest freaking thing I think I've ever heard in my life, but that's the argument that these politicians are literally, these lobbyists are literally using, and these politicians are so out of touch that they hear that and they go, oh, that makes sense, yeah. and it's infuriating. So like, yeah, so like I recommend you go in with caution if you're easily angered by things. But do probably watch those if you're interested in that, because it's legit. It's kind of ridiculous. It's like you watch this and you're like, it's just you keep hearing people spout these lies, and then you hear people go, that makes sense, and it's just like infuriating because you're like, how is this happening? How are these people this like not understanding of how stuff works? In case anyone actually does think that makes sense, by the way, though, the thing I just mentioned, let me explain why it doesn't real fast. There's this thing, security through obscurity is what it's called, and basically the idea is that you can make something secure by making it so that nobody knows how it works. It doesn't work. It's stupid. Anyone who's actually like literally talked to anybody who does security at all, and they'll tell you that that's not a thing. Because it's not. You can't do that. If there is a vulnerability or a bug in some software, somebody will find it. Same with hardware, right? It will happen. There's no like, it's not a matter of will it happen? Like, eventually someone's gonna find it, right? If they're dedicated enough. And if you need proof of that, just look at, like, you know, Windows vulnerabilities, of which there have been way too many to list. Look at, like, you know, vulnerabilities for, like, big software, like bugs and, you know, whatever. Like, it's happened time and time again, and these things are closed source. Nobody knows how it works except for the people who develop it, yet people still figure it out, right? It's called reverse engineering, and it's a thing. And it's not even that hard to do, like, if you know what you're doing, right? So, no, you can't just be like, oh, but the schematics are hidden, so, you know, nobody won't know that there's a vulnerability in the hardware. It doesn't work like that. If somebody wants to find a vulnerability in the hardware, they will. They will find it. The Switch, for example, the Nintendo Switch has a hardware vulnerability. Well, the original models anyway. The newer ones have it fixed. But every original Switch from, like, the first, like, year, or maybe even two, I don't know. I think the first year, yeah. When it was released, has a hardware level vulnerability in it, where if you just freaking put a paper clip in the side of this, like where the right Joy-Con is supposed to be, and you plug in a USB-C cable, you know, like the charger cable for the Switch, basically, right? And plug it into a PC, and then you run this program, right? Then you can freaking boot the Switch into recovery mode, and then from there you can exploit this bug where you can literally do whatever the frick you want with the Switch, and Nintendo cannot patch it. It's a hardware level bug. There is nothing they can freaking do about that. All they can do is, if they can detect that you're using that bug in some way, they can ban you. But that's it. That's all that's possible for them to even do. Other than, well, with the existing Switches anyway. The newer Switches, they've obviously, they fixed it. They've made it so that with the new hardware that exists, it doesn't have the issue anymore. But with the existing Switches, they cannot fix it. Because to do that, they would have to have physical access to your device, and they don't. Alright? So, yeah, doesn't matter that there's no public schematics for the Switch. People still found a vulnerability in it. Same with the iPhone. Did you know this? If you have an iPhone that is any A11 device, and maybe below that as well, which is most, I think it's oh gosh, I don't freaking remember. The iPhone 10, I think, is the first one that has the A12 in it. I might be wrong. I probably am wrong about that, but anyway, it's around there. Anything before that basically is like an A11 or below chip. All right. So if you have any iPhone that isn't like the iPhone 10 or all that, right? Guess what? Turns out there's a security vulnerability in the hardware of the freaking A11 chip that Apple cannot patch, that makes it so that you can run whatever code you want. So if you have any of those iPhones, you can jailbreak your phone, and Apple can't freaking, there's not really anything they can do about it. It doesn't matter if you update to the latest iOS. It doesn't matter if you get iOS 14. It doesn't matter if you have iOS 15. You know, whatever. Like, it doesn't matter what iOS version you're on or what. Like, they cannot release an update that'll fix this. It's just a hardware level thing. Again, Apple didn't release schematics for the iPhone. Alright, that's the whole thing that we're actually talking about here. Apple. Yet people still found a bug in it. People still found a security vulnerability with it, and they used it. So, like, no. That argument is crap. it doesn't make you more secure. Okay, maybe it makes you a little more secure, but it's only temporary, right? It doesn't actually have any real security. Like, making something closed source and hiding it from people does not actually make it more secure. So that's not a valid reason to not allow people to fix their phones. Holy frick. But that's the argument that they use, and that's the one that works every time for some reason. And it ticks me off every time I hear it. Because it's full of crap. It doesn't make any sense at all. Like, like, trust me, I can personally attest to this as somebody who has jailbroken my iPhone using a hardware vulnerability that someone else discovered that's unpatchable without access to the schematics. I can tell you. Oh yeah, if you're curious what that's called, by the way, it's called Checkmate. But it's spelled M8 because they're edgy and cool. And it's a hardware vulnerability that's unpatchable, and it's really neat. So if you have an iPhone or an iPad that has one of those chips in it, and you're like, man, I really would like to do more with this freaking phone, but Apple won't let me do it, check it out, actually. Because it's pretty cool, and you can do a lot with it. I have, alright, so I like to support YouTube, obviously, and creators, so I have, like, ads, like, I don't use ad block on YouTube generally and all that, right? Because I try to, like, support the platform, because I like it, I want it to live and not die. Even though ads are annoying, I'd rather YouTube be around than, you know. But anyway, so yeah, so I have ads on everything. However, there is one thing that I think is ridiculous. On YouTube Mobile, you cannot freaking lock your screen on your phone. Like, you can't, like, shut off the screen, right? Without, wait, can I teleport up there? Yeah. Okay. Right, it auto-saves. Oh, I need a teleport stone. I guess I don't have one with me right now. That's fine. Anyway, sorry. So you can't, like, watch a YouTube video and then, like, lock your screen and then have it keep playing while the screen's locked. Unless you pay for YouTube Premium, right? If you pay monthly or yearly for YouTube Premium, you can do that, but otherwise you can't.
That's pretty not epic, actually.
Yeah, I agree. It's like, okay, guys, look, YouTube, I love you, I really do, and I watch all your ads, I do, but, like, come on, man, that's insane. You're telling me I really, like, if I'm listening to music on YouTube and I'm not doing anything on my phone, I'm just listening to music, I have to have the screen on, wasting a ridiculous amount of battery power, and I can't go to another app or do anything else? I just have to have YouTube up and just not tap on the screen. No, that's insane. What's wrong with you? So that's one of those things where I was like, bro, that's freaking stupid. Like, so, yeah, I have a jailbreak tweak that lets you just lock the screen while you use the YouTube app without having to have YouTube Premium, and it's quite nice. And it also lets you download videos and save them right on your phone, which is actually quite nice because you can like if you have like a Let's Play series or like a series of things you want to watch, and you know, you don't have like, okay, like you're gonna be in some situation where you don't have internet for a long time, like say you're gonna be on like a plane ride or a car ride or whatever, and you're not gonna have internet for a while, or it might be spotty or whatever, or you just want to save data, right? You can just download it all ahead of time and then just like watch it offline. That's great. And I don't know, it's like a lot of little helpful things like that. And Safari, I have this tweak called Safari Plus. It's really nice. It lets you, it just basically adds a bunch of things to Safari that makes it like actually a lot better. One of them is it adds a proper download manager to it. I'm serious. You can like actually download files in Safari with this plugin and like choose where you want to save them, and you can like move them to different folders and open them in different apps and like do all this crap, and it's like, wow, that's great. Why isn't that in iOS normally? What the frick? I don't know. But it's kind of in iOS. I mean, you can kind of do that, but not really. And I think that's kind of ridiculous. So anyway, Safari Plus lets you do that. It also lets you set up gestures, where you can make it so if you swipe in a certain spot or something, or tap in a certain way, then like the app does something in response. And I think that's freaking awesome. So one thing that I did, this is probably going to sound really strange, and I don't know if people are going to be on board with this or not, but it's like a little thing, but I like it a lot. On Safari, freaking, if you want to like find in a page, because like, okay, like on Chrome on like desktop, right, if you want to find, you just hit Control F, right, and it's like easy. But if you're on a phone, it's like, where do you put the find option? It's kind of like weird, because you don't have much screen space to really put a bunch of random buttons like that, and you don't have keyboard shortcuts or anything, obviously, so like, what do you do? So Apple's solution was, they made it so it's like, oh, okay, well, we'll just hide it away in the menu a bit. So basically, you tap on the address bar, right, and then you scroll all the way down, and then there's a thing that says find in page, and then you tap that, and then that allows you to find something in the page. From there, you can specify what you want to search for. And, like, that works fine, okay? But let's be real, that's not great. Especially for me, I a lot of times pull up GitHub on my phone, and I'll like look at some code on there, and then I'll like as I'm going to bed or whatever, and I'll like understand how it works, or like get some ideas I could apply to my own thing or whatever. And a lot of times when you're reading code, especially like long blocks of code, you want to be able to search. You want to be able to go, okay, where's this function at, right? Because without it, it's freaking terrible. So I use find a lot, and it's really inconvenient to have to go, okay, hang on, scroll up a little bit, tap on the address bar, and then scroll down all the way, and then, oh geez, I'm gonna die. No, I'm not, because I had a million wall chickens or whatever. What is that? It's really inconvenient to have to go, like, wait, go into the menu and then scroll the way down and then, you know, whatever, just to find. Safari Plus, I have it set up so that if it's gonna sound weird, but on the, like, bottom bar, the one that has, like, all the buttons, the one that has, like, the new tab button and, like, the share button and all that, if I swipe right on that bar, I set it up so that it brings up find. And, frick, dude, I love it! It's, like, such a little tweaks like that are so great. Because, like, they really do, like, improve, like, that saves me so much time on a daily basis, I can't even tell you. Because, like, I search a lot and things like that, and I can just swipe now and it's up. I don't have to, like, freaking deal with all that. So anyway, little things like that are great. So if you're someone who's like, oh man, I'm stuck with an iPhone or an iPad, whatever, like an older one, I guess, but, you know, I'd like to do more things with it, look into it, honestly. I'd recommend it, because, like, you don't really have much to lose. Apple is not gonna, like, ban you. They're not gonna be like, no, you can't use your phone! They don't do that, really. You're not gonna get in trouble, really, for using it. And, yeah, I mean, you get a lot of cool stuff you can do with it. So, anyway. Let me read this. I agree, though. I mean, I wouldn't disagree. I can't possibly freaking disagree.
Yeah, if you disagree, we'd have a huge problem there.
Oh yeah, I'd be murdered though.
Yeah.
Does the back? I would. Does the backdoor apply to the brain thingy? Oh jeez, that'd be terrifying. PNG thoughts. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me catch up. I'm really far behind. You could write your high school paper or entire novel in your head. That'd be awesome. But yeah, really, like that'd be cool. Notepad must have a backdoor. You joke, but it probably does. I'm dead serious. I found a bug with Notepad accidentally not long ago. It wasn't like a security bug, I don't think, but it was, oh, what was it? I typed some text into Notepad, and I had so much freaking text put in Notepad that Notepad, like, didn't know how to handle it, and it actually ended up, like, getting confused, and it wasn't able to keep track of how much text I had. And so the scroll bar started working incorrectly, and it started, like, if I remember correctly, it eventually freaking crashed, and I lost it because Notepad crashed. Like, wow. But I wouldn't be surprised if even freaking Notepad has a buffer overflow security, like, you know, like a bug where you could make it so that, you know, Notepad, like, ends up writing memory into a spot where it's not supposed to. And so if you end up doing that, maybe there's a security vulnerability with Notepad! Who knows? Probably is, actually, because everything that's every program was made by a group of humans, or one human or a group of humans, right? And we're humans. We're not perfect. So all it takes is one guy making one mistake somewhere in the thousands of lines of code that makes up the program for something to go wrong. And to say, lol, Google judge says, oh wait, lol, Google judge says must code backdoor, haha, Google, null, and to say, enter this open source. Want a backdoor, make a pull request, that'd be hilarious. Yeah, what if the freaking NSA automatically made pull request? Oh my gosh. Like every GitHub repo gets like a pull request. It's like, hi, we added a backdoor. Can you please merge that real fast? Just hit merge. Just thank you. What if that's how they went about it? You know, it's actually later than I thought it was. Oh frick. It's not that late. It's only like almost 1, but like, geez, it's later than I thought. I thought it was like just becoming midnight. So I'm like, oh geez. Where'd the time go? Anyway, so I'm gonna stop soon. I think I'm just gonna stop after I actually real soon. I think I'm gonna talk to that lady again, the old lady again. I'll like give her the 4 items that I found, and then I think I might just leave it there. Landed the free lol. Yeah, right. It changes more with each day. Speaking of backdoors, this one time at band camp. Oh jeez. I don't know if I want to know. People join that Apple program and just leak Apple diagrams and PDFs. Oh, people actually do. Yeah, people genuinely join it just for the purpose of doing that. And Apple is, you know, from what I understand, if they catch someone doing that, you know, those people are in trouble. But they don't usually catch them. You should be allowed to open your phone without voiding your warranty. I agree. I think that was another thing in the bill, actually, the right to repair law. Which I agree with. Why would it void your warranty to open your phone? Like, I don't get it, though. Why would it actually, like, it's just so they can screw you over. It's just so that Apple can be like, well, you fixed your battery, and we didn't want you to fix your battery. We wanted to fix your battery, because we could charge you way more for that battery, even though it's not actually worth that much money. So, anyway, we're not gonna fix your phone, even though you have a warranty. That, you know, it's like, boy. That's stupid. It's like, it doesn't make any, like, it actually doesn't make any sense, like, what's the reasoning? I don't understand it. Why does opening up your phone void a warranty? Cause like, what, even if, oh, I can't do that yet, okay. Okay, go down and then to the right, we'll do that. No, wait, where's the lady at? Oh, she's over there. Sorry, my bad. I completely forgot what I was freaking doing for a second. What is opening your phone? Like, okay, even if you freaking, you know, screw with your phone, and you, like, put in custom hardware and crap, which no one does, but, you know, what if you did, like, put in a custom battery, and you put in, like, a, you know, freaking, you freaking take your iPhone and you know, oh, these are our husbands, that's wholesome. What if you, you know, like freaking overclock your phone CPU? Yeah, dude, getting 70 FPS on PUBG Mobile. You know, whatever. But like, even if you do crap like that, whatever, trip out your phone. Whoa. Why would that void it? Why does that make it so Apple's like, can't fix it now, sorry? Exactly, Fidget, it makes no sense. I think the only reason I can possibly think of is, but now we don't know what the hardware is like anymore, because you might, like, if you put in a third-party battery and we need to fix the battery or whatever, then we don't know how the third-party battery works because we didn't make that one. So because you screw with your phone, we no longer know how to fix it, so we're not gonna do it. Screw you, right? That's all I can think of. But that's not really a legit reason though, because like, you don't usually fix batteries, you swap them out, right? Like, oh, this one's broken, get a new one. You know what I mean? So it's like, only the only thing you would do that for is like if you somehow freaking mess with the like motherboard or whatever, and no one's gonna do that. So it's just so they can screw you over.
My husband, Kane.
Hey, Kane.
His rage has consumed him, and now he
is
trapped in this place.
It do be that way sometimes. Some days my rage consumes me. Some days it just eats me. And I'm like, bro, that's not very good. I'm not into war.
I knew it was time to put things right. but I fear
Okay.
if you knock him
Alrighty,
Yeah,
well,
I would
okay.
not
that's
have
the one of
Wait,
young
why
Brad
did-
jokes.
Waste activity on. Hang on.
What? Oh.
No, okay, like, so I would switch top on by default with this, but you change it to like regular waste activity for some reason.
Oh. Discord's whack. That's
Yeah,
weird.
let me change that. If
Discord
you already
switches
know
my,
it's in that, that's
Discord switches my, like, output, speakers randomly. Very frequently.
Is there no other way, Ara?
Like, even if I don't actually
That's-
disconnect things, it just will.
The power of those keepsakes will weaken Kane's rage.
I should be paying attention to this.
From Kane's spiritual
pay attention to the story.
continue
Yes.
attacking him and the connection.
I think I get it, though.
Then I can
Kill the
Well,
bad
pay
guy.
well,
Okay!
you understand.
Prepare yourself, Dust.
Understand more about yourself. Rad. Sorry. Rise forgotten YouTube comics exists. Oh, I'm sorry. I did, and I just have been, for some reason I felt like I was reading the YouTube chat and I wasn't. You think the reason is because they can't show ads properly when you don't have the app open? It's dumb. What is that in response to? Is that, are you talking about, I think you said that a while ago. Who needs an iPhone or iPad when you have an iPod Touch? Okay, but that too. You can jailbreak those as well. Crash Notepad? How? I don't know. I don't freaking know how I crashed Notepad. But I did, I swear. I crashed the Windows calculator the other day. No, legit. I think either yesterday or the day before, I crashed the freaking Windows calculator. I like was
Okay.
typing some numbers fast and it just died. And I was like, huh? This is a calculator. How did that even happen? I still don't know how it happened, but I crashed it, and I opened it up again, and it like took a moment to load because it was like, wait, did you crash it? And I had to load the logs and everything. It's like, oh, what a world we live in. Pay attention to the story exactly. YouTube not, oh, YouTube not letting you run videos in the background. Oh, yeah. Oh, because you can't, because it wouldn't run ads, right? But couldn't they make it run ads? Like, couldn't they just program it so that it would run ads in the background, right? Like, I feel like they could, but they just needed another incentive to YouTube Premium, because all that they had was the YouTube Premium originals, which are not great, let's be real. And the no ads. And the downloading, okay. So those are great. Those are good features, but is that really enough to justify? How much is it? I'm sorry, I'm gonna look it up. YouTube Premium costs. It's $12 a month, but that's for the base one. There's like two variants of it. There's the base one, which is, it gives you ad-free music and video, I guess. No. Okay, sorry. No, the base one is $10, and then the full one is $12. So the base one is $10 a month, and it gives you ad-free music and the ability to listen in the background to music and downloads for music.
Ah, yeah.
So it's all only for music. That's it. So if you try to listen to a video that isn't marked as music, it won't work. Well, or it will, but it won't. You won't be able to download it, and you won't be able to listen to it in the background, and you won't have ads, no ads on it. That only applies to music, which might sound like okay, but that might be a good thing if you only care about music, right? Which a lot of people do. I mean, a lot of people use YouTube for music. I do anyway. But here's the thing, right? Keep in mind that includes, like, okay, like what if you have like a game OST? Is that going to be categorized as music? Because a lot of times, like seriously, like go look up a game OST that you like, and like look at the description. A lot of times, they purposely will categorize it not as music, but as gaming, and then they'll categorize it as the game that it's from. And a lot of times people do that when they upload the OSTs because they know that YouTube doesn't want them to have that music on YouTube. So they think that if they mark it as gaming, then it'll make it, okay, I should have been paying attention. I think that's the ghost of her dead husband.
Is it done?
Yeah, it is.
What the flying frick?
You got it right.
Fidget's like, I'm not, my name's not Frick.
Things. I betrayed
What?
my friends.
Ah.
Turned them over to General Gaius for
Wow.
money and power. My life, this mansion.
I feel like I can't talk over this because this is the thing.
Was bought with the blood of those I loved.
It's
Wackety
okay, my
sec.
love. I know everything.
What
That
the
is
frick?
Why I left you.
Oh,
But I have come to help you.
I know everything. That's why I left you. Great line.
I am so sorry.
I like to quote
Oh.
that. Just randomly.
I should have told you.
My daily life.
I thought you
Wait, hold on.
one good
Can I
thing
pull this up
Screenshot
again?
it.
would leave me to die alone.
Oh,
I'm here now, my love.
what the frick?
I will never leave you again.
And you, Rogue,
I saw
Okay.
funny furry with sword and furry Navi, now dead guy. Exactly.
you were dead to
It's like, wow, that escalated quickly.
can never be.
Is this fitting music?
Yeah, dude!
Yeah.
General Guy.
Wait, actually, wait, I
Following my
haven't.
logic.
Drive him from these
Oh, wait.
It's really loud
I
though.
was told you may know something
Oh, sorry.
to find him.
You're good.
That's easy.
That's actually hilarious.
There are moonbloods.
Simply
Last
go.
remaining encampment is
Or
even
there are
far to the
moonbloods.
north.
What?
If General Gaius knew where it was, he would personally lead the charge to wipe it off the map.
So this is a deep plot and I should be paying more attention to it.
Camp is.
Nobody does except
I blew up my throat somehow, holy frick.
Oh, okay.
It's like hurting to talk, so I should probably stop. I'll wait for this
Yeah.
cutscene to finish, and then I can save.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good sign. I don't even remember what I was saying before this cutscene. I was saying something and then I interrupted myself because of the dead guy. Oh, I was talking about YouTube Premium. Anyway. It's just not... Yeah, so anyway, people tag music as saying it's from a game because, like, if... The idea is that if the YouTube automated system is, like, looking at a video and it goes, wait, that's music from Splatoon in that video, but then it sees that the video is tagged as gaming Splatoon, it might think, oh, well, this is just a let's play of Splatoon, and that's why there's music in it. And so it might not take it down. That's the idea anyway. I don't think the algorithm's that dumb. I think the YouTube algorithm will go, yeah, no, that's the whole song, and just take it down. But if it really wants to anyway, they just don't usually want to. They only do so when they're legally inclined to or whatever, right? But anyway, so a lot of these things are rocked as gaming because of that reason. So if you just get the YouTube music one, which is $10 a month, I don't think that you can listen to like game OSTs if they're marked like that. They have to be marked as music, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that would count. For me, that's most of what I listen to, if I'm being honest. I'm listening to more than just game OSTs, obviously as well, but most of it's gaming music. So, I mean, that wouldn't be a good deal for me. But if you get, but don't worry, just $2 extra a month, and you can also get it for all videos, and then also YouTube Premium Originals, which is still not worth it. Because name 2 good YouTube original series. If you can even name one, that is.
Logan Paul, that's the only one I know.
Is it good?
I don't know, I didn't watch it. I was making jokes.
Nice. The only one that I could name was Mindfield by Vsauce, which is actually freaking good. But now it's free! Guess what? It's free. They made it free. The whole thing. You don't even have to have YouTube Premium for it anymore. Go watch it, it's really good. I mentioned that months ago. But anyway, yeah, that's what you said when I said it last time.
Oh, okay.
But anyway.
Oh.
Holy frick. But yeah, but like, so that was the only one I could think of that was good and you don't even need it anymore. Thank you, Taz. Very cool.
Yeah, I forgot I was playing, sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, I still can't. Okay, so I'm just gonna go back to the world map and then I'll stop there. So this was a long time ago, sorry. Apple paying people in this country is so corrupt. Even if you could find a hardware vulnerability that would be used to spy on children, you would need access to their physical hardware to even attempt the hack. If you leave your 1,000 phone lying around for hackers to get you, asking for trouble. Exactly, yeah, you know, it's dumb. I didn't even freaking consider that. Like, I just stopped at the original aspect of why it was dumb. But you're right, yeah, like, if it's a hardware vulnerability, then it's a hardware vulnerability, generally speaking. Like, I assume there's some that can also be... Okay, so, like... for that one, I think there is an argument to be made on the other side, though, because, for example, Checkmate, right? That's a hardware vulnerability. But they're, like, exploiting it through software. Right? So, it's a hardware bug. But the software, you know, makes the hardware, like, it takes advantage of that bug to do something in the software that's not supposed to be able to. So, I imagine if there was a vulnerability that allowed you to, like, just turn on the camera or whatever, something terrible like that, it would also probably be exploitable just from software without having to have physical access to the device, right?
But maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, but like there's some hardware exploits that are purely hardware like that as well. Yeah, so for those it's even stupider. But there's also some that, to be fair, I think there's also some that could be activated from software. But it still is dumb because that's already a thing, and like having it be open wouldn't make it any worse. I don't think. In fact, have you noticed that things that are open source are generally regarded as the most secure? Like, Linux is considered to be like the most secure operating system out of the three big ones, Windows, Mac, and Linux, right? Like, because it is, like, it's very secure. Like, Linux security vulnerabilities do exist, for sure, but they're very few and far between compared to, you know, Mac, and especially compared to Windows. Which Windows has, you know, Windows has a lot of them. It's for real. So, you know, Linux is open source. I'm going the wrong way. Whoops. Everyone can just go on GitHub right now and view the code to Linux. Like, if you want to look at it, go ahead. Just type Linux GitHub and you'll find it. It's actually it's not hosted on GitHub. It's a mirror that you're gonna find on GitHub, but it's basically the same thing. You can see it right now. And you can like totally just look at all the code and see exactly how it works if you can make sense of it. I mean, it's very high level stuff. I don't know how all of it works either, but yeah, it's like, so like, given that if the whole argument about security through obscurity was a real thing, right? If that was a thing that actually existed, where it was like things are insecure if anyone can see them and how they work, then Linux would be the least secure, but it's not. It's the most, right? Windows, on the other hand, is completely closed source. Like, no, the only people who have the code to Windows it's Microsoft, right? And yet Windows has a lot of vulnerabilities that people discover all the time. Like, notice how malware is like still, and viruses, like those are still a thing that you have to be. It's definitely way better in 2020 than it used to be. Like now, it really isn't a big deal anymore at all. But it still is technically a thing. There still is a chance that you can get a virus or whatever on a Windows machine if you're not careful, right? On Linux, yeah, there's Linux viruses. They do exist. But there's so few of them that it's like, you don't need an antivirus. Like, everyone will tell you, if you're like getting into Linux, everyone will tell you, you don't need an antivirus, don't get one. It's unnecessary for Linux. It's just, you're not gonna get a virus. Like, it's your chances of that are way lower than your chances of, you know, anything else going wrong. That's rare. It's like extremely rare that you're gonna get a virus on Linux. So yeah, what I'm getting at is just the argument of, but if we make it open and anyone can see it, it's insecure. That's stupid. That does not make any sense. Anyone who tells you that, you should question if what they're saying makes any sense. Because if someone is actually genuinely arguing that, they either don't entirely understand what they're talking about, or they do, and they're trying to mislead you, right? So they're basically lying to you. Because it's just the truth that that's not how things work. Anyway, I'm gonna get to the save point and then stop. I keep saying that, but it's taking me a while to get there. But I'm almost there now. Let's see. Oh, I didn't see what you guys were saying. It still stinks, AK before 2019. What are you guys talking about? They made it unfree, though? It was only free for a little time, you think? Oh, you mean Minefield? Oh, is it not free anymore? Oh, frick. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Wow, Rad, I can't believe you're wrong. You lied to all of us.
I can't believe you're wrong. I think I'm actually gonna take that as a compliment, though. Holy frick.
Oh.
That means I'm right most of the time.
Oh,
no,
right.
No, that would mean that I'm right so often that me being wrong is, like, shocking. Wow.
Huh.
It's like, oh frick. I got exposed. Just kidding. You like it probably because of the Twitch Online and stuff? Are you talking about Switch Online? Paying membership for online students? Oh yeah, Switch Online is freaking... it's probably fine, but it's just, yeah, it's just the principle of it, I agree. I think, not just the Switch, I think for any platform, yeah, paying for online is dumb, I agree. It's different, okay, there's circumstances where it makes sense. Okay, there we go, I'm gonna stop there. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, you gotta... Yeah, you pause and then you hit quit. No, let me... Can you not? Whoa, my voice is freaking dying. Sorry about that. Holy frick.
Stop dyeing it. Wait, I mean, stop pulling it.
I'm sorry, I'm dyeing my throat green. It's the new trend, everyone does it. You can't even see it, but you know it's there, so that makes you cooler. Anyway, yeah, let me, I'm gonna do a break in just a moment. Let me just talk about that real fast, because I think that's interesting. Paying for online is whack. I hear a lot of people genuinely argue, like, still, like, there's a good amount of people who genuinely argue that it's not dumb, and that actually, paying for online makes sense. And the argument for it is that servers cost money, and that they have to pay for the servers somehow, so it makes sense to charge people for that. And, yeah, but here's the thing, it's not... If your game actually has dedicated online servers, right, then somebody has to pay for it. And it can make sense to where you might argue that someone needs to pay for it, so why not just have people pay for it monthly or whatever, right? Right, but most, especially on the Switch, most of these online games are not, they're not running on dedicated servers. They are not. They are peer-to-peer. That means, right, for anyone who doesn't know, which I think everyone knows what that means, but in case you don't, that means that your Switch is connecting through the internet directly to the other Switch, basically, right? And that's it. That's the communication. The only people who have to pay for anything to have that connection happen is you have to pay for your internet and the other person has to pay for their internet. But that's it. So, given that apparently most Switch games are using that method of connectivity, that should be free. There is no reason why that cannot be free. You're paying for that already when you're paying your ISP. There's no other, like, Nintendo doesn't need money for that connection to happen. There's nothing that they're paying for that to happen. It's just you are doing that with your internet. So, that's dumb. But yeah, but for dedicated servers, it makes sense. Even so, though, I think it's silly, because hear me out. People charge like $60 for games, right? Can't you just take some of... Because, you know, they must be making... You know, they're not just breaking even, they're making money from it, obviously. Otherwise, they wouldn't... It wouldn't work. The whole games industry would not be a thing. Can't you just take some of the... Like, just take some of the money you get, just divide it up and be like, okay, we're going to take... For every copy of the game that we sell, we're going to take $1 or 15 cents or whatever makes the most sense financially, and we're going to funnel that towards the server. Because if you have 100 freaking, you know, if you have 1 million people buying your game, it would add up pretty fast. You would be able to pay for the servers just with that alone, I would think. The companies could just pay for that on their own. Does, like, Nintendo really need to come out and charge people a $20, whatever, like a monthly or annual fee on top of the money they're already getting from the Switch sales and the percentage that they're getting from the eShop sales and the eShop credit sales, and, you know, like, really? Does it need to work like that? Like, that's a way that it can work, but is that the best way to do it? I don't know if it is. I think you could fund it another way and it would work just fine. So, yeah, I don't think paying monthly or yearly for online for gaming consoles and games in general is something that's necessary, and I think it's silly. Genuinely, it doesn't usually work like that. Like, people are under the belief that, like, oh, you need to pay for this because of all the money, but it's like, but no, it's not as expensive as you think, and even if it is, it can be paid for through other means that are already covered just by the cost of the console and the game that you bought, right? So why do you need to also pay for this? It's like, they're doing it because Microsoft did it. Microsoft did it years ago with Xbox Live.
I didn't mean to play that. I didn't mean to play that.
That fits so well, though. Holy frick, dude. I totally thought it was intentional. My goodness.
Like, that was entirely an accident.
That was a beautiful accident. GG, holy frick. Wow. I'm sorry. Well, I should have known this. I'm rambling again, but I'm going to get into the break, but just really fast let me finish that. Yeah, Microsoft came up with this idea. They went, oh, we could charge people for Xbox Live, and they did that. And then they did it for a long time, and they got away with it, and nobody complained. They were all like, yeah, I'm happy to spend, what is it now, $60, $70 a year, I think? Or is it, how much is it? I don't actually know. I'll look it up, because I'm curious now. Xbox Live membership cost.
Thank you, number 7.
Oh my gosh, it's $10 a month. 25 for 3 months and $60 a year. Oof, goodness. Okay, so they charge people $60 a year. They've been doing that for a while, and well, actually, I think they rose the price. It didn't used to be that expensive. It is now.
Oh.
But they did that for a long time, and nobody complained. People were like, "That's fine. That's how it is." Yeah, and nobody people just accepted that was a thing, and so they were making free money. I mean, they weren't doing freaking hardly anything at all. They didn't need that much money at all. They didn't really need any of it, I don't think, to pay for what they were doing. They could have easily paid for it through other means that would have still allowed them to make a profit and it would have been fine. But they had this idea, and they did this. And people didn't complain. Nobody thought they were being scammed. Everyone was like, that's fine. And people just accepted that's how it was. And so they were just basically generating a ridiculous amount of free money. I mean, think about that. If virtually every person who has an Xbox and the 360 and all that, and Xbox One and whatever, is paying $60 a year that they don't need to be paying. That's just like gross profit. Like, you just get to take basically all of that, or at least the vast majority of that. It's like, do you realize how much? If just 1,000 people do that, it's freaking $60,000 a year, right? And now it's way more than 1,000 people who play Xbox. Think of how much money they accumulate over the course of several years. I agree. That's hilarious.
I'm tilting around.
No, you're good, man. But think about how much freaking money they make from that. It's staggering. So of course, at least $1. Exactly.
Wait.
Maybe 2. Wow. Holy frick. Yeah, wait. Here he comes. Any second now.
Wait. Yeah. Come on. Okay.
It's coming.
There.
It's loading. There it is. Thank you, Tess. I freaking love that. Oh my gosh.
You're welcome.
So they were making basically free money every year without having to do hardly anything. And they did that for so long, and so Sony's glancing over going, they made like $10 million doing nothing. They're like, of course we have to freaking do that. Why would we not? We're a company. We exist to make money. We're not trying to rip people off necessarily, but there are people who work for us who have families to feed, you know? Like, we gotta freaking make money, and if we can make free money without doing anything, like that much of it, why would we not? Right? So, PSNs, they started charging for PSN Plus or whatever, and then Nintendo went, oh, I guess if you guys are doing it, I should do it too. And in their defense, they only charge $20-something a year, if I remember correctly, which is like
good.
way better than $60.
It really is.
Well, that's a huge difference. But even so I don't think people. So it's one of those things where in so doing though, I feel like they felt like they could invalidate their people who could complain. They felt like they could make it so it's like, you know. I don't know if they intentionally meant to do this or not, but they sort of did this. They made it so, like, if you complain about Switch Online, people say, oh, shut up. It's only $20 a year. You can afford it. Come on. You pay for much more. The games that you buy for your Switch are much more than that, right? And they're right, but I don't think people understand. Like, what I'm arguing isn't the price. The price is awesome for it, actually. But even if it was $1, even if it was 10 cents, I still would be like, but why? But do you need to be paying that? Because can't they be doing this through other means? You know what I'm saying? Like, what I'm questioning is not the price. What I'm questioning is it even necessary, like, that it's set up this way? I don't think it is. If it was, then the Wii and the Wii U and the 3DS wouldn't have had free online for everything, would they? The PS3 wouldn't have had free online. The Vita wouldn't have had free online. They all had free online, and they were all fine. Well, the Vita was a bad example. The Vita was not fine. But it's everything else. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm a big fan of the Vita, personally. Let's hear it for PS Vita! The audience is going nuts!
Oh, okay.
They died just like the Vita.
Yeah.
It's fitting. Anyway, so yeah, I don't think that Switch Online needs to exist. I think they could genuinely just make it free and they wouldn't lose any money and they'd be fine. But they're doing it because everyone else is doing it, and they know that they're missing out on literally millions of dollars if they don't do it. And why would you not do that if you could literally make $1 million by doing basically nothing? Freaking, who wouldn't do it? Come on. Like, you can't blame him for it. So the only one I can blame for it really is Microsoft, because Microsoft came up with this horrible way they could scam people and get away with it, and it worked really well, and so all the other companies went, oh, let's do that too. If Xbox Live would have been free, then guess what? We wouldn't have Switch Online, we wouldn't have PSN Plus. It would all just be free. I guarantee it. So, yeah. Also, by the way, Steam? Yeah, Steam's free. You can play online games on Steam for free, pretty much. I can't think of any that... Are there any that you have to pay for the online? To my knowledge, there's not. Think so. Because why would there be?
But what if there was?
Don't. Everyone would hate it. People would boycott it. Exactly. Oh my gosh, I love the sound effects. So yeah. Because like you can host the server yourself, even if it's a dedicated server. That's the way the game works. You can run a program on your PC, and that program is the server. So now you're running your own dedicated server for free at your house, and then everyone else connects to that. And yeah. It's not as fast or as stable as the professional ones would be, hopefully, obviously. But, I mean, actually, sometimes it's better. Have you seen how often Xbox Live goes down? Holy frick. It's actually embarrassing. And PSN as well. Whereas, if I host a server at home, it might not always work, but when it does, it freaking works. So, you know, anyway. I don't know, but I'll shut up. Anyway, Doom? Does Doom actually need, do you actually have to pay to play Doom Online? Is that right? Like, the new release of it, or? Because, like, I know they have, like, a new remake of Doom now. Obviously, the original Doom, freaking, of course, that's free, like, to do servers with that. But, like, they have a Doom remake now, and I remember people saying they hated it or something. No, there's a new Doom that's really good. And there's, like, a Doom remake that apparently has, like... Didn't it have, like, microtransactions in it or something? They remade it in the Unity engine. I'm dead serious. They remade the original Doom, the classic, in the freaking Unity engine. And I like Unity. I do. But that's a very bad choice for Doom. For so many reasons. Okay, I'll stop. Let me do the break. They booed me off the stage! Doom more like boom, because they're booing. I'm gonna get booed for that. You have to make a necessary account, which is more or less just like buying. Oh. Well, I think that's a little. I mean, it's still free. It's a little different, I think, but yeah, that's annoying though. All right, so I'm gonna start with these videos from Wasif because I've seen him ask him. Okay, this is literally 1 second. This is it's called The Deliciousness Has Landed. It's a 3D animation by Wasif. He showed me this a while ago, but I don't believe I showed it on the stream. So this is this is an animation he made himself, I think in Blender? I'm not sure. It's a donut, and it slides up to your screen when it's done, and then you see my anime recommendations and you judge me. What is that playing?
What the frick is... I don't know.
Wait, did you play
that?
Hang on. Okay, you played that.
Okay, yeah.
I genuinely...
Yeah.
I genuinely thought that I somehow accidentally, started playing an ad or something, and I was like, not again!
Oh.
I was getting, like, flashbacks to the last stream.
I was trying to get crowd cheering sound effects, but I think it was from... Okay. It was from, like, a stadium crowd, so I guess...
Dude, freaking nice. It's gonna be lit. If you can get that. Oh, I better turn off the display source on this one fast, because it's now is 1:23 a.m. Now is when YouTube is going, oh, is it time for ASMR? And it's recommending that. And it doesn't look great if you don't know what it is. Even if you know what it is, it probably doesn't look great. This is another one. Happy Cube is no more 3D animation. Taz, that fits so well. Oh!
Oh gosh!
He blew up and died right as...
Oh my god!
Happy Cube is dead! I'm so happy. I'm so
What
sorry. Happy Cube, no! Happy Cube, no! He was so young! What the frick? As this is playing...
Everyone else is cheering, but we're the only people who are like, this is messed up. No, guys, shut up. No, shut up. Thank you.
Yeah, there we go.
What if it was that easy? What if you had a whole crowd of screaming people and you said, shut up, and everyone went, okay.
Yeah.
And instantly...
Everyone collectively decides to.
Yeah.
Listen.
It's like, oh, no. Yeah, I mean, he's right. I mean, he had a point. I couldn't argue. Wow. All right. Lots of memes. Okay, so I don't think I'm gonna have time to show it all tonight. I'm planning on streaming. Yeah, I'll do that first. I'm actually planning on streaming again tomorrow. It's shocking. I know everyone's very shocked by that. Nobody.
Whoa, yeah.
It's not like I'm kind of doing the schedule thing again. But anyway, so I'm gonna if I don't show anything tonight, I can probably show it tomorrow. But anyway, this is first off, let me get some music going here, and I do have adblock turned off on YouTube, as I said before. However, I've turned it on temporarily tonight because last time that was hilarious, but I don't want that to happen again. That exact thing.
Yeah.
No, like last time, you know, like freaking playing the dust OSC, and then in the background it's like, new Clorox bubbles, get it scrubby clean every time. It's like, well, that's hilarious, but probably don't want to get sued by scrubbing bubbles for promoting their product. So I have it on
Even though you're
temporarily.
promoting them.
I know, it's kind of dumb when you think about it. It's like, I literally gave you a free ad, but okay. You didn't even have to pay me to do that. But anyway. Alright, so, let me see. I think if I pop out the... Hang on. I need to, pop out the stream preview thing on my end from Discord, because that way I can... Yeah, there we go. Now I can screenshot it without that being in the way. Alright, Pagrina. I don't know what that means, I just like saying it.
Yeah, I forgot you said that one.
Hopefully it doesn't actually mean... It's like, Rad, don't you know what that means? In Italian, that's like the word for whatever. It's like, oh, frick. I hope not. It just, to me, it just sounds like a really... It's just a really dumb and fun way of saying... To me, it sounds like a female pog, right? Pagrina. I don't know, it just sounds... It's I love it. It's so fun to say. Oh, shut up, sorry. Here we go, from a blob. Planet Entertainment statement on Cooking Mom Cookstar. Oh, this is gonna be a laugh. Okay, thanks for sharing this. Because I genuinely want to see what they said about this. Because how could they possibly explain that? They're just gonna be like, so we broke the law, lol. Anyway, later. Like, what could they possibly say? Okay, here we go. Planet Entertainment wants to explain the mystery surrounding the Nintendo Switch game to all Cooking Mama Cookstar fans. All three, no, I'm kidding. Office Create, the right holder to Cooking Mama, approved a detailed game design in 2019. First playable the game developer and Planet followed the exact approved design. That design is the exact game on Nintendo Switch, which also includes many additional Office Create suggestions which add gameplay value. Unfortunately, creative differences arose as Cooking Mama Cookstar was near completion that went outside the scope of our agreement, and the game design approved by Office Create. By contract, Planet is fully within its rights to publish Cooking Mama Cookstar, is it? There is no active litigation or ruling that prevents Planet from publishing the game. Then why'd you pull it from the shop? Cooking Mama fans have been very enthusiastic about Cooking Mama Cookstar, including the many new features, including vegetarian and unicorn food, potluck party, plus more. We appreciate... What? Sorry.
I was saying, what does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, I know, it doesn't. They're just trying to distract from the actual point. We appreciate the overwhelming positive response and support from Cooking Mama Cookstar fans. Office Create has our total respect. We thank them for their wisdom and wish them well. Music's a bit loud. Oh, thank you. Thanks, sorry. It didn't look like it was loud at all to me, so thank you for telling me about that. Is it better now, or let me know? Planet Entertainment. Yeah, wow, holy frick. Okay, so here's what that sounds like to me. Here's what I got out of that. So they did. So it is actually kind of like what I said though. So they did get the legal rights to use the IP for the demo, but not for the full game.
Oh.
Right? So they got the rights for like basically for the first. Yeah, it says they approved a detailed game design in 2019. The design is what was the game on Nintendo Switch. Okay, so they approved what I'm assuming is basically a demo, like the pre-alpha version of the game. They were like, that's fine, you can do that. And I guess that also allowed them to show it in trailers and stuff at first. But then, well, if they needed to. What happened was, as the development continued of the game, I assume this was all before it was even announced.
started having they started telling Office Create about stuff they were gonna do, and Office Create goes, no, we don't really like that. Could you make it like this instead? And Planet Entertainment said, no, we want to make it like this, and they had creative differences. So basically, Office Create was like, I don't know, man, we really don't like that. We really think that's a bad idea. We don't want our brand on that. So maybe you shouldn't do that. And they basically told them, if you don't get rid of that idea, then we're not going to give you the rights. And Planet Entertainment wouldn't budge, so they didn't give them the full rights for the full game, right? So that's when they cut ties. That's when they stopped. And Office Create assumed, rightfully so, that that's where the whole thing was going to end, and the game was just going to be canceled and it was going to be done. Planet Entertainment, however, didn't want to throw away their freaking game that they started working on. And so what they did is, so they found like a loophole, right? They found like a legal loophole where they went, wait a minute. And they technically said the original game design was okay. So as long as we stick by the original game design, then that might mean that we're legally, it's like they approved it for the full release, even though they didn't. Whatever, some crap like that where they thought they could get away with it. And so they went along with that idea. And, well, it turns out they couldn't. Or maybe they could, but maybe they reconsidered later and went, we might get sued, actually. Let's not. And either way, they took it down. But they waited until freaking after publishing the game to the eShop, after it being in a multiple announcements in Nintendo Directs, to do that, which is just baffling. I'm actually shocked that they didn't get sued earlier. Office Create statements is completely different, though. Is it? Wait, what?
Oh.
Did you send that too? Oh, you did. Right below. Sorry, I look at things. I very much look at things sequentially. I look at thing 1 completely before I look at thing 2 and so on. So sorry, I literally did not see that yet. All right. Whoa. Yeah, and Office Create has a very different tone to their statement as well. Because Planet Entertainment, that just looks like a freaking call-out post on Twitter. That looks like I'm come to make an announcement. That looks like oh my gosh, it looks like SAR drama. Actually, I hate that. But anyway, then you look at Office Create. Now it doesn't actually, to be fair, it doesn't help that I have a dark mode. Thank you, Tess. That fan
You're
is
welcome.
so good. Every time I ever watch that, there's another part I forgot about it that makes me laugh. It's amazing. Oh my gosh. Sorry. It doesn't help at all that I have a dark mode extension on in Chrome that inverts the colors and it makes this look even more terrifying than it actually is. But this is how theirs looks. Office Create's like, you're dead, son. Okay, so here's what they have to say. Reply to, here we go, unauthorized release of Cooking Mama Cooks are, oh, holy frick, that sounds bad automatically. Okay, we would like to thank our fans and customers for their support over the years for the Cooking Mama franchise. As many of you know, Planet Entertainment LLC, recently released Cooking Mama Cookstar for the first sale in the US, Europe, and Australia. This was an unauthorized release in breach of Planet's contract with Office Create. Oh, geez. In August 2018, Office Create licensed Planet to develop the Cooking Mama Cookstar game for Switch. Okay, so no, but it is still. I think both sides are kind of telling the truth, but they're stretching it. So they were working with Planet. It's not like this random guy just came out and released a Cooking Mama game. Like Office Create did work with Planet. They were originally going to make this a thing. However, here we go. Yeah, unfortunately, this is the reason. The quality of the game builds failed to meet the standards that our customers expect and deserve. That actually totally makes sense. Holy frick. Office Create rejected a wide range of deficiencies affecting the overall feel quality and concept of the game. Yet despite being contractually obligated to correct the identified deficiencies and resubmit the corrected game for Office Create's approval, Planet proceeded to release the game without addressing all of the rejections and without Office Create's approval. That's very bad. Oh man, that's bad. We have also learned that Planet and/or its European distributor has promoting an upcoming European release of a PS4 version. We have not licensed Planet to create any Cooking Mama games for the PS4. Oh, frick. Okay, so they did technically give them the rights to make a game for the Switch, but only under certain conditions. And Planet didn't follow those conditions, so they actually didn't have the rights But I think Planet thought they did, but they didn't. Okay, but then they never gave them rights to make a PS4 game. So them doing that is straight up illegal. Oh my goodness. I mean, it's all illegal, but that especially is like, boy, why did you even think that was okay? Uh-oh. Office Crate is not licensed Planet or any other entity to create any Cooking Mama games for the PS4. Office Crate itself has not been involved in the development of any PS4 Cooking Mama game. On March 30, 2020, Office Crate notified Planet of its immediate termination of the license due to Planet's international material breach of the license contract. Despite such note, Planet continues to advertise and sell the unauthorized version of Cooking Mama Cookstore on its website in willful violation of Office Crate's rights. Oh no! Oh, they're getting sued. Oh, they're going down. I mean, rightfully so, though. That is like, what's wrong with them? Oh my gosh, okay. If somebody is like working for Planet, they need to, like, who didn't like have any involvement in this, they just like were developing the game thinking that they had, you know, everything was cool. Like, if it, like, I'm sure there were some developers who worked for Planet who genuinely didn't know. You know what I mean? Like, they're paid to work on this, and they don't know, like, they just assume that they have the rights because the higher-ups told them they did, right? If like someone there is like, they need to get the frick out of it.
Yeah, just leave, quit as soon as you can.
Because this company is going down, like, bro. Oh wow, okay. Despite such notice, Planet continues. Hey, I read that. To date, Planet has not confirmed the status of the unauthorized PS4 version. Nice. Office Crate is evaluating all legal action against Planet to protect our customers, intellectual property rights, and the Cooking Mama series. In the meantime, we thank our customers and local Cooking Mama fans for their continued support and sincerely regret any confusion and disappointment that has been caused by Planet's conduct. Oh. Wow. Okay. Holy frick. That's... You don't do that, guys. You don't make a game and release it and advertise it. Like, no, like, unless you have the rights to do that, like using someone else's IP. Oh gosh, that's awful. Wow. Well, there you go. What made them think that was okay? Well, I assume it was just inexperienced people who... It was either people who had no experience and didn't know what they were doing and just somehow thought that maybe they had the rights because they gave them the rights on the early demos. And so when they told them the game's not quality enough, those individuals said, "Screw you! You gave us the rights. We're gonna release it anyway." And they just didn't understand that the rights only applied if they followed the terms. And one of the terms was that you have to adhere to our standards, right? So either that, or they are aware that what they're doing is illegal, which they probably are, right? How could you not be? And they're just doing it anyway. I don't know which one's worse, to be honest with you. Because both are pretty terrible, but man, that's awful. You're gonna release Sonic on Google Stadia? Yeah, oh my gosh, and it would be so much better on Google Stadia too, because you could have Sonic run, and then you could have it like pause for like 5 seconds, and then you could have the bitrate flash, and then like it could be like low res and blurry. I've never actually used Stadia. Maybe it's actually good. I don't think so. Literally everyone I've heard talk about it says it's awful, but
yeah.
I've used other streaming services like that. I beta tested PS Now, and you know, it wasn't bad. It was okay, but it definitely had times where that kind of thing would happen. You'd be playing and everything would be going fine, and then all of a sudden the game would freeze, and you'd be like, oh wait, and you'd have to wait a couple of seconds, and then it would like come back, and there'd be like visual artifacts. It's basically like the same thing as if you watch a YouTube video and then it buffers, except with a game.
Yeah.
Because that's what's happening, basically. It's streaming a video of the game to you. So, it wasn't... I wouldn't say it was great, and I wouldn't say it's what I think the future is and where I think games are heading. I don't think so. But I can see how PS Now actually made some sense. Stadia? No, it doesn't make any sense. One of the big things that PS Now had over Stadia, and also that Project xCloud is going to have over Stadia, is that they were being made by companies who already have console ecosystems and everything established. I'm going to turn it on such that they can, like, if they want to, they can have deals and stuff where they can, like, okay, like if you have, whatever, The Last of Us, if you already own that on, I don't know, whatever, The Last of Us 2, you own it on your Xbox, whatever. I'm joking. You get what I'm saying. If you already own it, if you already own some game on one of your like on one of these platforms, they could technically make it so that like you can just stream that as well. You know what I mean? Like they can make it so you already own that game, and so you don't have to buy it again. It's just like you own it now because you already bought it, and that's a huge incentive because now it's like, oh, well, I already have a big game library on the Xbox or on the PlayStation, so yeah, it might be more convenient sometimes to maybe stream it with me somewhere else. Like maybe I could like use my phone and like stream the game in the car using a mobile controller, like a Bluetooth controller or whatever. Maybe I could play it like that, right? I can actually see people doing that. That's actually something that's like, yeah, okay. But Stadia doesn't have that because with Stadia you have to buy all the games again. So all that it really has is cons because it's just like, well, but I could just get it somewhere else instead and it would be better, right? So anyway, I just want to turn about Cinderfest. Alright, from Taz, we got this. Choo-choo.
I am Taz.
I just wanted to add, you know, some word in at the end there. Choo-choo, heck. Just 'cause it makes it sound more edgy and, like, more intense. Alright, here we go. I am proud to reveal my Gauge 1 Henry replica, modeled after a Season 5 appearance. This has been in the works for a long time, and I'm so happy to finally be able to share it with you. Holy frick, wait, so this is, oh, whoa, this is, yeah, wait, I was gonna ask if it was a 3D model or not. I'm dumb, sorry. This is actually a 2-scale, like, model. Like, this is, like, in the real world, it's like a model of training made.
Yeah, yeah.
Bro, holy frick.
Looks freaking amazing.
That's really good, yeah, whoa. Wait, he has different, wait a minute, he has different expressions? What? What the frick? Wait.
I think it's like different, like, face mask.
Yeah, can he, like, swap out the face, I guess? Like, unscrew his face, screw a new one. No, but you know what I mean? Like, whoa, that's super cool. I assume they did something like that for the show too. So.
Yeah, they did that for the show too.
Because they had to. Wait, I think I already showed that one. Anyway, oh no, I showed one that looks like it, but it's anyway.
Yeah.
That's so good looking. Like, look at the detail on that. They got everything right. Well, I assume. Actually, I'm not sure. But
yeah.
To me, it looks perfect. To me, that looks exactly like how it looks in the show. Wow, that's freaking awesome. I'm gonna like that. That was from at Carnforth Ginty. I'll show their ad again because that stuff takes like a lot of effort to make.
Yeah.
It's cropped badly, so you know, ignore the text.
You're cropped badly.
Oh my goodness! What a freaking premium roast! Wait, what is that like? Can I get an image for that? I'm sorry. This is a dumb idea that I had a long time ago that I've never. Yeah. Bro, what the frick? This is what you did to me. You premium roasted me.
Oh.
You premium roasted me. I freaking love that. Anyway, that's really good. Holy frick, I mean, that's very impressive. Bro, they blopped them on? Yeah, it sounds about right. That's cool, though. That's freaking cool. They just pop them off, I guess, and put them on new ones. Wow.
Yeah.
The official website of Cookstar is still up? What the frick? What? How are they not, like, I mean, obviously they're going to get sued, it's only a matter of time, but, like, how is it taking that long? Can you seriously just freaking blatantly break the law like that and just, like, get away with it for, like, I mean, it's been months and months at this point. Like, they already made...
like April.
Right. They already... Well, was it March? It might have been, I don't know. It was a while ago. Like, they might have, like... For all we know, like, who knows how much money they made from it, because they pulled it pretty fast, I guess. I don't know if they put it back on or what, because they're still advertising it. They might still be selling physical copies, but not... Gosh. But who knows, like, how much money they made from this? Like, it probably wasn't a huge amount, but, like, you could actually do a scam like this, where you could accumulate money, like, a large amount of money over a large period of time, and just freaking... I wonder if anyone's, like, if... Could people get away with that? I mean, really? Like, holy frick, I hope they get caught for that, because that's... How can you do that? Anyway. Here we go. According to the Dead 3 Director's Cut mock-up thing I made. Hi, Bryce Taz from, Pixiv... I don't know. I ran out of websites. I got kind of lazy, so that's why it's empty, lol. That's cool. I really like that. Wait, so...
Thank you.
Almoland Escape the Factory Act 1. Let me zoom into that. Hold up. So it's Metal Rad, I guess? And, escaping, Oh, it looks like a freaking ticked off. It's like a Forces Buzz Bomber, I guess. He's buff. He's a murder hornet.
It's from Sonic CD.
Oh, right. It's Sonic. It's the murder hornet bot. I can't try to voice act now, but that's freaking cool looking. I dig this looking a lot. It's a post-apocalyptic because it's Almoland, and that's pretty lit.
Yeah.
We got some new cutscenes from Taz as well. I've recorded in the 3.5. featuring a new tile set for started made by my friend. That's awesome. Let's see.
Yeah.
Hey, red guy, what's up with your pet? Or whatever. She looked like she knew me. Oh, I'm Patrick. I'm not stupid. I'm Patrick. You reminded me of someone. It won't happen again. Sorry. Also, I'm a Glaceon. Snow, the Glaceon. That's my voice acting for Glaceon. Hope you all like it. It's like great.
Okay.
It's just like Glaceon. It sounds just like Snow.
No,
This
it's not.
idiot
No,
is
it's not.
data, which is ankles. I mean, oh, that's freaking beautiful. And then, or else you won't like what happens. Oh, frick. He's gonna have a bad time. We got some, here's another one in, holy frick, blue cord. Gonna be honest with you, I have no idea how I got here. That's me, but with every day.
Yeah.
There we go, Dankles, stream us every 2 again, and I'll help you. I love how you're, like, pushing people to do streams, like, in the game as well.
Yeah,
Saying,
yeah.
oh, uh-oh. Oh, frick, I thought the next stream was gonna reveal what happens, but I guess it's left in suspense. I can't wait to find out. So, was following him a bad idea? Oh, wait, let's see. Sorry, I'm already screenshotting these. I'm probably gonna get lost, but whatever. That's what adventuring's all about, kind of. Yeah, adventuring's about getting lost.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really cool. I like them hiding behind the pole. It's cute. We got oh my gosh, it's Dankles versus the actual Knuckles. Kill him and him. He's not real. He's not. That Knuckles is a fraud. He's like Cookie Mama Cookstar. He doesn't deserve it. He gets all the fame, but Dankles is the real OG.
He doesn't own the rights to life.
Yeah, he didn't technically have. I just imagine Knuckles making a post that's like, Dankles gave us the rights to publish this, and so it's fine. I have the right to assume the Knuckles identity, and then Dankles is like, we did not give Knuckles the right to do the following. Oh my gosh, that's really unprofessional too. Wow. He's dead.
Just blowing stuff
As it should be.
Yeah.
That's freaking great. Thank you for sharing this. This looks amazing. Okay, one more thing in Serious Breaks, and I'm going to show a couple of memes. Not many, because it actually is times progressing more than I thought it would. Might be. I'm going to try to show the rest tomorrow, but I'm just going to show a few memes real fast before I do that. Here is a serious video from Static Maniac. Super Mario 64 PC port old school, render 64 HD, model pack version 1.2, other text that's cut off. Oh, I saw this, I think. Wait, I didn't see the video, but I saw screenshots of this. Oh, guys, okay, hide. Alright, freaking hide. Alright, oh my gosh, Nintendo ninjas are they're gonna be freaking all over this room in like 5 minutes, so we gotta freaking be fast. Alright, so here we go, everyone.
I'm going to kill you.
Yes! Taz, when you...
Then kill you again.
Oh my gosh, I love his delivery. It gets me every time I hear that.
Oh, uh-oh.
Oh no. Cool. Alright, gamers, let's go. Let's race them. So, if I understand correctly, this is the Super Mario 64 PC port that came out several months ago that Nintendo wants to not exist, but it does. Go get it. It's on the internet. It's really good. It's extremely impressive. I can't believe that people freaking made that. Like, jeez. Anyway, this is an HD model pack for it. Look at this. Everything's freaking HD and high poly. And I actually don't know how to feel about it, to be perfectly honest with you. Because it looks pretty good.
Oh.
Though, I will say, I think, there is kind of a weird charm to the, low poly, low res texture stuff. And I do think it's kind of strange to, like... I think there's a level where you can make something remastered and you can make it look like, okay, like for example, I think the Crash Insane trilogy, I think that did a fantastic job of taking the original and just making it look better. That one was like, oh yeah, it looks great. Like this is an improvement. But I think there's also a lot of games that just take the original and basically upscale it. This is gonna sound really weird, but I think SADX kind of sort of did that a little bit as well. Like they gave Sonic a higher poly model technically, but it doesn't look great. Right, at least not in my opinion. Anyway, so this is regardless, I think this is really cool just because it exists at all. The fact that we are capable of doing, we freaking ported, like I say we. I didn't have any involvement in this. But the fact that
Yes, you
people
did.
freaking
Guys,
oh,
Brad
okay.
made it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nintendo is like coming after me. Like they get freaking Yoshi to come in and he's like, gonna, yeah, they're gonna get Kirby to suck me up. I'm gonna freaking dude, he's stuck. It's gonna be dead, dude. It's gonna be bad. I'm scared. But before that happens, I have a few minutes of time because it takes a while for Kirby to fly through the levels to get here.
Yeah.
But yeah. So the fact that people freaking recreated the source code to Super Mario 64 perfectly to the point where they could literally compile it and get a byte perfect ROM is freaking ridiculous. I can't even I don't think people truly appreciate that enough. Do you know how much effort goes into that's insane? That never happens for things. Like it's technically possible to do it with basically anything, but it's like so crazy difficult and complicated that it's basically not practical for people to do that kind of thing, right? But people freaking did it. That's amazing. And then the fact that someone took that and went, let me do one better, and then recreated all of the N64 drawing code stuff, but in DirectX. And then freaking added X input support and made a PC port of it. It's freaking amazing. And then somebody took that and went, let me do one better. And then added the I don't know if they had to actually change the engine or not to do this. But they at least had to change some stuff because the whole game, it's an old game, right? And games back in the day, the way it used to work was instead of having files that were separate and then you loaded them up, you just had a ROM, and the ROM was a blob of everything that you needed. A blob, sorry, but you know what I mean. It was a big chunk of numbers, and some of those numbers were data, some of them was code, whatever. But it was all just one self-contained unit. It wasn't separate like it is now. Anyway, Mario 64 doesn't have a folder full of models or anything, to my knowledge. I might be wrong, but I believe it's just a ROM where it's there's Mario model data just embedded inside the ROM somewhere. So for the PC port, it's inside the EXE somewhere, right? So they had to swap that out with high poly models and take advantage of the new DirectX stuff. So that actually lets them do that. Just so the fact that this exists at all is freaking amazing to me. I just can't believe any of this is happening at all. So that's fantastic. So yeah. Just freaking amazing job to everyone involved in that. That's so wonderful. By the way, I love Nintendo being oh yeah, we'll definitely be able to just take that down from the... No.
Yeah, no.
Bro, I get it. You have to protect your IP and all that, and this is technically the whole game for free that people are able to download, so yeah, but it's a game from the freaking... It's on the N64, dude. Do you really think that people aren't already emulating this with ROMs and they haven't already been doing that for freaking 20 years? No, you're not really losing anything by having this port exist. So really the only reason they're taking it down, I don't even think they're doing it because they're mad and they want to take it down. I think they're taking it down because they just legally have to, because there genuinely is an argument you can make in court where I'm not joking, you can genuinely go to court and say, well, but Nintendo didn't take down these projects. They must have known about these, but they left them up, so why are they taking down mine? And that's actually a legit argument you can use in the courtroom. I'm dead serious. You can do that. There's a term for it. I don't remember what it's called, but you can basically say, yeah, they're just biased against me or whatever, and you can use that as an example. And that's literally a valid claim to where they have to then refute that somehow. So I think Nintendo is just, they're well... we don't want to get ourselves in that situation, so we've got to take down everything. We got to be consistent, right? So I don't even know if they really want to take this down. Maybe they think it's cool themselves. I don't know, but they have to, because come on. If they allow this, then if they want to take down something in the future, then people are going to be what? You left the freaking 64 PC port up? That was the whole dang game on PC, and you left that up. You're not going to, you're going to take down mine? So they have to take this down. But anyway, but go get it. It's on the internet. And it's good. Okay, you already wanted to install, but it's confusing how to do it. Well, it shouldn't be. The version that I downloaded was literally a single program. It was actually kind of creepy looking. It was genuinely called Mario.exe.
Mario.exe.
I'm dead serious. That's the whole thing. And There was no installer. There were no files. It was other than that. It was just Smart.exe, and it kind of looks actually fishy because you're just like, really? Is that really what you? Really? It's a 64 PC port, and it's just one file. Really? But it actually is. I swear, it's completely legit, and it's amazing. So if you downloaded a version that isn't that, and it actually has an installer or several files, you might not have downloaded the real one. You might have downloaded a scam or something. So be careful. The legit one just is Smart.exe. But yeah, it shouldn't be hard to install. That version, you just freaking dump the exe somewhere and then you run it. So you just double click it, right? And it works. And it's beautiful. It even uses, I believe it uses DX12 or something, and it supports 360 controllers and like one controllers and keyboard and mouse, and it's like, it's not just like a hastily ported thing, and even if it was, it would be amazing. It's like a quality port. It's like, with a few little quick touches, Nintendo could freaking release this like today, and people would be satisfied with it. It's like, how is this a thing that people did for free in their spare time without access to the source code? Like, they had to recreate it all. You know, it's like, this is amazing. It's so, I love stuff like this, man. It's like so technically just brilliant to me that people can do that. Oh yeah, there's also a JL version, that's right. I think I played there's also a DX12 version though, right? Because I seem to remember the version I played being DX12. I might be wrong. But I think there's probably several versions now. There's probably, because the source code to that was, maybe still is, on GitHub, the PC port. So people could go on there and download that, and they did, right? And that's floating around the internet now as well. And so people can just go and grab that. And oh yeah, actually I have it. Scythe has it as well. So yeah, you can just look at the source code and just see what they did. And you can make your own backend if you want. You can port it to Linux if you want. Put in Vulkan instead of DX12. You can freaking... Oh, dude, I should do this. You can port it to the Switch using OpenGL as homebrew. Oh, dude. That'd be hilarious, because then you could film that and Nintendo would be mad. Because you have it natively running on the Switch, like not emulated or anything. Oh my gosh. Anyway, you could port it to mobile. I mean, you could port it to anything. Oh, there is a Switch. Oh, okay. I was gonna say someone had to have done that, right? Because like, come on. But okay, cool. Well, cool. I gotta check that out actually, because that sounds awesome. Holy frick. It's so cool, man. Like, this is amazing. People can make mods for... People can make their own game out of this if they want to, right? And it's using the actual 64 engine. Like, that's awesome. I see why Nintendo would want to take that down, though, but... yeah, I gotta admit, it's pretty cool. Anyway, what's this? This is a meme. From Rumble Gamers, from Out of Context Pokemon. Sensational. And she's freaking T-posing.
Yeah.
What the frick? What is the content? Is this a glitch? Is this intentional?
Yeah, no, intentional? It's hacked, I think.
Oh, rip. I love to think that this is intentional, and that this is like, there's just a cutscene where she does that. She's like, I'm just asserting my dominance. I don't see what the issue is. Okay, I'm gonna show just a few memes. I'm not gonna show too many because it's getting a bit late. Sonic Skateboard! I love that ad. It's like, it's so good. Sonic Pakistani McDonald's Happy Meal commercial is the funniest thing in the world. It's so good. Also, here's a good YouTube ad. K-Links by. If you're a gamer, then join us. Oh my gosh, dude, I have a whole, I have several freaking ads from YouTube that I saved on, I screenshot and saved on my phone because they're so ridiculous. I've been getting, okay, real talk, I'm sorry, I don't want to get distracted again, but I'm going to say this real fast. I've been getting, YouTube has been very strict about, like, what they allow on people to upload on the site, right? To the point where they don't allow anything that's, like, remotely copyrighted, right? They take that stuff down. Which is fine, I understand that, that makes sense. It's kind of annoying to deal with because sometimes it's totally fine what you're uploading and they still won't allow it. But, I get it. But here's what they don't do a good job of. You know what they do a horrible freaking job of that YouTube actually needs to fix. Like, legit, because it's really bad. Their ads. They don't monitor their freaking ads. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, they don't.
You would think that, because they have a whole system in place, from my understanding, to where when someone pays to put an ad up there, YouTube has, like, someone at Google or YouTube has to, like, review the ad first before they allow it and approve it, because of course, right, you have to think, like, otherwise anyone could just pay a little bit of money and put up a freaking illegal video or something, and, you know, you have to, like, moderate it somehow. So they supposedly do that, but they don't really. Most of the I cannot tell you how many YouTube ads I've gotten in the past, like maybe even 5 months at this point, that have just been like complete scam garbage. Like this one actually is not anywhere near as bad as the ones I get. I've gotten some that are very, ooh, okay, let me, I want to show you some of them, but the thing is they're on my phone, and it's kind of a pain to, get those over to my PC, so maybe I won't right now, but, I can try to describe them, but they're very, they're just very freaking, stupid, and they should not have been approved at all. Okay, this one's glorious, though. I love this one. I mentioned this one before. This one's, it says Barack Obama versus waffles. How are they different? In this video, I compare President Obama to a waffle. That's an ad that I got, on YouTube.
That's right,
an
I've heard
ad.
the story over and over again.
It's, I know. I only said it once.
Well,
yeah,
I
it's...
still heard it over and over again.
Okay, I'm sorry. But yeah, it's, that's an ad I got. I got one about, I got one that was downright offensive. That I'm shocked that I don't even really want to say what it said, because it's kind of, I'm shocked that they even allowed this. I think it might have been in parody or something, but it still isn't okay. It says abolish and then something. And it's like a type of, it's like a group of people. It's really freaking messed up. And this is an ad on YouTube that is allowed, and I don't know what to think about that. But yeah, they have several. I've seen ads that I've seen people on Twitter screenshot ads that they've gotten on YouTube recently, and they've been having the same sort of issues. They've been seeing ads that are freaking like offensive. Like people have been screenshotting ads that are like straight up like have something that would not be okay if someone uploaded that as a video, but it is okay if they upload it as an ad. And it's like, YouTube, no. Bad YouTube. You need to stop this. So, anyway. Someone should put it on Wii U. You know what? I'd love to do that. I don't think Wii U homebrew gets enough attention, because Wii U homebrew is freaking amazing. You could do anything with that. Like, I swear. It's so, like, everything about it is cracked at this point, pretty much, to my knowledge. And Nintendo doesn't care anymore. They haven't cared for years. You can be on the latest Wii U version that they've released, and still just use homebrew. And they don't stop you, they don't ban you, they don't do anything. You can play online with homebrew, they don't freaking care. Which I think is wonderful, I love it. It's so different from the Switch, where if you sneeze, they'll find out that you were using homebrew and they'll try to ban you. They're very strict on the Switch, but on the Wii U, they don't care. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe I'll port it to the Wii U if I have time. I like to try, because it's pretty cool. Okay, I'm gonna show, like, 2 or 3 more pictures. I'm gonna be real brief about it. Memes, I mean, sorry. Okay, so there we go. From, Grazer, I guess. Sorry, XD. I'm sorry, why did I say that? That's someone else. League of Legends. No. Look at the crust in that JPEG. Bro, look at the freaking crust.
Wait.
I'm gonna steal Joel. I'm gonna steal Joel's lines here. You know, you got me curious. I'm gonna try something real fast. I'll show you the results. Hang on. This is worth it if I can get this. Okay, yeah, I'm not a robot. No, I'm not a robot at all. And we're gonna run that. Yeah, go ahead. And what do we get? Okay. I was curious, right? I was like, what if I run this through Waifu2X? Which, if you don't know, is actually an extremely advanced, amazing piece of software that can take an image and it can create a new version of the image at a high resolution. And it doesn't just upscale it.
Ooh.
Like, it actually makes it higher res.
Wait, oh my god, I can freaking use that for things. Whoa.
Yeah, it's so good. It's very good with stuff that is super freaking low res. You run it through that and you get an image that's like HD and you're like, bro, it's freaking amazing. It's really good. But it works best with, well, it's called Waifu2X because it was literally programmed by somebody who wanted to upscale low res images of anime girls.
Nice.
It's the name Waifu2X. So it's designed for like anime and like illustrations like that. It's not really designed for like photos of like real life realistic things. You can use it for that. It does support that actually. It has a button for that. but you have mixed results with that one. Sometimes it's really good, sometimes it's very impressive and it's amazing. Sometimes it's crappy and awful. This one I was like, I wonder what would happen if I ran this crap through Waifu2X. It looks much worse. Oh wait, it died. Hang on. Screenshot died. Here it is.
Oh.
It kept the crust. It enlarged the crust, but it made everything else even harder to read. Oh, I love it. It's really good. But I swear, it actually is very impressive for most things. There's a few things where it screws up, but it's actually really good. If you've never heard of it, maybe give it a shot. Just give it some really low-res art of something and watch what it does. It's actually very impressive. Okay, I'm gonna show these 2 memes from Taz, this one meme from number 7, and then I'm gonna stop. So there we go.
I am Taz.
Later. Hello, Taz. How's it going?
Horribly.
Oh.
Are you not gonna ask why? Are you being a fake friend right now?
I just thought I was like trying to think of a response, and then I went, what if I just said nothing? What would happen? I just wanted to see. Just once. This image is stuffed in the crust. It is. And that's why it must be exterminated. No one can try to out Pizza the Hut. Freaking no one. Okay, this might be really loud. I'm gonna try to mute it as fast as I can, but warning. Oh, okay, it wasn't. I don't think it was that bad. Okay. Here we go. It's from Taz. I don't know what this is. Let's go. Oh, it's actually really quiet now. No. That's bad. No, rejection. I reject it. I don't. Okay, it's actually pretty good. That's. I'm upset as to how well the music works with that.
Yeah.
It turned into it's a perfect freaking SRB2 MIDI of Megalovania. It's so. That's stink. I can't help but approve of that. Most people cringe, but I am not like other guys. R/ not like other guys. Okay, this is another test. This is a certified snapshot moment. Oh my gosh, I forgot that Putt-Putt freaking has like a weird like metal arm attached to his like body that he like wraps around things, and he, oh my gosh, he does that for everything. I remember now. That's why. What? Okay, I'm not gonna think about that any further. How does Putt-Putt? How do they get together and have? Okay, this is from number 7. Why did I make this at 2 in the morning on my phone? Oh my gosh, I strongly approve of this. It's Sonic at McDonald's. Any character like photoshopped like into a scene where they're like working for fast food instantly makes me laugh. I don't like every time I find this. I don't think I'll ever get tired of this meme. Maybe I will someday. You know what? I probably will now that I've said that, because people will be like, "Oh, really?" and they'll spam me with like 800 million different images of it, and then after a while, I'll be like, "Well, it's just them at fast food, but." But as it is right now, if nothing changes, I don't think I'll ever get tired of this meme, because this meme is it's just, you could do it with any character and it's amazing. Just the concept. You just go into McDonald's. Hi, welcome to McDonald's. What can I get you? I'd like already getting it. Oh wow, he's so fast that he knows my order before I even know it. That's speedy service. Here it is in, oh, I actually made this online in like Chrome for Android on photop.com, sponsored by Photop. Whoa, I'm actually kind of impressed. Like, that's actually really, you do it with your freaking, like, with your phone. That's dudette. I'm sorry. That's amazing. Holy frick. We got Snock cropped out in front of a black void, which reminds me of my life. All right, I lied. There's gonna be one more meme, because this one's good. This one. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, what a good screenshot. Oh no. It's not inspect elemented. It's actually not.
That's the real tweet.
Yeah, it's just a cropped image of the tweet. The full tweet is this. Oh no. Oh man, you can make it slightly better. There's one flaw with it though. He didn't quite crop it out perfectly. There's a little bit of white text on the edge. It has to be like that. There we go. and now it's good.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, except the top is still cropped off, which makes it look. You could do wonders with that if you just put it in for just 1 second. Anyway, that's good. It's Snake Meme. I approve of that quite a bit. Thank you, Death, for that one. All right, well, wow, that was really fun.
Wait, before you end this stream, I'm gonna turn my webcam on real quick.
You're gonna turn your background on? What?
No, webcam.
Oh, frick. Okay, wait, hang on.
Okay,
let me get full screen to where I can. Yeah, okay. Taz is connected to the internet. Oh my gosh. Do I show it now? I show it now, right? Oh, frick. I gotta wait for approval before I do.
Okay.
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 Okay. All right. Oh yes.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Is that a suspect? No. No. I'm out. I'm done.
No. Okay. So
I don't want to witness a murder.
Hey, how many? Hang on. How many?
You can't eat soy sauce. You can't do it.
No, okay.
You cannot. Just
I'm not
down the
going
soy
to.
sauce. Taz, this is an intervention.
Okay. So I have
This is not okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. I think I would drop 1, but 5.
No.
I'm just gonna drink one. I'm just gonna drink one.
Oh,
I'm
the
gonna drink.
frick! Oh no.
Okay. So here we go.
Oh no. Okay. Famous. This hopefully. Oh, I'm terrified. This is. Oh. Oh. No. Okay. Stop at one. Holy frick. Because I guess one would be okay because you put it on. You would probably put one on. Wait, Taz froze. Oh frick, he's dead. He's. Oh frick. Susan's gonna be ticked.
Okay, here we go.
Taz, that's your best one yet. Holy frick. but obviously actually don't do more than one.
Yeah, no,
I'm
I'm not. I swear.
Apparently, like legit, there's so much sodium that it actually would be harmful. But wow, dude, holy frick! I buy the dedication. Wow, that's amazing. Holy frick! Oh well, good way. I guess Taz is dead now. Because he has soy sauce overdose.
I miss my wife.
Wait.
Tails. I miss her a lot. I'll be back.
Holy frick! I don't remember that part. What the frick? That's so good. I gotta watch that again. Oh yeah, Taz is dead. Oh no. Ah, frick.
Is that Eggman?